you can use to make predictions.
No,
And
yeah, they like to use spectroscopy a lot. I've noticed, but I said, again, I want to see the equipment before you start running your mouth off with that because
yeah,
they'll be talking about
that's
that.
actually, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
A lot of their claims is like something that they're never going to be able to test themselves, like the
exactly. Yeah, that's
neutrinos.
why I say you bring me the equipment, let me open it up so I can see that the components are fit for purpose, right? And then let's apply this thing. I want to see it open it all up. And start lying, because you never know where they have these little devices in there that are just giving you numbers because it's already been programmed in. You know, yeah, that's what I think is going on most of the time.
Yep.
Uh, that's how they bamboozle us. No one thinks about opening up the equipment. You just take what they tell you. Say, hang on a second, you're saying that you want to tell me about spectroscopy. Okay, let's see whether or not what you're putting forward is true. Can we open up the equipment, please? That's the first thing I'm going to say. And now you're going to talk me through the components and what they're supposed to be doing. Yeah, and then we can. Yeah, that's me. I want to look at the equipment, open it up, and that's when we start to reveal the truth. All right, because I know they're lying. You see, so now I want to see how what they're using to lie, what the components are, and then we can actually highlight it. So you see, ladies and gentlemen, when you know they're lying, ask them to open up the equipment and then ask them to describe to you what these components are doing. And then you're going to find out that they don't do it. And what they have is a device in there that's pushing out. It's a little mini computer giving you numbers. Right. And you think, oh, right. Yeah. Line no good. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Yeah. They don't like me, the Globers, because that's how I talk. I say, yeah, bring the equipment. Let me open it up and then we can understand it together. Yes. I don't accept what you say right now. Sorry. You're a science denier. But refraction, yeah, it's absolutely fascinating. You can never get bored with it. It's a wonderful spectacle to behold and witness. If you are lucky to be out on the ocean there, you're the luckiest people, man, because you get to see and witness all these phenomena. If you're a fanatic, that means somebody who enjoys. Don't mean to the extreme, If you're a fanatic of this, then you're in your element all the time. That's why I
So
like
Jim,
canoeing and stuff like that. I like getting out on the water. Just love it.
so have a
Some,
look in the
some,
side chat.
yeah, I'm looking at that. I'm still looking at that same image, that bay.
Yeah,
I've
have a
seen
look
it
at this
many, many
one.
times. This one.
See
Go
this one
ahead.
here? Can you see the one I posted?
I'm just going to look at it right now as it's loading for me.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking at it now.
All right, so this is a sky-free video, and this is showing
Okay.
you
Ah,
that you can have a horizon on a flat surface. It's also
yeah.
showing you that things can disappear behind that horizon on a flat surface due to refraction, due to sinking refraction, because
Thank you.
what they have set up here. So this is the setup. So they've got blocks spaced across the floor, those red and yellow blocks that you can see.
Yeah,
Right? They're spaced across the floor evenly and they're all the same height. And then they've put a red light at the end of the blocks as well. They have a temperature gauge
brilliant.
where they're measuring the temperature vertically. They take 4 different temperature measurements from the ground as you go upward. Now,
All right.
when they put the camera on the ground, you can see all of the blocks. The blocks look like they're going straight across the floor, and you
Yeah.
can see the red light. Now, what they do is they introduce cold air into the room. So the
Ah,
cold
right.
air is up higher and the warm air is down lower. And what happens is as the light is bouncing off all of that objects and off the floor
Yeah,
back to the
yeah,
camera, it's deviating upward towards the denser air because the colder air is always going to be denser.
yeah. I can see the light
And
doing that, going up.
then
Right,
all of a
right.
sudden it makes it look like the blocks, the row of blocks looks like it starts to curve downward
Yeah.
and the red light disappears behind the horizon. The only thing that
Amazing.
they manipulated is the temperature. So the
Yeah.
temperature
Yeah.
is causing it to look like the flat floor is curving. It's making it look
Amazing.
like the red light becomes disappeared behind the horizon, and it looks like the blocks start to curve. Now you've probably seen um, the globe proof, what they call a globe proof, from Lake Pontchartrain,
Oh
where
yeah,
it looks
that I've
like
got that. Yeah.
the power lines. It looks like the power lines are what they say curving around the curvature of the Earth, and that
Right.
proves
That
that
would be a
the
very
Earth's a
tight
globe.
curvature of the Earth, wouldn't it? Very tight indeed. It
Yep.
was.
So this is the one here.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
as we can see in the GIF above, this is the exact same thing that's happening in the GIF just above it with those blocks.
Right.
This is the same
Same
effect, and if
same
we
phenomena.
zoom, it's the exact same phenomena, except in this one we actually have that a bit more
Structural.
of that mirroring effect. Yeah. So
Yeah.
look at this.
Yeah.
Here's a different day. This one's just uploading. Here's a different
Okay.
day,
Okay.
and
Look at that. Yeah.
we can really see that mirroring effect. We can see this is a textbook definition inferior mirage, and that's why it looks
Yeah.
like it's bending down like that.
Mm. Mm.
And it
Yeah.
looks identical to what we see on a hot road during the day if you get down low to the surface, right? So have a look at the comparison here. The one on the right hand side, that's like Pontchartrain, what they say is the curvature of the Earth. And then the
Right.
one on the left, that's a bridge. That's a hot bridge during the day. And here I'll post the video
Yeah, and that's the
from
same. Yeah, experiencing the same type of phenomena.
the same effect. Yep.
Yeah.
So once again, we can see that the bridge railings are straight. And then as he gets down and looks through that dense warm air, sorry, that less dense warm air down lower
Yeah,
to the
you can see
ground,
it move. Yeah. Yeah.
all of a sudden now it looks the same as the Skyfree video. It looks like the
Yeah.
straight railings start to bend downward, and
Yeah.
it looks exactly the
Yeah.
same as Pontchartrain. So
Yeah. And that's the temperature just manipulating the image, the air
yeah,
itself.
it's all about the temperature. Yep,
Yeah.
exactly. So
Very
once
interesting.
again, atmospheric refraction. Atmospheric, obviously, people get annoyed when we use the term atmospheric because the obviously you can't have spherical gas.
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah.
globe Earth term,
Yeah.
but I just
I
say
keep saying
atmosphere.
the air. I keep saying the air. That's
Yeah,
all
I
I can
say
say.
the air. Usually I say
Yeah.
the atmosphere so the globe earther I'm talking to doesn't get confused, right? So the
Yeah.
audience doesn't get confused.
You guys
Yeah.
talking about
Refraction.
refraction?
Yeah. Different types of refraction and the
Yep.
images that come from them. And the key thing to note there that temperature does affect what you're looking at the time. That's not to say it's going to make a globe up, but yeah, we have to take that into consideration when globers are calling that's curvature of the Earth when it's not. When there could
Exactly.
be an atmosphere or the air itself has a condition that's creating phenomena. See,
Yeah.
I put that there. The air has a condition that's creating phenomena. Love it.
Yeah.
Like I said, you can't get bored with this stuff. You just can't. It's just that you've got to change your language so that you don't, fall into the glober's language, as it were. But yeah,
Exactly.
no. I'm
Atmo
always up
is
for
the
this stuff.
correct term. Atmo.
Yeah,
Well,
Atma.
some
Yeah,
people say Atmo, some people say
yeah,
Atmos, but I think
yeah,
Atmo is the correct
yeah.
term.
I say Atmo, but it seems incomplete somehow. So I just say the air first and
Yeah,
foremost. That's what we see.
exactly.
Yeah, the air.
Yep.
Yeah,
In
I'm
the
a
air.
right in your face guy. That's Jin. I'm right in your face. So we're
It's a
talking
good
about the
term.
air. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. Because we don't want to use atmosphere because as you've just stated, gases do not form spheres. So atmo, that's gas, sphere. Sorry. So we have to be careful. Yeah. I've already stopped doing that, you see. So I do say atmo from time to time, but I just say air. That's all I say.
Right.
See
You
now.
know, quite often if you're talking to a new globe earther
Yeah.
that is trying to grasp what you're talking about and they're kind of
Yeah.
struggling a little bit and maybe their English
Yeah.
isn't the best. There's nothing wrong
Yeah.
with just saying atmosphere so they know exactly what you're talking about. You can
Yeah.
explain later
Absolutely.
on.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah.
explain later on if you need to, right? But when you say
Yeah. If
atmosphere,
they
they
come
know
back.
you're just talking about the air.
Yeah, of course. When they come back and they're inquiring more and they're getting because some of them do come back. Then you can introduce the reason why we don't say atmosphere, because it means you're saying that gases form spheres, and we know that that doesn't happen. So that word
Exactly.
is there to keep you on the globe. That language keeps you invested on globe when you say atmosphere. So we don't want to say that. We just say the air or atmo. Yeah, that's all
Yeah.
well and truly dialed in long time ago, boss. Yeah, I'm one of those. I stopped saying G-force because it evokes gravity. No, lateral force, acceleration force. That's what I say. Do you understand? Right? And
Yep.
centrifugal, of course. I don't say G-force. I stopped that the day I became a flat earther. Okay. Yeah,
Right.
that's it. Because
All
I
right,
don't want to make
Jim.
those mistakes.
I gotta get to work. I gotta get a bunch of work done now. So I
Thank
appreciate
you for
the
the lesson today. It was
conversation.
good.
Well, what I
Excellent.
might do is I might clip out our entire conversation and put it on my YouTube channel because I think
Oh,
it's a
please
good
do
back and
that.
forth conversation about
Oh, yeah.
refraction. After I do that, I'll send you the link as well.
Thank you. I really would appreciate that as well. Definitely.
All right,
So you
awesome.
came in today, you did refraction, and then we had Cyclone come in earlier, and he caused the storm and really did a good job there as well.
Oh
Okay, you
yeah,
know
Cyclone's
Cyclone?
awesome. Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
he's
He
great.
did a great session. I had to commend him on that one. You know, he did a good one today. So
I'll have
you've
to
done
find that
well.
and clip it as well.
Yeah, he's done excellent with the. You've done excellent with refraction, and he done well with the uh, dealing with the globus, basically getting them, trying to get them to get the measurements and who had their measurements and stuff like that. And they were really being rude and nonsense, but he just handled it very relaxed, very calm. You know the way he is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, he's awesome.
yeah.
Calm, collected, and still destroys them in a polite
And
way.
he's destroying them at the same time. Yeah, they're hemorrhaging blood, but he's smiling. I love it. Right, I'm going to go to the 7-Eleven now, ladies and gentlemen. Get to the shop.
Yeah,
There's
I appreciate everything, you guys. Now I know why when I approach a hot girl, she just disappears.
yeah, okay. Yeah, it would be nice to be back. So I'm going to go off to the shops now, pick up some Japanese rice cakes. Yeah, I fancy some of that. So I'm just going to go for a short walk and go and get it. Speak to you shortly. I will be back. I bookmarked the boxes one that you put down there, DJ. Sky free. That one I've got it now. So I'll look
Awesome.
for some more later. Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I bookmarked that whilst we were talking, so that's done. That's in there. The other one with the what you call it, Bay. I've seen that so many times. You know, what, I'll bookmark it as well. Actually, why not? I don't actually have it, but I'll do that now because that one that is an amazing phenomena over time, and you see the whole island, everything moving up and down. You think now that's what the conditions are doing, but you don't notice that. You see, you have to time lapse record it all. Beautiful. You know, when I first saw it, I said, "Yeah, look at what the air is doing. Look at what the air is doing to what we see, to the land. Look at it. You know, there's a lot of people haven't seen,
Beautiful, man. That's
and
for
they're
damn
missing.
sure, man. It just got more beautiful to me when I thought about flat Earth, dude. It's like fucking beautiful.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's why it's good. You reconnect with God's creation, yeah, and only a few of us are actually really enjoying these phenomena. There's only a few of us out there. Real shame. A lot of people are missing so much natural phenomena. You know, too busy
You
bloody
know,
gaming.
I've always loved nature so much. And other people are like, oh, dude. I'm like, are you kidding me? It just made it like more beautiful, dude. I love it, dude. I've been out in nature so much more in the past few months here with my son and getting on the bare
Yeah,
feet and fucking playing and just looking up at the sky all the time, even more than I ever did. So it just made it better for me, dude. It's awesome.
yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, good.
Awesome that you say that. More power to you and your son as well, because those are great moments that you're having. Yeah, man, you're good. I had all those with my kids. My kids have grown up now, so those moments are far and few between now. When we go camping and that, yeah, then we start to enjoy again. You know, or we go hiking or something. Yeah. So yeah, you're enjoying it now. May you have many of those, many.
Yeah, he's 9, so we're getting more of them now. But at the same time, like you said, like there's so much more to come. So I mean, I'm super excited about it for sure.
Yeah, that's what I like to hear. You know, positive flat earthers connecting with nature. You know, you only live once. Go enjoy it. Have a look at what's really going on. The magic of the earth. That's the real magic right there. Beautiful. You
We
know?
definitely only get once, bro, because now that I'm awake, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jin, that's why I always say nature's amazing, nature's beautiful, because the creator created nature. So how can people not appreciate the gift that they have been given, which is
Yeah.
the earth? Yeah,
Yeah.
the nature, like
Yeah, you
it's
see?
beautiful.
So true
Yeah, go on, Jin.
words there, my man. True words, what you said there. And you know what's happening? They're allowing the system to price them out of that natural free enjoyment. You understand? Yeah. Because that's what's going on. Most people who don't know about this is because they're stuck in the system 9 to 5 doing the daily duty. Do you get me?
I have to start my 9 to 7 right now, and I'll be listening to you guys and talking with you all day. So it's gonna be pretty sweet.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, and that's what happened. That's why people miss the beauty of the earth, because they're trapped in their daily duties and the daily grind of going to work, commuting, the rat race. Okay, that's what they're into, and they miss the beautiful splendors of the earth. And then when they have that free time, it's still a panic to try and get to enjoy it. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, one person I heard on the news today that one man was paid $1,500 because he was at a hotel and he wanted to get one of those beach loungers. You know those beds that lie down and then you got the parasol on top at the beach. Now he couldn't get one, right? He couldn't get one, and he was upset. He sued the hotel, and they paid him $1,500 because he couldn't get one when he wanted one. And I thought, wow, that's an amazing thing there. So people are getting that stressed out, they're suing hotels because they couldn't get to lie down at the beach. Oh, I've never heard that in my life. I thought, wow, man. They love to sue in America, don't they? Yeah, so these guys sued them. You know, stress.
I am blessed to be a delivery driver, so I'm outside all day. I deliver right in between the mountains here in the Shenandoah Valley. I'm literally right between the two ridges, so I get to just look at that beauty all day, man. It's not lost on me, even though I'm busting my ass all day. It's beautiful, and I can be outside in
Oh,
it. It's awesome.
I totally understand that because I used to do that job on a motorbike. Okay, so I know exactly what you mean. You know, and for me, I was getting to all these places, right, in the mountains and enjoying all that and nature, and I still missed the flat earth. That was the thing. Okay, it's an embarrassing
Fucking
thing for me
same.
when I look back. Yeah, I missed all the clues, man. I missed them. I missed all the clues, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
can I just respond to D-Town? He said he was doing deliveries. Yeah, same here. I'm outside driving as well, and it's
Yeah,
obvious the road surface just keeps on extending. Nothing is dropping down.
right.
Nothing is curving down. The Earth is not a globe. I'm sorry. Reality speaks for itself.
Yeah, yeah. Reality speaks for itself. Exactly.
I mean, I can see with my naked eye every day that the sun is not as far away as they say, because I'm in between these mountain ranges about 25 miles apart. I'm right smack dab in the middle, and when there's clouds in the sky and the sun's right overhead, you can see the shadows of the clouds that are inside of the valley, inside of the mountains, against the mountains. Like the shadows are coming in and out, like they're projecting outwards because the sun rays are going outwards. So it's just like that. Was it crepuscular rays?
Yeah,
So I get to see that with the naked eye every day, and it's something I did just see every day and had no idea for the longest time. It's pretty cool.
exactly. For the longest time, you missed the clue. Yeah, yeah. But then you're lucky. You're outdoors all the time, so it means you're privy to catching those very special views. And you know what you should do? Well, you've got your camera with you now, so you can now actually take good shots on the move when you see phenomena and that. Because that's what I used to do. I used to have a camera with me on my bike in the saddlebags. Took it out. Yeah, this is a nice view. I've got pictures where accidents have happened, and you see the helicopter coming in, and the police have stopped the traffic so that the helicopter. I've got my camera out, catching it on the move. Yes, dispatch rider's eye. Yeah, Really, really good. So I know about you driving out there and enjoying the natural phenomena, the nature, but I still miss the flat Earth clues. That was the thing. I missed the flat Earth clues. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Having a good memory brings that all back to you. How you missed it strengthens you next time, and then you appreciate it when people are showing you about refraction and the images that are happening where you weren't. You weren't in that location, but that's what happened at the location. Look at that. You think, yes. It just moves you, man. You're moved. No doubt about
Yeah,
that.
I've been trying to teach my son slowly because he goes to public school, so
Yeah.
he's a
Yeah.
he knows his thing. So my wife and I are trying. She's like slowly, like not all at once, so we gotta be careful with him. So I've been trying to like work him in. So we were outside playing, like I said, in the evening. Well, the sun goes down behind the mountains. We have a great view. We're like over 1,000 feet above sea level where we're at, like on a plateau.
Mm, yeah.
So we got a great view of everything. But the sun goes down behind the mountains. And so we're out there playing, and the sun was right above the mountains. And all these clouds were up there, and they had dark bottoms on them and everything. And
Yeah.
so the angle that the sun looked like it was at looked like it should be lighting up the bottoms of all the clouds. Yet none of the bottoms of any of the clouds were lit up at all. And so to myself, I was like, "Yeah." He's like, yeah, that doesn't make sense. I was like, yeah, yeah. So the sun went down behind the mountains, like all together. And I was like, look, it's all the way down there, yet behind us, if you turn around, look behind us, the cloud above, the lower clouds are still getting lit up by the sun. He's like, huh, it doesn't make sense. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, that's a
So like
great view, that one. Yeah,
it's
that's a great
almost
view.
dark at this point. And I looked again and I was like, look, it's almost dark. The sun's been down for forever. And you can still turn around and look behind us, and
Yeah.
the clouds above the lower clouds are still getting lit up by the sun. He's like,
Yeah, that's a great
I was
view,
like,
that is.
what does
Yeah.
that say to you? I was like, it looks like the sun is like actually like above the lower clouds. That's why it's lighting up the top clouds. And I was like, yeah, it does look like that, doesn't it? And he's like, yeah, it doesn't make sense. And I was like, yeah. And I just let him think. I didn't say anything else. I was just like, all right, we'll see what he thinks. So just trying to lead him in.
Yeah. Yeah. I did that with my kids as well. Slow and steady. I got them to engage with the spirit level on the plane. Let's check to see if the plane is taking a curved trajectory. They already know it. They already knew that the plane doesn't do that. But let's see if the spirit level, can show us anything. And it just proved that the plane flew horizontal to our destination. Any one of them: Saipan, Hawaii, what's the other one? Guam, Singapore, Philippines, all over the place. And every time the plane flew horizontal, there was no curving, no curved trajectory experienced at all. Yeah, that was good. And then we did our long distance observations, and then I said to the children, go and ask your teachers, right? Cheekily, just ask the teachers, have they ever measured the curvature of the Earth, and how did they do that? And then I asked them, what do you think the teacher's going to say? They're going to say they measured it. I said, I don't think that. No, then no one has. That's what I said to my children. No human being has ever measured the curvature of the Earth, because it's not there. You know that. I know that. There you are. So your teacher is not going to be able to tell you that. But then ask them, but we're living on a globe, aren't we, sir? How come you haven't measured it? Ask them why. Okay? And they're going to tell you that they're just teaching. That's all they're doing. Okay? So they're teaching you the wrong thing. Now that you know that, okay, that strengthens them, doesn't it? So all my kids were like that, man. Yeah, I put my kids in the teacher's space. And then all the while, whenever I went to the school, flat earth t-shirt I had on. Carry on.
I'm just saying, he's
the
going to
school,
go ahead, but go ahead.
yeah, just quickly. The school administration tells the teacher what to teach the students, so the
Yeah.
teacher doesn't really. The teacher can't tell the students the truth, so they have to follow administration policy.
Yeah, the curriculum. Yeah, they've got a curriculum that they have to follow, which is true. Yeah, and that's all they're doing. But they're teaching it's a globe, even though the teacher themselves have never measured the curvature. So how do they know they're on a globe? Is why I asked my kids to ask the teacher, how do they know they're on a globe if you've never measured it? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So they know.
My
That was
son's
when they
going to
were
be in trouble
elementary school.
because a year ago, his teacher was teaching about the dinosaurs in the textbook, and we live in a very, religious area. So she started talking about how the dinosaurs didn't live millions of years ago. The Earth is only 6,000 years old, and all this stuff. And in the whole classroom of kids, and he's 8 at this point. He literally spoke up. He goes, "No," and she was like, "Excuse me." He's like, "No, that's just not true. They've done the carbon dating and stuff like that. They're well more than 6,000 years old. That's against what we're being taught. So that's just not true." So, and she got all flustered, and he just was like, "No, no." Every time he started bringing that shit up, and I was so proud of him. He's wrong, but at the same time, like, he spoke up to his teacher. So if I tell him all about flat Earth, they're gonna imagine it's gonna bring us in trouble, because we got an email about that one, and I was so proud of him. Like, good for speaking up for yourself. But once I teach
Yeah,
about flat Earth, it's gonna be a mess, I think.
yeah, that's it. You just got to teach to tell the truth, and that's it. At least you know. I taught my children that the dinosaurs never existed, and I explained to them that no asteroid hit the Earth 65 million years ago. That's a lie, and there's no evidence for that anywhere on Earth. Okay, we're not spinning, we're not flying. So done, and no human being has actually touched a real dinosaur bone. Everything you see in the museums, replicas. Well, I don't want to see a replica. I want to see the real thing. If it survived all these years, put it in a vacuum, hermetically seal it, then we can see that one, and then have ones we can touch. Because me, you know what I want to do? I want to cut it open. Yeah, that's what I want to examine the thing. Yeah, I want to be there when you examine it. See the
It's
bone.
just starting intense to. There was one, they told about the dinosaur bones, they always swoop in and like get them all out of there, like you said, put the molds in to make the skeletons, and they're even open about that, like, "Oh, this is only a 60% complete skeleton. We kind of filled in the rest." But they a couple months ago, there was somebody, they found like it looked like a giant rock, and people did. Well, they cracked it open, and it looked like obsidian on the inside, but it wasn't. It was tree sap that had been fossilized. But dude, it was the size of a fucking boulder. It was huge. And people like, "Where the hell did this come from?" And everything. So the Smithsonian swoops in, scoops it up, and then they ask them about it. Like, "Oh, yeah, we lost it." And they're just like, that's their story. So they picked it up, and then they just completely lost this boulder-sized piece of tree sap. Disappeared. And they do that apparently all the time with all kinds of finds like that. So they're not
Yeah,
not too keen on letting people understand things if it's outside the box.
yeah, yeah. You're right. But yeah, but I'm the guy that taught my children to ask those questions to their educators. They had to ask, and at the same time, I'm telling them, when you take the exam, put the answer they gave you to put down there as the correct one. But you know the truth, don't you? Okay, so because if you put your answer, the real answer, they're going to make you fail the exam. Okay, so put down the answer that they gave you. That shows that you remembered it, but you actually know the truth. Yeah. So if you hand over your examination paper, you say to the teacher, "I don't believe anything that I wrote in here, but here you are." I would love to say that to my teachers. Love to have said that as a kid. But I got my kids, my second son did that, said that to his teachers, second eldest one. Yeah, he's the one that's more fired up of the four. So yeah, he said it to his teachers. You know, I put the right answers there, but I don't agree with the answers.
I
Mm.
was homeschooled, and my parents basically, taught me like creationism, but they didn't even teach me like the right creationism. So, like, I got all that information, he was in the universe and everything else like that, like everybody else did. So I
Yeah,
didn't get much. I didn't get much different than anybody else in the end. But just like I think one of the bigger things that I've noticed, I've been trying to teach my son hard, is that, again, they do not teach they do not teach you to think. They do not teach critical thinking in school. So I've been
yeah,
really trying hard on just trying to get him to critically think, like the stuff with the sun. I was trying to, like, "Hey, you think about this. What is it saying? What are your eyes telling you?" Because they're not taught that anymore. It's sad.
yeah. You know what I was going to say to you is that I think all of us, including yourself as well, um, the experience of learning about the globe strengthens you as a flat earther. Okay, that's what it does, because you realize that you were misinformed, so you do your level best, pun intended there, level best, to ensure that you fact check the things you're given, and you actually go out to try and prove it for yourself. That's what it does, and that's such a strong position. That's the learning curve. Another pun in there, ladies and gentlemen. Learning curve. That's the only curve you're going to learn from. So actually, the heliocentric model has enabled me to be a stronger human being in that the realization of my mistake and the strengthening as a flat earther now. So yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good, ladies and gentlemen. Right, I'm going to go off to the 7-Eleven. I said that about 40 minutes ago. I want to go and get some Japanese rice cakes, but I will be back. So enjoy yourself, guys. Yeah, nice, man. Beep, beep, bop, bop. Look where you're going.
Hey, my dear atheist flat friends who believe Earth is flat.
what's up?
Hey, what do you think about this, this mission, Artemis? Is this also fake?
What do you mean is it fake? Fake in what way?
I mean,
They're not going to the moon if that's what you're asking.
yeah. Will they go to moon?
Yeah, that's nonsense. You can't go to the moon
Why?
because there's no outer space. You can't go to a place that doesn't exist, dude. There's a moon. We see a moon, but it's not in a giant vacuum called outer space.
Oh, it's inside Earth.
Oh, yeah. I don't know about inside Earth. I don't think there's a way to define like where it's at.
Oh,
You know,
do you-
this what I'm telling you, man. Like the idea of outer space was invented. It wasn't discovered by a person. Hey, we discovered that there's an outer space. It wasn't discovered like that. It was invented in
Oh,
people's heads. So it goes back to the Greeks, Democritus and Epicurus. They invented the idea. Invented it. An
oh,
idea, the human idea.
so you don't think that vacuum exists?
No, I
Vacuum
don't
is
think it's
just
possible. Because the second law of thermodynamics,
mm-hmm.
you know what the second law of
Entropy.
thermodynamics is?
Entropy, yes.
Yes. So why doesn't the vacuum of space or the air on Earth, which is 15 pounds of pressure per square inch, why doesn't it fuck up into the vacuum? Why doesn't it reach thermodynamic equilibrium with the vacuum? Like everything.
You're saying that why just Earth do not, sink
The air.
vacuum?
The air.
Oh, the atmosphere, why doesn't it go off, that Earth atmosphere, why doesn't it, just go off into the atmosphere and into vacuum,
Yeah.
right?
Yes. Entropy.
Oh, but have you heard about magnetic field? I mean, so far to my knowledge, I know that magnetic field holds the Earth atmosphere, right? Do you know what magnetic field is?
Yeah, I know what a magnetic field is. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
of
What
course.
kind of question's that?
Yeah, of course. So do you believe in it when the magnetic field of Earth? Do you think Earth has magnetic field?
Oxygen, hold on. Oxygen, first of all, the air is mostly nitrogen. That's not magnetic. Okay? And oxygen is only magnetic at super cold temperatures. And it's very weakly magnetic. So I don't know how the magnetic field would hold the gas. And how that magnetic field would overcome the kinetic energy of the gas, its temperature.
But yeah, gravity is also the main reason, the air isn't special. It is made up of molecules. Those molecules have mass, so gravity pull those molecules down, just like when we throw a rock into the air, it comes down, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
could be the reason, right?
No, it can't be the reason.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can take gas. So let's say I have a vacuum chamber, right?
Yes.
What happens when I put a little bit of gas inside the vacuum chamber? Does the gravity hold it to the bottom of the vacuum chamber?
No.
No. So how is the gravity holding the gas? Right? It has to hold the gas away from the vacuum.
Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah. So if I try to do an experiment where I can show that this can happen, like a vacuum chamber, let's say it's a 100-meter tall cylinder that's a vacuum. And I insert gas into it. What's going to happen is the gas is going to distribute evenly throughout the entire cylinder, no matter how tall it is, and it's going to reach thermodynamic equilibrium within the vacuum. Actually, the pressure of the entire cylinder will go up. So we have something called the kinetic theory of gases. If you look in this kinetic theory of gases, which describes the motion of gas, there's no gravity in it. And there's another problem, okay? If gravity could raise the temperature or raise the pressure of gases, that means if you turned up the gravity, say you had a gravity knob, right? You could turn it up. That means the gravity could turn the gas into a liquid. And then if you turn it up further, it would turn the gas into a solid. So when I look at a phase diagram, right, of solid, gas, liquid, I should see gravity on one of the axes instead of temperature. Right? So that means gravity would be able to do work and cause phase changes of pressure, temperature, air density. There's no theory on how this would happen. There's no math on how this would, there's nothing behind this. It's just someone said gravity holds the gas to Earth. Why? How do you know that? Because it has to. There's no physics model. There's nothing that can describe how this would happen. There's no thermodynamic theory of gravity or how gravity creates any thermodynamic freaking properties to happen at all.
I mean, it makes sense. I'm trouble having it,
I know it's hard to accept because you learned, like, yeah, dude, there's this outer space thing. It's a big giant vacuum and, blah, blah, blah. But when you look at how is this even physically possible? Is there evidence for this? Why are you interrupting?
Because I can.
Because you can get muted? Because you can. No, you can't. Fucking rude people, man. I don't know what it is in this server, man. People are just rude here. Yeah, learn freaking manners. Well, yeah, I know we have ultimately,
So are those schools wrong? Like they taught me this shit.
Yeah, they're only teaching you what they're told to teach you.
Oh,
Your teachers don't know anything. They get a textbook, right? They go to university. They get a degree in education. They go to a school. They teach you out of whatever the textbook says. They teach you whatever textbook I don't know how they get the textbook. I mean, they do buy the textbooks, right? So there's a monetary incentive to buy one textbook over another. There's no purity here. There's no pure that these ideas are just being taught because they're true. They're not taught because they're true.
I see.
Remember, I saw my son's textbook, and it was a history textbook, and in the textbook it said Vietnam War. Want to know what it said?
Vietnam War.
Yeah, Vietnam War. It was a history book in school. Vietnam War. That was the heading.
Oh, really?
Yeah. No, part of. Listen. Just.
Yo.
Are you handicapped, bro?
What did it say?
No.
Okay, then learn some manners. Your parents should beat you with a stick, dude. So in the textbook, the section on the Vietnam War just said insert text here, meaning he had a textbook, and instead of having the history of the Vietnam War, it had insert text here.
Oh, I see. Hey, but why would it have insert text here? Why?
I don't know why I said that. So it was, like I said, it's a history book. So it had World War I, World War II, Korean War, And then when it came to, described each one of those wars, what they were about, who the sides were. When it came to Vietnam War, it just said insert text here, meaning they never just wrote it out. Does that mean the Vietnam War didn't happen because they didn't put it in the textbook?
Okay, I see. No, it happened, right?
Yeah, I know it happened. The textbook is just the textbook. It isn't always right.
Okay.
And the teachers just teach within the textbook because if they don't, they'll get fired.
Yeah.
I want to play something though. Hey Yoda, you're gonna get a kick out of this. I'm gonna play a little bit of audio. Okay.
Mhm.
So just stand by, X. This
Yes,
will be eye opening to say the least.
Mm.
Well, ear opening maybe. Ah shoot, hold on. I gotta listen to audio.
The earth is flat. What do you say, guys?
Jumped the gun.
Yeah. What?
So why do you think the Earth is a spinning
Yeah,
water ball in
it's
space?
absolutely clear, bro. Like
I mean,
I
it makes
can't
And why
sense.
do
even
you,
see
why do
the
you think
Eiffel Tower
people
from
why do you,
India.
why do you think people are going to the moon?
I can't even see. So it must be flat. Like
Why do
Why
I
do you
think?
think
I mean,
completely obvious, bro.
they
It's
do some
completely
research
obvious.
on
Like,
the rocks of moon.
bro.
They do.
Oh
Hello.
yeah? What do you know?
Yeah. What?
You're talking to a bot, man. Did you have something to say?
Yes, I do have something to say. You are not even listening, bro.
Yeah, the bot was playing. I was playing a video and audio from the past. You were listening
Okay.
to one of our greatest hits. So what's up,
Actually, I
man?
am at a cricket match. So sorry for that. Might be some noise from the background.
Yeah, I got a little noise too. I'm at the gym.
Yeah, that's the case. But on the point, like I definitely think that Earth is flat, and
Okay,
the
why do you
moon
think the Earth
landing
is
as
flat?
and space is also a scam. Like I don't think so. There is some space out there.
That's fine. There's a lot of people who think the moon landing is fake anyway, and they still think the Earth is round. Why do you think the Earth is flat?
Like I have seen so many videos where they're shown like the moon landing was also fake and everything was scripted. So I think it's completely like complete government scam is going on like on the bigger level. They are just fooling us, guys.
Well, that's great. I just asked you though, why do you think the Earth is flat? What makes you think the Earth is flat?
Yeah, like I haven't seen the space. Like I haven't seen the curvature of the Earth. I can only see like everything is flat in front of my eyes. So how can I believe? Like I don't even know what to believe and what not to believe. Like
Well,
have
awesome,
you gone
man.
to
That's
space?
the beginning.
Have you gone to space or seen the curvature of the Earth like as they are shown in the images and all the videos? I think all the images, Earth images, also fake.
No, I've flown over 30 times and I've still never seen the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, exactly. You have flown about like 30 kilometers and you haven't seen the curvature as well. So what do you say? Like it should be flat, right? But the one thing that I'm concerned about, like why are they telling it is curved?
Probably because what they're doing is they're looking at the stars in the sky, and based off of the celestial sphere, the location of the stars, they're trying to match up the Earth to the inside of the celestial sphere.
I think you guys don't know, like.
Ew, what the heck? That guy sounded like the dude from the video.
Was that an invalid answer that I gave?
No, I thought it was good.
I think he just came in to troll and pretend to be a flat earther so he could ask why would they lie.
Oh yeah. Oh well.
All right, well, back to the show.
How about that? What research did they do? Did you know that that Neil Armstrong gave rocks, moon rocks, to the Dutch ambassador way back when, back in the 70s? When they went to, when the museum, they ended up in a museum, and when they tested the rocks, it turns out that they were petrified wood.
Petrified wood, you say? Really?
Petrified wood.
How is it possible?
Yeah, well, I mean, does that mean that the moon is made of petrified wood?
No? I guess.
Because it was Neil Armstrong.
Okay.
The astronaut, Neil Armstrong.
Yeah, I know him.
So hold on, I'm gonna play this now.
Mhm.
It's probably, I think it's like 2 minutes or something. But this is very interesting. Now, I want you to pay particular attention to this, X, because this should be eye-opening. This guy is not a flat earther. This is just a normal guy, a physicist or something.
Mhm.
Is depressing. It makes me sad. And I don't just mean Star Trek. I mean any franchise that's about big spaceships flying around the galaxy. And I don't find it depressing for the reason you might think. I don't look at this and say, well, I wish I could go on adventures around the galaxy. I wish this stuff existed in my lifetime instead of the future. I find it depressing because when you go to look up, well, when will we have something like this? Interstellar travel, the answer is never. Allow me to explain. In any franchise like this, when they talk about how their ships work, it's always some kind of literal magic. It's a warp drive or hyperspace or wormholes. It all comes down to some kind of a magic portal that basically lets them skip the long distances. So they are effectively traveling many, many times the speed of light because they just go in here and pop out there. You need to understand that from a scientific perspective, this is no different from if in their engine room they just had a wizard with a magic wand. This is purely a plot convenience dreamed up by fiction writers. There is absolutely no scientific theoretical framework for ever being able to transport a spaceship around the cosmos this way. See, the issue is that because there are no shortcuts through space as there are in fiction, you have to find a way to cover those distances, and the distances are much greater than the average person understands. For example, right now we are trying to go to Mars, and Mars, when it is at its closest to Earth, is about 35 million miles. That's doable at a cost of up to $500 billion per trip, $500 billion by some estimates. That's because this thing doesn't just need to fly for tens of millions of miles, but it needs to be able to keep the astronauts alive for years. Everything has to work perfectly for years without any opportunity to stop for repairs or resupply or refueling. It's cutting-edge technology that has to be tested relentlessly to make sure it will not fail during this entire time and that it can hold up to the unimaginable stresses of space. So let's imagine we do that, and I think we will. And we say, okay, now let's upgrade that to do interstellar travel to get to the next nearest star. What you're saying is we need to upgrade this thing so that it can make that $500 billion Mars trip 700,000 times in a row without stopping. And some of you have already done the math and said, well, now hold on, if it takes months to get to Mars, that would take tens of thousands of years to get to the next star. And you're right, at the speed this thing goes, to make that trip in a human lifetime, you need something that can go many thousands of times faster than this, meaning you need engines that are many thousands of times more powerful and that can carry many thousands of times more fuel. With even the most fantastic futuristic technology you can imagine, you still need a craft the size of a city because you have to bring everything. The people on here have to have everything they need to live for decades. The energy required to get this thing up to the speed you need it to go would be many, many more times than all of the energy ever produced on Earth combined. And I know what you're saying, you can't predict where technology is going to go. 200 years ago, they could not have conceived of something like an iPhone. That's true, but this also proves my point if you stop and think about it. The technologies you need to casually invent in your sci-fi to make interstellar travel possible, like the ability to produce a near
Oh my
infinite
god.
amount of energy from a tiny amount of fuel, or the ability to manufacture infinite food and water and medical
That's
supplies
mine.
out of thin air. The last thing you would ever use
Do you have something to say? Yeah, I didn't think so.
them for is to travel to another star, because you're talking about technologies that would render life on Earth a utopian alien paradise beyond all imagination. For example, earlier when I was talking about the incomprehensible timescales, some of you were shouting at your phone saying, what about hypersleep and suspended animation? But think about what you just said. Look, to do this, all we need to do is to solve for human immortality, to find a technology that makes the human body not age. So what you're saying is that in order to make this possible, you simply need to get life on Earth to a stage where everyone is basically living as a god. By the time we got to that point, there would be no reason to do this. If the issue is running out of room on Earth, we could build an orbiting megacity that could house 100 million people. That would be much, much easier than this. And if you say, but the natural instinct of humans is to go out and explore and to colonize other places, my answer would be that we actually have a planet very nearby that is very similar to Earth but just has some very harsh conditions, and we've not bothered to colonize it yet. It's called Earth. Most of our surface is ocean, and we've not built cities on the ocean floor because why? Nobody wants to be trapped inside a tiny pressurized facility in a hostile environment cut off from everything. And the better and more comfortable life becomes on land, the less appealing that looks. This is fantasy in the same way that The Lord of the Rings is fantasy. It's just a mechanism for storytelling, for heroism and adventure. But we have no possible future that actually looks like this.
That's some good shit right there, man.
Who is he?
I don't know. He came up my Twitter feed, my X feed.
Damn.
But I detected zero lies. Everything he said was 100% accurate.
Sounds like.
To travel to another star, we're basically already have to be gods on Earth. And so why would we even go there? There'd be no point.
Yeah, but the question comes in, right? If there is no vacuum, how can we see those twinkles
We
on those
can't.
stars?
We can't. It's all fantasy. Not just the wormholes. It's all fantasy. Did you not remember me telling you? This is historically accurate that outer space vacuum was invented in the minds of men way before there was any evidence for it. There was no evidence for outer space when men first thought of it.
Oh, I see. But what are those, those things
Now think
twinkling
about
at
it.
night?
Just think about it rationally for a second. There's some Greeks in 300 BC. They imagine that out there's a giant vacuum of space.
Mm-hmm.
And then 2,000 years, they're right. 2,000 years later, they just happen to guess right. Come on, man. That's not how the reality works, bro. We don't just guess something and then 2,000 years, the people that guessed, they just turned out to be right. No. So that whole philosophy, the Epicurean philosophy, it is what we, not we, it is the modern idea of how the world works was invented by the Greeks 2,000 years ago. The idea that there's atoms and that there's an outer space vacuum and that there's only matter and energy, these are metaphysical concepts thought of 2,000 years ago. They weren't discovered by men in science or whatever, right? So what happened is people had metaphysical theories about reality. And then science came from them doing experiments to prove that their metaphysical theories were true. Okay? But they didn't use what we would consider the scientific method. They did what's called cherry picking and confirmation bias, where they would do tests to confirm what they already believed in the first place. For example, sticks and shadows. If you believe the sun is nearly infinite distance away, and then you measure the shadow of a stick in two places in their different lengths, you're going to go, well, the rays of light are parallel. I must be on a ball. Well, you already assumed that the sun is very far away. You already assumed that the thing that you're trying to prove is already true, right? So, and the reason they think this is they thought this idea of the Earth being a globe was metaphysical reasons. Thanks for posting that. Yeah, so if you look in the side chat, Yaga Bruno, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. You have one experiment and two different interpretations. It depends on what your starting assumption is on how you read that, which will determine your conclusion. Assume a flat Earth and a local sun. One conclusion. Assume a ball Earth and an infinitely far away sun. Another conclusion. Now, these same people that use this logic thought that there was a near giant vacuum of outer space and that there was spheres, whipping around the Earth. But not everybody thought that, just that group of people. And their ideas are what carried the day through history, and the other ideas have gone away. So, for instance, here's an idea that gone away. They used to think that there's something called the Copernican principle, which says that the Earth has no unique place in the universe. It's just like everything else. Well, that idea, that's not how people used to think. They used to think that the stars, the moon, the sun were a unique physical environment that was different than the Earth. So there was the terrestrial environment where we live, and then there was the celestial environment where the heavens are, right? Where the stars and the moon. And they thought that they followed different rules. And the reason they thought that is because when they tried to do observations that would work on Earth, those techniques couldn't work when applied to the celestial environment, right? So if I want to use triangulation to measure the distance of the sun or the moon or the planets, right? They don't work. If you do the calculation, it shows they have no distance or an infinite distance.
I see.
So they couldn't so they had reasons to think it was different. It isn't just like there's a lot of things about. I mean, they talk about it all the time. We looked through a telescope and we saw this thing. How does this even possible, right? So there's stars that disappear, right?
Yeah.
Hundreds of stars have disappeared that they have on photographic plates going back. So here's another thing. They found transients, right? So they looked at old photographic plates from before satellites existed. And if they interpret what they captured in the plates, that satellites existed before satellites existed. Meaning they saw transient, quote unquote, objects, lights that cross the sky and appeared at repeating patterns. And they can calculate that they're orbiting the Earth, but they couldn't be orbiting the Earth because satellites didn't exist. They weren't invented yet. This is in the 1940s. So you either have to take one or two choices. There's alien spacecraft, okay, which to people nowadays, they think that that's a rational choice somehow. Or the theories of how all that behaves, the celestial environment, our hypothesis about it is wrong. Okay, our choice are aliens or wrong.
Oh.
Which one do you choose? Is it aliens orbiting spacecraft, or are they wrong?
I guess they are wrong. Oh no, sorry, the aliens.
Aliens?
I'm having trouble understanding.
You even listening to that freaking video. Where'd they come from?
Oh, they were wrong. Oh, yeah, I got it. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, where'd the aliens come from? They have to do the thing that, remember they said space travel? We basically have to become gods to travel
Yeah.
to another star. Why would aliens become gods and come here?
I mean, yeah, my bad. I mean, in a sense that you can say that how pyramid was made, right? Those could be there is a conspiracy of aliens making those pyramids. So
Now this is all well and good, this space travel stuff, but it's just it's fairy tales. You're never going to space. I'm never going to space. It's just not happening. Cryptic net over here, like if the government says there's outer space, there's outer space. He is the ultimate brainwashed person.
oh, I
But
see.
I'll be right back. I gotta do something.
Yes, sir. Oh yeah, it was nice talking with you. I think I'll go and do some research,
Yeah, it was good talking to you too, X. You're a good dude.
sir.
What you mean, like somewhere they've got the camera roll, maybe a section of the film in a display case that you can look at?
Right.
Yeah, you can look at it yourself and confirm that
Is
this
this the
actually
part that
exists.
didn't go poof
Like a
with the
link.
telemetry data?
Yeah, like you can confirm this is an actual photo taken on an actual camera roll, and you can see the raw,
Go to the
unprocessed
physical.
version yourself.
Is he talking about?
I mean,
Are
before
you talking about
proceeding,
the
I would like a
negative?
link to that.
But you can't.
Are you
go
talking that we can pull out the negatives?
Yeah, that's what he's
Yeah,
saying.
like this is like before digital cameras. This is the actual like, camera roll.
Yeah, the
No shit.
negatives.
Yeah, it's in the University of Arizona. You can go see it.
You can't go to the physical location itself and confirm that's actually real.
Yeah, so that's a real photo. Before Photoshop, before all that, but you can actually go and look, confirm it was
If
a
you
real
say
photo.
so, Daddy. If you say so, Daddy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
like a claim.
well, I'm surprised none of you like gone and looked. Is
Well, how
anyone?
do you know that that
You're
film was
assuming
actually in the
no one
location that they said it was? You know what I mean? Because they said that that
Well,
film had to have been in Earth orbit. How do you determine that that film physically was in Earth orbit?
Without going there yourself.
Well, I mean, you can like, presumably, maybe. Well, how would they even fake it? Like, how would that have gotten onto that camera roll? Otherwise,
How would they fake it? Like you're asking us how David Copperfield does a magic trick?
If you don't, if
You're
you
saying
cannot
that- you're
tell
saying
how
that
how he did the magic, it must be real.
Right.
Right. I mean, just
You're saying
because
it
you
would be
may
really
not
easy
know
to
how a
fake?
magic trick was done doesn't mean that it's not a magic trick.
The question is how did you confirm it?
What is the fallacy? I cannot conceive how could it be done. Therefore, it has to be truth.
Right. It's like a reversal of the burden of proof. You know, it's like you and I, Gemsy, we are watching David Copperfield on TV live performing a magic trick. He is making the Statue of Liberty disappear. How do you
Right.
know he's going to do this? Because when you're watching TV, you're going to see about 20 people sitting on bleachers that David Copperfield is talking to. And those 20 people are witnesses to his event of making the Statue of Liberty disappear. You know how you know he actually made the Statue of Liberty disappear, Gemsy? You saw it happen, and everybody sitting in those bleachers, all 20 people, confirmed that they saw the same thing. They saw the Statue of Liberty disappear. So, Gemsy, I'm going to ask you, how would they fake it? If this was fake, how could they possibly fake it, Gemsy?
All of the same people that
Based on that, David, he's a real magician, and he actually has superpowers, and he made it disappear.
No, don't be silly. Listen, if you can't tell us how they faked it, it means he really did make the Statue of Liberty disappear.
According to
And
Daddy,
you're just living in denial. You're just a denialist.
Yeah, you
You're
deny
denying the
to Big
science.
Daddy.
No, it's not science. It's magic. He's a magic denier.
bro.
Well,
It's magic.
Hey,
there would
Daddy,
be
real quick,
evidence of it
Daddy,
being
is
fake.
it possible that this is just a painting and they took a photograph of a
I'll
painting?
give you
Is that
evidence
possible?
of it's being fake. You want the
Bro,
evidence?
it's magic. It's
Yes.
definitely
Water don't
Yes.
curve, brother. You can go to the ocean that is in that picture and measure the water, and it's not curving on the surface. That's how we know it's fake.
Yeah, that's the best one, obviously.
I don't know
If they
because
showed like one of the Pyramid of Giza in the middle of New York City, you could just go to New York City and see it's not there. You don't need to know how they faked the photograph. There's no Pyramid of
but
Giza in New
Indigo,
York.
if I show you like
If I
survey
show you,
data, if we
dude, you
both
have
are
no
looking at the same
idea
survey
about.
data,
Oh yeah, let's hear this
and
one.
there's like if there's a surveyor and there's a
Yeah,
drop
the
over distance,
Did you hear? Did
you're
you,
gonna
did,
like I can say, oh, that's curve, and then you'll say, oh, that's refraction. And if you show me a longer like distance one, I can say, oh, that's refraction, and you can say, oh, that's lack of curve.
I won't. You have
Right? Like
no
we're both
idea
just
what
gonna
I
be.
say. You,
We're
look, brother.
it's
We're
gonna be
gonna
a dead
shine a
end.
laser. We're gonna shine a laser over a stretch of water, right? And then we're gonna measure the height of the laser.
all right, you can't poison the well before he even says something. You can't tell him what he's going to say.
And they ain't gonna measure
Well,
that anyway. You're
we've had the
misinformed.
conversation before. It's gonna be a dead
Well,
end. But with
no
the
one
laser
is
thing,
measuring that anyway. You're misinformed.
sure, we could talk about because I was just wondering like how is this NASA live stream fake? But if you're saying there's layers of algorithms that like show the exact weather patterns,
How do
that
you
your
know it's
curve and
live?
Yeah, you can't prove
Because you
it's
can go
true,
outside and
dude.
look at
That's
the
the
weather
point.
and it
You
matches
got it wrong.
perfectly.
You're
And it
reversing the
matches.
burden.
Show us the match, dude.
Yeah, but wait, but Indigo.
No, I
yeah,
want
but
to see the correlation match, dude. Give us numbers.
Well, I don't have like.
Yeah, you just made that
flying over
shit
my
up,
house
dude.
right
This is
now.
the desperation you guys do. You eventually would just start making shit up. Just like you said you're going to measure drop over distance, which you're not going to. You made that shit up. You've never looked at any survey data in your entire life.
No, the thing
You
is,
also said that the clouds and
do, but
NASA
when we do,
images
you say
match what's on the
refraction.
ground.
No, you
that can
don't,
verify
dude.
when you look up.
We do.
You're
No,
lying
that's
about
the
the clouds
refraction.
too.
You just think you do because some anti-flat earther said we measure drop over distance. You've never looked at any data set in your entire life about this, ever.
I literally have.
But I have.
Yeah, like look, it's a gridlock where
it's not a gridlock. You're making shit up.
That's refraction.
No, we don't say that. We say
no.
We don't say the drop over distance is refraction. That's a straw man. We've never said that.
So if I show you survey data that shows the exact predicted drop over distance,
what is
you're
that?
gonna say refraction.
What
You're
is the
literally going
exact? No, but first of all, what is the exact predicted drop over distance?
The 8 inches per mile squared.
And are you claiming that's what they measure?
There's plenty of surveying data. You guys reject.
Okay, are you claiming that's what they measure? I've seen the survey data. I know more about surveying than the surveyors you're gonna cite.
Yeah.
Dude, you just heard some shit and you're parroting it, dude. You have no idea what you're talking about. Not even a little bit.
You don't even know. You know, surveying is basically a death blow to the globe anyway.
Look, bro, check this out.
It's a death blow.
You know what? You know what the WGS84 is? Do you know what? Have you ever heard that? The WGS84?
No.
Okay.
Oh my
it's
God.
a reference ellipsoid that surveyors use. If they measured curvature, why would they need?
I wouldn't know.
No, so they take measurements and they map them to this reference ellipsoid, this imaginary mathematical surface.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they need to do that if they're measuring curvature?
Right.
Oh, like we went over last time, the angles are going to be over 180 unless you correct for the
He knows about spherical access. He didn't know about WGS84, but now he's totally going to give you a lesson on spherical access. That's just.
I know nothing. That's fine. Yeah, I know nothing. Yeah.
Okay.
You really don't.
Well, you don't
actually.
because you don't know rejection. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction. It's the first thing they do to the numbers. You have no idea that's where the spherical axis comes from because they're
literally
tilting the azimuth. You want me to give you the surveying fucking documents where it says it? Reduction of the horizontal direction. Do you know what that is?
Angles,
There is
if
no
you're looking at
reciprocal zenith angles, dude.
you expect it to come up to 180 degrees. If it's over, you got to correct for the curve.
Yeah, he needs to describe this now.
And then it lines up. Why does it line up when you correct
confuse the vertical with the horizontal, dude.
Yep, he did.
Okay,
So, Indio,
well-
I think he needs to describe in detail what spherical excess looks like to the surveyor.
Yeah, he don't know what it is.
Yeah, I think, yeah, well, maybe we can test him because he brought it up. He's talking spherical excess. So, hey, our guest friend, let's say you are the surveyor, you got your theodolite. What's happening? For you to determine that there's spherical excess, what's happening? What are you doing and what's so confounding?
For reciprocal zenith angles, you take measurement from point A to B.
I asked for spherical excess.
Yeah, that's not the spherical excess, dude.
What do you mean by spherical excess then?
What do you mean by spherical excess?
You're the one who
brought it up. We know what it is. You freaking don't. And that's what we're highlighting for the audience right now.
You said the phrase.
What do you mean by you
spherical
people?
excess. I didn't phrase it that way.
No, you totally did. You totally brought up spherical excess. It wasn't a word in the conversation until you brought it up.
Play back the live stream. I never said that.
You did bring it up, debate. You did bring it up because actually he was talking about the ellipse.
I might have brought up a concept that he calls spherical excess. I just want to know what he means when he assigns that.
You
phrase
brought
to
it up, bro.
You brought it up as if you knew what it mean when he was talking about the ellipsoid. He was asking you a question, and you brought that's your answer. Remember?
And you're on the right track to bring up reciprocal zeniths. That's part of it, but I don't think you understand what the full claim entails.
Well, why don't you explain it to me then?
No, it's okay. I'd rather the audience listen to you bring up claims that you can't back up.
Fine. So,
I mean, I can. I've done it. I've done it so many times before. You could actually listen to any of our live streams going back years. And I've discussed this topic at length. So is Indio, so is Rojo, and others.
Yeah, can you guys like link in chat a reciprocal zenith angle, show the methodology, show it adding up, and the raw numbers adding up to 180 degrees.
Your claim, you brought it up.
Dude, you're confusing the vertical with the horizontal, dude. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, but this is his claim. He the one brought this up as an answer to your thing about the ellipsoid.
Okay, brother.
Our friend guest.
Spherical
when you do
excess is the
reciprocal
horizontal
zeniths,
direction. Okay.
I was going to ask.
Reciprocal zenith angles are the vertical. You're confused.
You have to add up
That's right,
both of
it's
them,
about the
right?
dip.
And then divide by 2.
No. Okay, if you have a triangle on a sphere, if you have a triangle, it's going to measure to greater than 180 degrees. Okay, so if the Earth was a sphere and you had a line on the surface of the sphere, you'd have a triangle greater than 180 degrees. The excess from a regular planar triangle is the spherical excess. Reciprocal zenith angles is when you take a vertical and the verticals are tilted away from each other.
Yeah.
They're two.
So why do they tilt away from each other in your perspective?
They don't.
Okay. Show me your measurements.
I'll show you. Look, bro.
Yeah, pick one.
Hold on. I'll get the paper. Hold on. I don't even need theirs. I got the one that's in the regular server.
And to be clear, from my understanding is that if you do this time and time again, it's going to consistently add up to over 180. There are a couple times where
you're still confusing
the lead to a concave Earth. So if you guys have one example that might not be
idiot,
as
dude.
If you guys have a bunch, that actually would be.
You're being an idiot. You're still confusing two different things, dude.
Yeah, you asked him.
I don't think he knows what he's even supposed to be adding. So which angles are
He's
you
reading
adding?
what Dr. Phil's
you're the
fucking telling
surveyor.
him.
You're the surveyor. You need to add the angles. What angles did you measure that you're adding? Can you describe what you did? So let's say angle A to what? Angle B to what?
From you to the other person.
Yeah, so I measure an angle from me to the other person. That's 180 degrees. Congratulations.
Yeah, and you have from you directly up 90 degrees.
All right, great. So we got from me to the person, it's 180-degree angle.
And the idea of
then I've got a vertical, and then he's got a vertical. Excellent.
the idea is that if there's a reciprocation, so somebody looking back at you, they also have a triangle, right? And if
Wait,
you
we
add
didn't
those up
form a
and divide by
triangle yet.
2,
We did not form a triangle yet, dude.
Yeah, you didn't form a triangle. You only named 2 points. Triangle need 3.
You can calculate the triangle.
Yeah, but what triangle are you calculating?
Right, you only got an 80-degree angle. That's 2 points.
I'm going to say that you heard the phrase reciprocal zenith angle uttered by some anti-flat earther, and he seemed to use it to great effect. So you come in here and you're doing the same thing. That's just my impression.
Who are these anti-flat earthers?
I don't know, Dave McKeegan, McToon, all the people that avoid talking to us because when they came in here years ago, they got their asses tossed.
Oh shit! I wish I was around for that.
Yeah,
is there recordings of this? Like, can I go listen to?
Yeah, you can listen to the recordings when McToon and others came in.
There's a recent one. There's a recent one. DJ and McToon.
McToon had a meltdown.
I heard that one actually. I actually think DJ won that debate.
That's why MC Toon doesn't come here anymore.
That was a shutout. Like, just worse than a win.
He had a meltdown and ran out the room. How he win a debate and had a meltdown and ran out the room?
Well, because I'm only saying that I think DJ won because it seemed like MC Toon kind of had to like refine his goalpost, but like in a way that looked like it was moving the goalpost, or like I don't know, maybe
he
just
actually
wasn't
moved
clear,
the
like
goalpost,
he
then he
didn't
called
state
him
it
a
as clearly
dickhead.
as.
He called him a dickhead.
Well, that's what I heard.
Ran out the room
and kept begging him to leave.
I didn't even want to talk anymore. How is that?
Yeah, but he was in QOP server and DJ was a mod there.
Oh, what happened?
He's
I
like,
went
aren't
away
you
for a couple
leaving?
days. What happened to QOP server?
You need to spread his video,
he
or he's not activating it anymore.
Yeah, he's
not.
Out.
I think Mattoon was recording, and I think he took it off his channel.
But did McToon take it off? That's hilarious if he removed it.
I would.
The internet remembers. Yeah.
So, debate, dude. Debate daddy. So, we're going to give you a crash course in this, okay? First of all, reciprocal zenith angles are horseshit because in the globe model, the plumb line is curved. It's not perpendicular to the ground in the first place, right? That's why they have 2 things, right? They have a geoid, which is the equipotential surface of gravity, which indicates the direction of plumb, okay? Lumpy gravity. And then they have the reference ellipsoid, which is supposed to be oblate spheroid. Those are 2 different things that they meld together. So they don't measure curvature. All this shit comes from calculation. Doesn't come from measurements. This isn't my opinion. You can check this yourself, dude. Anybody listening to this live stream can check themselves. Everything I'm saying is 100% factual and accurate. And if you look in the thing, if you look at what I posted, so I posted them measuring a concave Earth, a flat Earth, a convex Earth, reciprocal zenith angles, and the reduction of the horizontal direction, which is the calculation which gives you the spherical excess. Because think about it, if I have a surveying instrument, we got 3 surveying instruments forming a triangle, and we have lines of sight between each point of this triangle. That's a planar triangle, and it's going to be 180 degrees. It wouldn't become a spherical triangle until you projected that onto the surface of the sphere, the actual ballpark. But from the point of the telescope, that's just a planar triangle. So they're not measuring any spherical excess.
They had to calculate it because they don't have an actual curving surface to measure. So they have to make all these inferences about it.
And since there's no curving surface, this fucking stupid image is fake.
Okay, you tagged me in the refraction coefficient will be -3.3 and
What's up, Suzuki?
What about the picture from NASA?
What about it?
I think it's very, realistic.
Say again?
Very realistic.
Yeah, so are all the movies in Hollywood in outer space.
Okay, go ahead. I listen.
Yeah, just so you know, like, how do you verify what they're doing is actually real? You know what I mean? One thing you can do is actually go out and measure for the curvature of water, right? Because 70% of the Earth is made of water. So if that water is not curving, then the images they're showing you are not true.
Okay.
Is there any particular subject you want me to find? I can put on a video, and since you want to listen.
No, just go
If
ahead.
you have more
Sorry
questions,
to
we'll
interrupt
answer
you
them.
guys.
Oh, you're not interrupting. I was playing a bot, which is basically playing like an old video. We have a ton of what is it called? Like
Yeah,
legendary
yes.
clips.
Yes, you can send me the video and the link. Sure.
Yeah, I'll put a link to the channel. There you go. I put a link in the chat to the channel where this video comes from. Hey, I'm gonna give this video a shot that I'm gonna play. It might cut in and out. If it's too much for y'all, just let me know and I'll stop. What's up, Octomath?
What's up?
Oh, nothing. Just waiting for somebody to come in and back me up on Earth being a sphere. These people won't listen to me.
What can we do?
Crazy flat earthers, man. I mean, they tell us that the surface of water at rest measures flat, which is true, but
Yeah.
then they say the Earth can't be a sphere because the surface of the Earth is made up of 70% water. Wait, that kind of makes sense. So if the surface of water is flat and 70% of the Earth is water on the surface, that means the Earth can't be a ball. Shit, I was wrong.
They forgot about gravity and everything. I mean, like, I heard one person say he doesn't believe in gravity. Shit is
Well, it's not a
crazy.
belief. It's not a belief in gravity, right? It's like what is gravity?
Whether you believe or not, like, gravity exists. Like, it is the force that is keeping us together from, like, it is the force that is stopping us going into space, when you jump.
Well, is gravity keeping all of my skin together? Like,
I mean,
my heart would be the center of my body, so that means my heart would be the gravity for my body, right?
your
I
body
don't
is
look like a sphere.
I mean, like, your body is being held together by atomic force.
Yeah, that's what gravity is being held together by, atomic particles.
Gravity, it's kind of different than that. Like, it holds it, like, okay, they are kind of similar, but not similar. If you get what I
Let me ask you this: could gravity work on a flat Earth?
No, but if gravity like applied on a flat Earth, the Earth would like collapse on itself in a matter
Like
of minutes.
if the surface of the Earth was flat, right? If it was just a very large horizontal plane, could things
Yeah.
still fall down on Earth?
I mean, first of all, like, the Earth wouldn't exist because it will like destroy. Like, gravity would
What?
destroy the.
How? When have you seen gravity? The lack of gravity rip everything apart.
Wait. I didn't understand your question.
When have you ever seen the lack of gravity rip everything apart? It can't be physical matter because a black hole is void of matter, right?
No, like, black hole has a strong gravity. It has the strongest
Right,
gravitational
but
force.
there's no matter in a black hole, right?
It has, like, it sucks everything in. That is what it does.
Right, it has mass, but it doesn't have matter, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Right. So if it doesn't have matter, then mass is independent of matter, but yet we say that the Earth has mass because it has matter. So let me ask you this: If is gravity the reason the Earth is a sphere?
Yes, it is. It is like how it works. Like, if the Earth was not a sphere, the Earth wouldn't exist because gravity would like destroy it in seconds.
Okay. How big is the Earth?
I think it is about like 12,000 kilometers in diameter.
12,500 kilometers in diameter.
Yeah.
How tall are you?
I am 5'6".
Okay. So from your eyes, when you're standing at the beach, looking out over the water, right?
Hmm.
From your eyes, how far away is the horizon?
Maybe 1 to 2 kilometers, maybe.
How far?
1 to 2 kilometers.
Well, that's a small ball, man. That would make your Earth about 8,000 kilometers in diameter, not 12,000.
I mean, I don't know the exact distance. I'm just
Probably
like
even less
giving
than
you.
that. Probably like 5,000 kilometers.
Hmm.
Yeah. So, have you ever been to the beach?
Yeah, I've been to beaches in my life.
And have you ever like looked out over the water and seen things really, really far away?
Yeah, I did.
And then how far away were those things that you saw?
Like I said, 1 to 2 kilometers.
That's it, man. I've seen things 25 kilometers and further away.
Maybe you are taller than me. Maybe you are standing at a higher elevation than me.
Nope. I was standing at sea level, and I'm 178 centimeters, so 5'10".
Mhm.
Yeah, when I was little, I used to watch. Actually, I was littler, so I guess I wouldn't be 5'10" then. I was probably like 4 foot, 4.5 foot tall. I used to watch boats leave Los Angeles and like cruise boats, and
Mm.
they,
Like,
I got a phone call, so I'll be right back. But they would dock 20 miles away on an island, and they would never go behind the curve of the earth.
hmm.
My apologies. Where did we leave
Okay,
off?
so you said you have seen a ship sail for 20 kilometers or something.
Yeah, like 25 kilometers or more, and I can still see the whole ship.
Hmm. But if the Earth were like truly flat, you would see everything, right? If the Earth is truly flat, you would be able to see like at least hundreds of kilometers, right?
Why?
Why?
What makes you
Because
think you could see that?
if there is nothing blocking your way, like if there is no mountains or anything that are actually blocking your way, then you would be able to see everything, right?
Does the air have thickness?
It depends on the weather condition, if it is hot or cold.
Oh yeah, no. There's observations where people are 1,000 feet in elevation, making an observation of another mountain 370 miles away.
Yeah, if they are like at an elevation, they would obviously see more of the ground, right?
I'm sorry.
If they are at a higher elevation, then they would obviously see a lot of ground, right?
So from that observation, when they make that observation, the mountain that they see is supposed to be 1,000 feet underneath the earth.
Hmm.
The horizon would be like something like 230 miles away, and the distance of the mountain is actually 370 miles.
Hmm. Interesting. Uh, like we are living on a pretty big sphere, right? If the sphere were to be small, then you would not see a lot of like since we are living on a sphere that is very very big, it would almost feel as if it is flat, right?
Say that again.
See, like take a ball, right, and make that ball very big, like as big as our planet. Then you, if you are standing on top of that ball, you would feel as if though you were on a flat surface. Bro,
Again, like the consequence of geometry is supposed to get in the way of your observations. And the problem is it doesn't. Now, we do have limitations in our vision, something called angular resolution. We have the limits of our optics within the conjugate focal plane. And then, if you've ever heard of the Rayleigh criterion, as things get further and further away, they become imperceivable, reaching the optical limit. They would call that the vanishing point, right? the ocular limit of your vision. Let's see. You also have to combat the thickness of air, and then the weather. Depending on what the weather is in the air can actually get thicker, right? On the clearest of days, you can see very far, and then the less clearer the day, the more atmospheric conditions there are, the less further you can see, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So there's limitations to your vision all around. So the idea that you could see Paris from New York is just an absurd request. You're not going to see 1,000 miles. Air is thick, right? It's mostly transparent, but over distance, it becomes more and more opaque. So you don't need to go really, really, really high if the Earth is a sphere or flat. What you need to do is you just need to make a long distance observation from the surface of the Earth and then see if the geometry of the Earth gets in the way.
I mean, if I'm being honest, we don't even need to like do anything. Just take a telescope, look it in the sky. You would maybe see Mars or Venus, and they are clearly, very clearly, spherical in shape. So, you know, that's that. That's the proof.
Say that one more time. I'm sorry. I've got a conversation, another conversation I'm having right now.
Okay. If you
Go ahead.
want proof that at the sphere, just take a telescope, look it in the sky. You would maybe find like Venus or Mars. Just look at them. They are obviously very spherical in shape.
Yeah, we're different. We're not like them.
So do you think since they just because they are spherical, that doesn't mean our Earth is also spherical? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, just because you see clouds in the sky, does that make the Earth a cloud?
No. But
if you see spherical things in the sky, why would you think the Earth is spherical?
I mean, if you look at another human being, just because they are human, does that make you human? Like that is how your question sounds.
Say that again.
If you see another human being, would you say just because they are human, you would also become a human?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
If you see another human being, would you say just because they are human, you would also become human or not?
No, if you see a tree, would that make you a tree also?
We are going like this is the comparison problem, right? If you compare something, sometimes it is true. Like not sometimes, but we have to compare.
If you see a white person, does that make you white?
No, that makes me a human, right? We are still both humans.
Yeah, but that's not you have nothing to compare. You're assuming the Earth is a sphere. You're not assuming you're a person. You can look at your hands and look at another person's hand, say, oh, they have hands, I have hands. You can look in a mirror and say, oh, I have eyes, I have a nose. I have all of these features that match the same exact other person. That person goes pee, you go pee. There's a lot of similarities. They eat lettuce, I eat lettuce. There's a lot of similarities there. When I look up in the sky, I don't see water, I don't see life, I don't see streets, I don't see grass, I don't see trees, I don't see clouds on other planets. All life only exists on Earth. There's no comparison in the sky.
Maybe like we don't know that whether or not aliens exist. Maybe they could exist in other solar systems, maybe not in ours. You could not say that we are the only living beings in the entire universe, right? It is very
Yeah,
likely that
you can. There's no evidence to support it otherwise.
why is there no evidence? Like we have like proof that there could exist life could exist in other planets that have similar
No,
conditions
you
to
don't.
Earth.
Prove it.
We have already seen like I think the name was
Did you see
Kepler
it?
2.
Have you seen an animal walking around on another planet?
I mean, we have like send animals to the space. I mean, not to the planet. We still send them to the space,
No,
right?
we haven't. We've never sent another animal to another planet.
Not planet, but maybe space, right? So animals have been in the space.
We sent a monkey like 70,000 feet up. That doesn't make the
Mm.
Earth a sphere.
Oh, wait. What about the pictures? Like, we have a lot of pictures of Earth from satellites.
Can you go verify that those pictures are taken from where they're taken at, or could they just be computer composites?
I mean, I don't
How
think
do
like
you know?
we have pictures that are like 70 or 80 years old, but at that time we do not have the like features of AIs that we can generate images.
Do you want to see the first picture from space? Let me show you the first picture. No, I know he's way off the surface. You're not even looking at the Earth anymore. He's talking about other planets in a far, far away galaxy that nobody can verify.
Just because you cannot see that doesn't mean it exists, right? Like you cannot see like Wi-Fi signals, but just because you cannot see Wi-Fi signals, that doesn't mean Wi-Fi doesn't exist, right?
But you can test for it, right?
Yes, we can also test for other planets.
Yeah. So when are you going to go out into outer space and test for outer space?
Maybe if I am rich, I would go, but I'm not rich.
You would
Hello.
never get to go.
Hello.
Yeah, that
What is
is
the
more.
process? What is the
You're
process for
talking about
becoming an
space.
astronaut?
Oh wow. You're talking about astronaut now?
I
Nice
was
topic.
playing a bot. That's an old episode of me having a conversation with somebody else.
Nice topic. Like I from childhood I want to become an astronaut.
Oh yeah, what's the process of becoming an astronaut?
Like I also want to know that process.
You don't know?
No.
How do you know you can become one if you don't know how to become?
Like it's my dream from childhood, but dream becomes changes when I become an adult. But in childhood, my dream was to become an astronaut, go to the moon or Mars, the first person to land it on the Mars. But I think this dream.
I think you should learn how to appreciate the Earth that you live on more, and not worry about going to
I
planets
need
and outer
to join
space.
SpaceX. I need to join NASA SpaceX to go Mars to become the first person
Well,
on the
what's
Mars.
the process of being able? How do you join?
Become a scientist.
Okay, so you go to school and get a
Or
bachelor's
study
degree. Now what?
astrophysics. Or study astrophysics.
I'll
And
study
become.
astrophysics. So I get a telescope and look at stars. Now what?
Then you go intensive in NASA or SpaceX. Then you join there. I think that's the process. I don't know, but I think.
Sounds like you're making something up. Like maybe you think that the space program behaves a certain way.
Yeah, they need to there is a simulation environment of Mars. You just
What if I
join
gave
there
you?
and
What if I gave you an alternative version of the space program? What if I told you you had to join the military, right? You had to become a pilot in the military, and then from there you had to be selected as one of the top pilots to go to the top pilot school, right? Like Top Gun or something like that. And then
Oh,
from there, you get selected to go to NASA, but you're still not an astronaut yet. And then from there, you get selected to go to astronaut training. And then from there, you get selected to be an astronaut. And then there, you get selected to be a mission astronaut and not an
like you
alternative.
have so much knowledge on
There's
that
a
field.
huge, there's a whole bunch of steps involved in order to become an astronaut. And you're not even qualified to be a pilot.
Like you know many things about to become an astronaut. Like what you do, by the way.
You know, I was just gonna ask you, do you think you have a better chance of becoming an astronaut than Neil deGrasse Tyson? He hasn't even
The
gone up
spaceship
into
has a
space.
the spaceship has a weight limit.
Oh, did he lose? He gone?
No, he's still there. I just want to know why you like. I get it. Like, you know, if you work really hard, you someday you can become a president or become an astronaut, right? But what if I told you that that was never possible, and that was just a dream that they put into your mind, so that way you'll keep the belief going?
Yeah. Not so, just you know, na, just President Trump released about UFO file. What do you think about that? Are UFO are real? Like also they are like UFO are real or I UFO only seen on the America only USA, not any other part of the world.
Do you have a response for that, lad?
What?
I'm so sorry. Could you ask one more time? I'm driving right
Like
now. Sorry.
okay, like now USA released the UFO file. You
Okay.
literally see the UFO videos. It's official.
Yeah.
But did you like notice only UFO seen on the USA, not any other part of the world?
Yeah. How would you verify that those videos are real?
Yeah, like I don't know. Like it's official, na? Maybe real.
Yeah. The U.S. released something that said that they found the Yeti, or they have a video of Santa Claus in the sky. You know, would that make it real?
No.
It doesn't NASA track Santa Claus every year?
Yeah, they do have a Santa tracker. December 25th every year. There's a Santa tracker. Yeah, you know, dude. You have the discernment. Tell you that they're tracking Santa Claus. It's obviously not real, man. I hope, anyway, that you would know that.
Have you ever seen a Hollywood movie depicting outer space, like Aliens or what are some of those other outer space movies? They look pretty real, don't they?
What?
Those outer space movies, they look pretty real, don't they?
Yeah, like this movie was. I love this movies. Like like Martian movie was the best movie, space movie, and the Interstellar.
And
Yo,
Martian,
you
you
ever?
remember Martian?
Yeah, Martian movie was the top. Like I love that movie because I am a botanist. So he become botanist and become an astronaut. So it's like I love that movie. That's why.
You ever seen that zoom and enhance technology that they have from satellites in outer space depicted in movies? You think that the government can actually do that? Zoom in onto the pimples of your face from outer space.
Oh.
Like, hey, we found Dom Toretto. zoom and enhance on his face. They keep zooming and zooming from satellites in outer space, zooming and zooming and zooming and zooming.
When they can see our like everything, what happened.
Yeah, that they could tell that they can see if you've even brushed your teeth or not that morning. You
Yeah.
think that's real?
I think real because one of my friend going for the internship to the there is space center for the satellite remote sensing. Exactly to the to track the crops growing from the satellite.
No, dude.
So
You can't even see
they
from Earth if there's a flag on the moon or not. No one's ever taken a picture of the flag on the moon. But you can see if somebody brushed their teeth or not from a satellite in outer space. Yeah, I don't think so, dude.
because they they he can we can they can like zoom in like 1 meter pixel as well. Like there is 1 meter in radius and 1 meter in square in pixel. They can zoom that. Like, it depends on the technology. Like I am from India, so ISRO was that type of technology. He's like internship, doing internship on ISRO. That's why.
I mean, yeah, if they have some supposed technology that could tell to see if I even cut my nails yet or not, then yeah, that'd be kind of cool to see.
Yeah. NASA have like very much like in advance on that. Maybe they can like your watch at the time if you show your watch on the wrist to the sky.
They could tell me if there's earwax in my ears. Hey, man, you know what? That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so far I've only ever seen that type of technology in movies. I've never seen a zoom and enhance feature.
Like it's from today now technology is very like advanced. So maybe like this is not for the public.
I mean, I don't doubt they have that kind of stuff for like lower altitude crafts and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Like did you did you hear about any one startup? If you want to like light up in the night, they can they can provide light from the space like they just reflect the sun's light to your place. Just book for the one day. They just, in that particular place there is a day. Like they reflect the sunlight in the night to that place. You hear ever that?
No, I don't think so. I don't think I've ever heard of that before. About to go through a
Earwax.
car wash right now. Somebody else wants to take over. It's a little noisy by me.
Yeah. So many people are there. Why don't anyone talk? Many people are there just hearing. Oh no. After, did you believe it? After start. Anyone? I don't think so. Oh, I'm not even. Hello. Hello, hello. Why you are quiet earlier?
Sorry about that. I started having a conversation. Any revelation from that guy? I broke down that of your chest, whole chest. I haven't done it in very long. Hey, Harry, do you have control of your mic, bud? I'm gonna unmute you. Check to see if you got control of your mic. Okay. There. Yeah.
Yo. Sheepdog.
There it is. So you get control of your mic and back up. You have control or no?
Should I pull someone in from the other universe?
You can, man. I'm at the gym right now, so I don't know how much.
Sheepdog, you're hot micing.
Hot micing?
Hot mic.
Can anybody hear me? Hello?
Barely.
Barely. Sorry, I'm at the gym, so I apologize.
Yeah, don't drop any weights on your feet.
No, no weights on the feet this time.
Behind the rejection of certain evidence and the embracing of other evidence. And they were. It felt like they were getting a little worked up initially just from that. It might have been a side effect from having that happen, maybe. I don't know. This topic is really emotional for some people, and they can't hold together conversations. Like in the other one, I tried to get in, and the host was nice, but then the people in the background were just chanting and screaming and wouldn't let us talk, and so I mean, it happens, right? It happens on both sides. Yeah, for Pink, but my perspective when I'm saying, hey, we can get into the evidence, but there's always going to be you said this happened, you did this test. There's going to be an equal amount of tests on
the other side that's have an explanation, and I guess it's like there will be explanations for why that line of sight microwave was able to hit something that wasn't, in theory, supposed to be touched, right? There's going to be explanations for why you can see that skyline 20 miles away. There's going to be explanations for those. And I guess the question that I have is why the rejection of those explanations? And I think that what some of the guys were, the people that I was talking to in your guys' group, they were like, well, you don't want to talk about the evidence. You just want to talk about why we don't like that evidence. Well, it was disproven by our experiment. And I think that was just a misunderstanding. I'm not saying, like, don't tell me about the proof that you have. But I can also say I've got proof. And we can go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
Yeah, I'm down. Yeah, that's what
we
we're
eventually got to.
Yeah, no, we're
What we
down.
eventually got to, that one guy was just like, well, I don't know, and I haven't looked into it, and I don't really care about why this happened. And I was like, that's fine, and that's a satisfactory explanation to me. So I don't know. That was just kind of my perspective.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, if you're down to like get into any of the minutia, like on any of the claims, right? Because like you said, oh, the flat earthers have a claim of like a laser test. It goes 20 miles or 20 kilometers. And it reaches the observer at the other side, right? And then you say, oh, well, the globers have an explanation on why that happens on a globe, right? And so right there, we could actually get into that pretty easily. And yeah, I don't think that you could prove your claim if you live on a ball for those laser measurements to like. Well, if it's a ball, right, the laser should be, let's just say 200 feet above the observer's head at the other side of the lake if it's a ball. But in reality, the laser just goes straight across the lake and reaches the observer at the other side, hits the camera target. So if you have an explanation why that happens.
I forget if it was you or someone else. We were talking about refraction, and someone brought up like maximum refraction or something like that. Basically, like, if we're talking about water, which is usually where you have to like shoot these lasers over because it's hard to do like in a large expanse of land that's flat without being interfered. The water's colder. It cools down. It's colder usually than the air. It cools down the air. It makes that air denser, closer towards the water. And that makes it like there's like a lens essentially. It makes it like a lens that makes it denser air and therefore bends the light and allows it to go further than it's supposed to. So I think the thing is like those kinds of explanations seem like, oh, those make pretty much sense to me. I haven't personally done that experiment. I haven't really, but it's like, oh, that makes sense because denser things allow light to bounce back and forth off of them, and if there's a curvature of the density of that object, which is like the atmosphere, then it creates a lensing effect, it creates refraction, and that allows light to kind of curve as well as the idea of, hey, gravity will pull that light slightly towards it, but not enough to really make it bend that much. It's mostly the lensing effect from the atmosphere. Why is it, though, that like that kind of explanation doesn't satisfy what you're saying?
Right. So with refraction, right, you'd have to say like what is like the maximum refraction that could occur, right? And what's the, effects from that, right? So would you know that?
No.
Okay, well, I'm pretty sure there's like a refraction chart or like a website, like an index where you can like, type in the numbers and it will give you like the rate of like refraction. I'm not 100% sure how it works. I haven't done it personally. But yeah, and with that, it's nowhere near the amount of refraction it needs to line up with the observations that we're making, right? So I'm pretty sure at like I'm pretty sure at like I don't know if it's like 13% or something like that, which is like extreme refraction. You put it in the calculator and it only like takes out like 66 feet of drop. So even with that, there's still 100 and something feet of, missing so-called drop, right? So even with all those like calculations with the refraction you just said, it still nowhere lines up to a ball, like at all, like by a lot.
Neil, are you from Canada? I heard that hoot.
Yeah, I'm from Canada.
I just like one word, I caught it. So the thing that I'm like, the part that I usually get a little frustrated with is there are, I truly believe like people who, I don't think there's a flat earth model. I think there's a lot of different ways of looking at it. So there's no like, hey, this is the one model. So, but my feeling is like people who have a perception of flat earth or belief in flat earth or proven flat, whatever you want to say it is, have done more research into it than almost any normal person has on a globe model and are very, very passionate about it. I mean, we found that. Though the simple statement of, or the simple concept of there's context to all of these different things that you can't disprove one piece of it without understanding the bigger picture seems to be something that is not necessarily like paid attention to, right? Like you could go to a refraction calculator and the math is like, hey, this is it. But I guarantee you there's more aspects to that than just the calculator, right? Like if someone said, hey, based on the pure math, it's supposed to be that it is dropping 8 inches per mile squared and all that kind of stuff. And look, it should be dropping 267 feet if you go down, what is it, like 20 miles, but it's not. And it's like, well, refraction, okay, cool, we'll go to another mathematical calculator. And it's like, well, there's a lot more complexity to the way that light and the atmosphere and weather and just like all of that works, that to me, I'm like, hey, there are people that are literally dedicating their life and their time to not only understanding and building these calculators, but understanding the bigger context and how they all cross apply to each other. Like, for example, the people who make these military weapons that are able to, fire long distances, and in theory, it shouldn't be able to hit these targets. But they are, and those people are not building it on a flat model. They're building it assuming curvature of the Earth. I know that because my cousin works for the military. He works for weapons, not the railgun things, but other stuff that I can't talk about. And it was a very simple, like, I asked them because I was curious. I was like, I've been in kind of conversations and people say they don't account for curvature. And he's like, well, not on short distances. You don't need to. But those long range weapons, of course you do. Because it is basically like, if they're not being upwards propelled, like by an engine or something, they're going to be pulled down, and you have to like assume that it's following a curvature.
Sure. So how do they do that? So like they assume that they follow curvature. What are the procedures that happens? And like what do they do? Well, that's cap then. If someone's telling you something like that, and they're saying we have procedures in the military that follows curvature, right? Wouldn't you be interested in like knowing those procedures if you want to like further talk about it with like a flat earther or something like that? Not just say, oh, the military does this, and then I ask you, you don't know, right?
So if I don't know all the details about the thing, but someone who works on it says this is what they do, and they're not giving me all the math and the details, then therefore it's a lie.
I'm saying that you should look into it. You shouldn't just take someone's, thing at face value, even though they do work for this organization, right? Then that should be like, okay, I have somebody who works for us. Just like if like I had someone who was like a surveyor, right? And a surveyor gave me like they told me how they do the measurements and blah 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 blah. I would believe them. But then in order for me to actually like relay that information to somebody else, I would personally have to look that up for myself. I couldn't just take them at face value because then who knows if they're telling the truth or not. I've done that before where I've taken that from face value from somebody and then somebody had to correct me. It was like 2 years I was saying this like shitty argument and then somebody literally had to correct me on it and I was like, "Oh, you're right actually. I didn't look into that at all."
Got it. So this is the thing that I usually like getting into conversations about that I feel that they were getting frustrated with. You said something there. Why should I believe them? Right? And I feel like it's impossible to have full knowledge of every single thing that you perceive to be true in the world. it's impossible. You don't have the time. Like, that's why there's experts in things. That's why there's people that have dedicated their careers and their lives to researching and understanding these. You could probably spend years trying to understand a certain topic, and there's going to be people that have done way more research on that thing. And what have you gotten? You might have either proven or like not learned as much as what that person has. So the whole like appeal to authority, which a lot of people that come up here say, well, hey, it's an appeal to authority fallacy. You're just saying because these people are experts, I have to believe them. It's like, yes, every single thing in your life, you've appealed to authority in some degree or another. And to reject things because you don't understand the fuller context because the person who has the expertise in it, you don't understand it.
But here's the thing about experts, right? There's people that claim to be experts,
understand the fuller context
and
of
then
it,
they make money off of claiming to be experts, right?
Like, well, I trust because you do this
We
thing.
can easily
That
put.
this is how you work. Then why do I have to disagree with you? Because if he was lying to me, what benefit would it have from it?
Neil, we can easily put this to rest. All he has to do is provide the field manual for the weapons system that his cousin or brother or whatever uses. People claim to be experts all the time, and then they proceed to go out and make money off of being that expert. We should have every right to question their expertise.
How is a guy that just works for the Army making money off of me telling me that they account for curvature when building their long-range weapons?
Show me the field manual.
How is he
Show me
making
the field
money
manual.
off of me by telling me that?
Well, because he secures a position later on. Yeah, he secures a position later on with his security clearance. I'm asking you to show me the field manual that supports his argument. Every military weapon has a field manual.
No, I'm not going to. No,
okay, well then,
dude, I don't need to believe you. Suddenly appeared as a voice on Neil's side. I'm not trying to prove or disprove you. I'm asking you, based on your position, what you're saying is people are experts and they do it just to make money off of each other and they lie, right? And I'm saying, what benefit does my cousin have to lie to me about accounting for curvature? He could just say, no, we don't account for curvature. It all just kind of takes care of itself.
He might not even know. He literally might not even know. He might just be like indoctrinated to the system that we're all in, right? That you believe.
He has to build the weapons.
No, okay. Then here is my follow-up question, right? Here's my follow-up, right? If this is actually occurring, then you would want to dig into it for yourself and research it for your own personal well-being, right? Not just take someone at face value. And I know that's what you're arguing on, but that I'm pretty sure that's fallacious in my opinion.
Yeah, hey guys, can I butt in just 1 second? Is it possible that you could account for something that doesn't make an actual difference because what you're accounting for is actually too meager, too statistically insignificant to show up?
Hands down, then yes, I would absolutely need to look in it and learn into it or learn about it and all that kind of stuff. But there are so many corroborating pieces of evidence where I'm just like, why does this one piece have to be proven? Because it aligns with so many other pieces of evidence, and every single one of those pieces of evidence would have to be disproven, right? So it's a preponderance of evidence that all align with each other that have happened over multiple thousands of years.
I feel like that's fallacious. And
fallacious though. In what way is that fallacious?
I don't want to go down that route, but I think Yoder had something to say about the actual like mechanics, something like that.
Yeah, we have people who are accounting for things like Coriolis and whatever, but it statistically does not make a hill of beans a difference, even though they're expending the effort to do so. There'd be no way to suss out whether or not the accounting for has actually had a measurable impact or effect at all, because the other variables have such a bigger impact.
Sorry, your claim that it doesn't have an effect at all, is that based on experience or your that's where you work or anything like that?
Well, it's based off of experience and research into the topic. If you look at how much deflection is claimed to happen due to Coriolis over various ranges, compared to things like windage and spin drift and other factors, then you find that Coriolis has a quite negligible impact overall. And it's why, like when we reached out to, what's his name, Robert Humphreys or something, Shepard Humphreys, he's the sniper who holds the world record, 4.4 miles, hitting a target. His team did not factor in Coriolis because it was statistically insignificant compared to all the other variables that they had to factor in. They'd have no way to measure the actual effects of Coriolis. Nope. So it's like this big freaking urban myth that Coriolis has a measurable impact, and nobody's ever been able to demonstrate that in any kind of controlled setting.
The Coriolis effect? The rotation
As
of
an
the
example.
Earth? Right, but there are basic experiments you can do to show the Coriolis effect.
Really? So we're going to move away from Coriolis being a factor and that you can actually account for, and you should, to now experiments that you can demonstrate. Great. I would like to see such an experiment and the data.
Hey, I want to just make a quick note real quick.
And again,
I want to make a,
I'm
make a
just
quick
saying this.
note.
You guys just jumped in out of nowhere. I invited
Can I
Neil
just
up.
make a quick
requested
note?
up. I was saying hi, and then you guys just
Oh my
jumped in.
gosh, you're
Okay.
getting monetized
So
on
you want to have a
TikTok. Why are you
conversation? We can
trying?
have a conversation. But you're requesting things that you know I don't have.
That's a crybaby,
Like, give me the field manual for this thing, where it's like, I'm telling you why I don't have the field manual and why I don't feel like I need it. However, you're right. If it were something that I was like so passionate about, I would have a deep understanding of all the math and all the processes and all that kind of stuff. And then you start coming in about talking about snipers and Coriolis effect. Okay, cool. And I start talking about Coriolis effect and experiments, and you start telling me I'm pivoting. How is that an honest conversation that is not trying to just be aggressive?
Well, you told me that there are experiments that you can do now with Coriolis. So that was the pivot.
And you started jumping down my throat saying, hey, so you're pivoting
pivoted.
and you're going this way.
You pivoted, dude.
All right.
You
Let's just have
pivoted.
a
You brought up
conversation
the claim.
So
You brought up the claim that there are experiments you can do. I did not. You pivoted.
You brought up Coriolis effect and snipers. I was talking about long-range weapons and military.
All right, where do we want to leave
as
on?
an
Where do we want to
example,
leave on?
as a relevant data point for this
hold on.
broader example.
I'm just saying I don't have a full understanding of this. You guys might have a deeper understanding. I know basic experiments like that. Right.
Why would you negate Coriolis from your long distance weapons test?
Without being disturbed, like that basic
and then,
Coriolis effect, right? Like it.
So you're telling, so is Coriolis not relevant to your long distance weapons test? I don't get this. Why is Coriolis not relevant for your long distance weapons claims, dude?
Sorry, say that one more time. Long distance weapons. Sorry, Yoda.
Yeah, you were bringing up. You said that you had prior to my entrance had brought up long distance weapons claims. Is Coriolis relevant to that or not? Yeah, great. So I brought up Coriolis because it's relevant. And then you said now that there are experiments to do, and I'm like, great, give me an example, and now you're backpedaling. And you're accusing me of being dishonest.
I've been telling you about the experiment. Did you not hear me?
Okay, well, we'll start again. I think it got a little bit misconstrued, so we'll start from scratch and tell them about the experiment.
Hey, I want to add something real quick. I just want to make a note. Can I please make a note?
Yeah,
I've just been trying to add a little something in there. So something you may not know, right? Different degrees of the Earth, right? Supposedly has if you go based off the sign of the latitude times 15, they spin in opposite directions. So, for example, 38 degrees north may spin counterclockwise, and then 37 degrees north will spin counterclockwise. You probably didn't know that when you're taking the sign of the latitude and multiply it by 15 degrees. But that's just a known thing. So I can't wait to see the measurements that show a 1 degree difference, 69 mile difference with two different spins.
What was spinning counterclockwise, Sheepdog? His phone kind of glitched out.
38 degrees north would spin counterclockwise, and 37 degrees north would spin clockwise. If you go based off of sign of the latitude.
You're speaking
your mic's kind of.
What was he saying?
Your mic's kind of crappy, Sheepdog. You were saying that 36 degrees north.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Try
again.
again.
Can you hear me now? All right, so 38 degrees north, if you take the sign of latitude times 15,
it's going to spin counterclockwise. And if you go to 37 degrees north, which is 1 degree lower, right? Not even past the equator, you take the sine of the latitude times 15, it's going to spin clockwise, the opposite direction. Just on 1 degree difference.
What is spinning?
The Coriolis. And this happens like every 3 or 4 degrees. This literally happens every 3 or 4 degrees. If you go by the math.
Right. You're saying, but what is it that's spinning? Is it the wind? Is it the currents? Is it the Earth itself is spinning at those? Like, what is it you're saying is spinning?
It's what you call the Coriolis effect, a fictitious force. That's what it's defined as. I don't know what else to call it.
Right, but the Coriolis effect is just the direction. The Coriolis effect is just the direction of spin. You're saying like the direction of whatever the spin is changes every few degrees.
Yeah, every couple of degrees it changes. You know, it'll spin counterclockwise in 1 degree, and at 38 degrees, like you could literally go 38 degrees, 34 degrees, 30 degrees. Like you could literally go every 4 degrees, and it's roughly the same. But the very next degree down, it spins in the opposite direction, based off of the math. If you take the math into account.
So I didn't know that. Why is it why is it they say that happens?
I don't know. That's what happens when you take the sine of the latitude. Take the sine of 38, and it's fucking a positive number.
Explanation for it.
You take the sine of 37, and it's a negative number.
Right. You looked into this. I have not. So I'm asking. I'll look into it later. But I'm asking you, what is the explanation for why that happens?
That's what the sign of the number is. Whether or not that's actually happening, that's a different story.
You realize your azimuthal heading will also dictate how much of an apparent deflection there should be, right?
Sorry, what was that?
Just adding another further point to this, that your azimuthal heading with respect to north is also going to change the claim of the apparent deflection.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't have like a deep understanding of the different things that you're talking about. So
that's kind of what the point we're trying to say is: if you will,
the guy that was just talking about
ask your cousin to present us with the field manual, so that way we can take a look at it and we can observe what you're claiming.
I was just curious if he had.
Otherwise,
the manual it's irrelevant
from a globe model's like reason that was.
Well, the field manuals are relevant. It's irrelevant too whether or not they're performing the calculation. What is relevant are the measured effects.
Okay, you guys are I don't know if you're not hearing me or if my signal is out or something. That guy was just talking about the Coriolis effect and how every 4 degrees it changes direction is what he was saying. And I don't know if that's true or not, but he's saying that's what the globe model says happens with this made up in his words.
No,
effect.
that's what the math says. It's not a matter of the globe model. Get out a calculator and type in any number between 0 and 90 and take the sign of that number, and you'll get a positive number or a negative number, and then multiply it by 15. That's just math. It's not. It has nothing to do with the Earth being a sphere. That's the math that they say correlates with the globe.
Neil, I don't know
is not causation.
I don't need the math. I'm looking for what if he's looked into this, which it sounds like he has. What is the like atmospheric, the geographic, the explanation based on the globe model of why that happens? Not how they calculate it, but like why does that happen? Like for example, we were talking about like why you can see over farther distance over water than you should be able to. We were talking about, well, that's light refraction, and
there is no explanation.
And all that stuff. What's like the reasoning behind the Coriolis effect switching directions every few degrees in latitude?
How do you know it does? There's no experiment proving that it does.
He brought it up. I don't know if it does.
I told you the math.
Yeah, Sheepdog, our guest doesn't realize that there's a difference here between the model prediction versus reality.
Right.
You're bringing up the model prediction, sheepdog, and he's saying, well, it must exist in reality.
No. Look, I'm not doubting one way or another what it is you're saying. With that, I don't know if that was Sheepdog that was talking. The guy I was talking about, Coriolis effect, was saying about every 4 degrees, it changes directions based on what it is that the Coriolis effect model, like force, whatever that's saying. You don't agree or believe that exists, which is fine. But you're saying that's the way that it's supposed to be measured, right?
No.
Okay, I was misunderstanding.
Let's try again.
Yeah, let's try again. So when you plug into a calculator, because they say that the Coriolis aligns with your azimuthal heading and the sine of the latitude times 15, right?
Right. I mean,
Okay.
I assume. Sure.
That's what they say. That's what they say.
Okay.
So depending on which latitude you're at, the Coriolis is going to change, along with the azimuth of where you're aiming your weapon at. Right?
Oh, got it. So you're saying based on the math, it should be changing, right?
Yeah, based on the math, this is what it should be presenting. Now I'm asking for a demonstration because when I was in the military and I was learning weapons, right? I was in the infantry, so I learned weapons. And they told me about the Coriolis. I asked them, how do we calculate it? And they said, we don't. Next question. Or we don't. We're moving on. I never accounted for the Coriolis, man. Like I just aimed, and then based off of what direction the wind was fucking blowing, I knew I'd have to aim a little bit left or right, and then based off of the temperature, I may have to aim a little higher or lower.
Right. Were your weapons like long range, or was it like heavy artillery kind of thing? Like what kind of stuff was it?
We did forward observations for artillery, but I was light infantry. So my weapons range was up to 1,000 meters.
Okay, so 1,000 meters. That's like not even a mile. That's like 3,000. So like the curvature Coriolis effect, like that would be like I don't know if it was you or another guy, is statistically insignificant. I'm talking about long range weapons.
Right. So give us the math behind your long range weapons for your curvature and Coriolis and show us how it actually works with demonstration.
How am I supposed to show you a demonstration of long range weaponry while I'm on a live on TikTok and I'm not in the military?
Well, your cousin is this famous person who builds weapons for the military, right? So he should easily be able to provide you with an FM, right, a field manual that goes through the process of the weapon system that he's talking about.
Got it. So you want me to contact my cousin that lives in North Carolina and is in the military so that he can give me his field manual while I'm on a TikTok live to show it to some people that are on a Discord server talking to me through someone else that's on a TikTok live because I need to prove to them that a flat earth is wrong? Is that what you're saying I need to do?
Here's the weird thing, right? He doesn't have to actually provide you the manual, just the nomenclature would be fine, right?
Could you Google this? Is this Googleable or what?
Yeah, just give me the
very
fucking
careful.
FM.
Sheepdog, I'd be very careful about asking for something that's potentially classified.
Okay,
I
if
mean,
it's classified,
this could go
then
really
don't.
bad for you.
I mean, that's also probably why he doesn't tell me this stuff. Like, I'm just some dude. I'm just some guy. I happen to be his cousin. Why would he be divulging this stuff to me? Now, he could be lying to me, I guess, and he could be gaining thousands of dollars from lying to
I'm
his
not
cousin.
even saying that he's lying to you. I'm not even saying he's not lying to you. Maybe he just builds the nuts and bolts.
I don't see the reason why he'd be doing that.
Maybe he just puts together the fucking ejection panel for the fucking gun. Who knows?
No, he creates the software for the guidance systems.
Okay. So how is this calculated? I mean, I don't know, man.
I'm saying I have an authority that I trust, and I got that source from him. You don't have to take my word for his authority, but I do, right? So I guess the question that I have is, there's a whole lot of other authorities out there that have way more knowledge of this topic than you do. You can't say that they don't. Like, they clearly have more knowledge on topics than you do. And I guess it's like, for your explanations, your calculations, your math, you say, unless there's an experiment I can do and I can show you that proves it's one way or another, then why should you believe me? And I'm like, well, that's
How
fine.
do you know your cousin's an authority? How does your cousin even know if he's an authority?
Trust that expert unless I can experience myself. That's fine.
This isn't about trust.
That's where our conversation will end.
You know, the reason why we do this is because we don't trust, right? If we're going to build our foundation of knowledge on skepticism, on data, on scientific principles, you don't blindly trust authority.
Well, no, the whole point of scientific principles and scientific method is not to blindly trust. I mean, you guys are smart guys. You know what the scientific method.
That's what I just said.
I don't know. There's probably women guys on the Discord. It is repeatable experiments with repeatable results, but having to take in the context of the experiment. And if that experiment we're constantly falling on its face and being proven wrong, then people would not believe it's true. But the experiments are proven true time and time again.
Your cousin doesn't perform experiments to gather data on whether or not the Coriolis effect is real.
Here's my other big thing. Here's my other big thing, right? People with security clearance and they have classifications that they got to uphold, they have a vested interest to maintain a lie also, to throw you off the trail, right? Like, there's no reason for me to trust your cousin.
No, but
I wouldn't trust him either.
That's not scientific. That's not scientific. That right there is a subjective perspective on the justification of why your perspective is true. You're just saying, why should I trust him? They have a reason not to tell me the truth. So therefore, it's easy for you to write off any evidence that you just don't agree with. Because
it's not writing off evidence you don't agree with. It's the fact that the evidence he needs is locked behind an unverifiable claim of trust me, bro.
Well, then trust some other experiment that's done.
No, you don't have to trust. You don't need to trust.
That are done by private organizations and everyday people.
The whole point of this is to move away from a trust-based system of a worldview and move on to one that's empirical and directly experienced through reality.
Right. That's what I just said. I just said if you don't trust that evidence is true because you can't access it for one reason or another, do an experiment where it is accessible to you. And those ones are proving the globe model. So I guess I'm just like, why is it that those ones are false?
Which ones?
Yeah, which ones, dude?
The long-range micro. I forget what the acronym is, but I was just a few days ago listening to someone talking about this, where it's those like long-range microwave transmissions, right? And someone's like, "Hey, microwave is line of sight. It should be straight this way. It shouldn't be hitting like this target this far away." And it's like, no, actually, microwave just follows whatever the path it is that is available to it. And microwave can curve, just the same way that light refracts and it will curve. And so we make an assumption about it, like, for example, an assumption, gas needs a solid container, right? That context is wrong. Just the same way that microwave should go straight. So that's like an experiment that you could do. It would be expensive. You'd need the right hardware to do it, but no one's saying you can't do it. It would be a lot harder for you to get long-range artillery, and that can fire over a long distance that would require the Coriolis effect. But you guys talked to that sniper, and he told you you didn't need it. Well, you trusted him.
No. So, the point is we have conflicting claims now. Okay, so you didn't quite understand the point of this. They're conflicting claims. You know, you talk to these soft prep bros on the internet who think that they're operators, and they think, yeah, you got to factor in Coriolis to hit the target, man. And then so we actually talk to real snipers, and they're like, nah, man. Like, you do all this math, and then what you get out of it is a statistically insignificant correction that doesn't matter. So, you know, on another point about your microwave. Okay, yeah, microwaves do bend around and do crazy things. They reflect and they refract. There's a difference between microwaves bending and then microwaves bending around a curve. You still need that curve to be proven in the first instance in order to claim that they're going around it.
So, sorry, and my fault.
The curve of the Earth.
With the sniper, Was he saying it didn't exist, or that it was statistically insignificant?
They didn't have to account for it because, like other claims we hear, it's statistically insignificant.
Right, but statistically insignificant doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There's a
Yeah, it means you
statistical.
can well, I know, but it means you can exclude it. So the claim that the Coriolis does exist requires a statistically significant measurement of its existence, which nobody can offer.
Well, but the thing is it is significant in situations. It's not significant in that situation with a tiny little bullet.
Okay, good. What situations is it significant in? Present
Larger
the
object
data.
that will respond to the movement and the gravity. Maybe it is more significant. I don't know.
Maybe it is. Well, guess what? Nobody's been able to present that it is. People claim it is some gigantic urban myth, but nobody's actually been able to put up the data.
I mean, this is the thing. If it were all in theory, and this were all just mathematical calculations, I could be like, you know what? You might be right. But like to the point where in this year, we have photos and videos that we can also track back to the 60s of photos and videos that would have been impossible to doctor because they just didn't have the technology to do it. Those pieces of evidence have to be rejected. And those are
not rejected. Those pieces of evidence, no. Those pieces of evidence must be substantiated. That's not the same, okay? Listen, those pieces of evidence require substantiation. It's not that we reject them. We are demanding substantiation, which hasn't been provided.
Yeah, and I don't know your name, so I can't address you. But let's just, those things are not the proof. Those things validated 2,300 years of experiments that all kind of point.
Yeah, which ones, dude? I'm still waiting for one after 2,300 years.
Well, I forget who the gentleman I was talking to last time. He had it sounded like an Arab accent. I'm Arab. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But what I was trying to say to him is like, you go back to Eratosthenes, like his experiment. It didn't prove that the Earth was round. It gave a few possible explanations.
Are we back to that? Are we really going? Are we going to Eratosthenes right now? Because we can stay on Eratosthenes all day.
I'm not trying to go in and disprove the Eratosthenes experiment. I'm trying to explain what I mean by the layering of evidence. Okay, just give me a minute.
Okay. So guess what? It's only as strong as your weakest link in the chain. Okay. You don't get to pile on a bunch of unverified claims to make a verified claim. The weakest links will start to show up and destroy your entire chain of evidence and reason. Eratosthenes didn't do it, so who did?
Give me like 30 seconds, all right? Eratosthenes' experiment proved a few possible explanations.
Yeah, including ours. Including ours. Ours is, no, including ours, okay? I'm sorry you don't like to hear that part, but it's true. His demonstration, whether or not it actually existed, also encompasses our conclusion.
If you don't hear what I'm saying, that's fine. I feel like I'm treating you with respect. We're having a good conversation. But as I'm trying to give you an explanation, you just keep saying, why should I listen to you?
Sorry. I know it was my bad. It was my fault. It was my fault. It was my fault. I stepped away for a second. I should have moderated. You did say you wanted 30 seconds to get your little spiel out, so I'll give you 30 seconds. It's all right. It's all right. Yeah.
I shouldn't have been doing it. But if we want to have a conversation, you guys gotta like just take a step. I'm not attacking you. I'm giving you my line of thinking the same way that you were giving me your line of thinking. That's all.
No problem. Right? And then just to reify, you said something that like triggered him, obviously, so he wanted to stop the conversation. But you did say it was 30 seconds you wanted, so I'll give you your 30 seconds to go.
Yeah. Thank you for giving me my 30 seconds on my live, Neil. These different experiments give possible explanations. Mathematically, they give possible explanations. No single experiment gives a single explanation of the entire globe heliocentric model. And so you have to do other experiments to layer on top of those. Those experiments are not null and void. They just have to be layered on top of each other in order to prove which possible explanation is the true or untrue one. when you have 100 different experiments layered on top of each other and they seem to all corroborate to the same possible result as one of the possible results, then how is it that you can deny all of those things? And then when someone actually is able to go out in space and they're able to validate the assumption, you just say, no, that one's false. So that is kind of where my mind is. I'm done.
Can I give a 30-second response to that? Unless Yoda wants to.
Are you talking to DJ right
No,
now?
it's okay. I'm kind of done talking to this guy. He's not listening to a thing I'm saying.
All right. So look, I mean,
You're
saying
not
that
going to
you've
be
got
able to
all of
convince
these.
me, and I'm not going to be able to convince you. I was just trying to get your perspective on things.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to start with Eratosthenes, that's flawed, right? Because he made a bunch of assumptions, and there really isn't any evidence that he even did that. Okay, but even if he did do that and he was real, then there's a bunch of assumptions obviously in that, and it could go either way depending on those assumptions. Then just saying that you've got hundreds of different experiments to stack on top of each other, none of them actually being conclusive, but once you stack them all on top of each other, then it's a great evidence that the Earth's a globe. I don't think that there are hundreds of experiments like you said, right? We have hundreds of observations that we could methodically go over one by one that have been done in recent times with high-tech equipment where we have all the variables required to be able to make the claims. Okay, we have all of those tests, right, that would go against the globe. But I don't think that you have these tests that you're stacking on top of each other, and then at the end you add it on, and then people have gone to space and validated that it's a globe. Yoda already covered that, right? You're not able to validate any of that. You're not able to go and check that. So there's always going to be a certain amount of faith involved in that. Now, if we have a direct test here on the Earth that anyone can go and replicate themselves that debunks the claim that Earth is actually curving, right? That's something that is empirical. That's something that you can go and test. It doesn't require faith.
So now, as much as I'm going to say that there are all these experiments and they've been done, and you don't have to take my word for it because why would you? You are also just saying, well, none of those tests exist, and those tests don't actually prove anything.
You haven't given us one.
For the record,
It's exactly what we're saying. It's an urban legend that these experiments even exist, and you fell for it, dude.
Hold on, Yoda. Let you bowed out. Let DJ
Yeah, okay, dude.
with his live as well. So let it be a one-on-one.
So what I was saying, though, is you agreed with me that Eratosthenes and all these experiments, they don't conclusively prove one thing. They have to have other possible, well, they not have to, they have other possible explanations for what their result is. And so that's why you do need other tests. The thing that's frustrating is when, and I don't know all of your guys' research, so maybe it all is like, hey, this disproved this test, this disproved this test, and like that's fine. And maybe look, you've done all of your research and you maybe might have disproven everything. Is it could have been? I don't know. But the observation that you have, and I was talking to Neil about this, is it always taking into one, the context of the grander scheme, and two, why is it that usually these observations of like this can't happen based upon this mathematical equation, but it is happening? There's usually some kind of an explanation from people who have done the deep research into why this is potentially happening. They give an explanation for it. Do you then have observations and experiments and stuff that disprove that explanation? Or is it kind of at some point it is hitting a wall where you're like, I don't have access to the thing that could potentially disprove that, so I have to be skeptical about it?
No, it's direct measurement of the surface is what we're talking about.
Yeah, we do have. Sorry, did I go ahead? Sorry.
No, please finish, DJ. Please do.
Oh, okay. Look, yeah. So we do have rebuttals to the explanation. There is only one explanation for the tests that we're talking about, and that's to appeal to refraction. Right. So we've taken measures, for example, for some of the laser tests to actually measure the vertical refractive index, temperature, and pressure variables. At certain points along the path of the laser beam, right? And then we've taken other measures to actually take a rectilinear lens, like a really expensive, proper high-powered rectilinear lens that basically keeps lines as they should be, keeps straight lines straight, so to speak, and taken like a side view of the entire path of the laser. Okay, for example, the laser would have to be bending down to hit the target. The one I'm talking about in particular is over a 6-mile distance from 3 foot above the surface of an ice lake, hitting a target that's 3 foot, 6 miles away. Now, for that laser to hit the target, it would have to be bending down. It would have to be going around the curvature of the Earth a certain amount. Now, if we have the side view of the laser beam, right, an 8K image with a rectilinear lens showing that the image can be compressed horizontally and showing that it's not bending down as it would have to on a globe, right? That is countering the rebuttal, to the test, the explanation, like you said. So yeah, we have taken measures and we have a huge accumulation of tests that are being done. In fact, we've never been able to find a laser that bends downward over a large, observation length in the real world.
So you're saying with the 8K photo, it's capturing the full 6-mile length, and you're not able to see any bend?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's no bend, right? And what he actually did, he took an extra precaution, because even a rectilinear lens will have a little
6-mile wide rectilinear photo that gets enough detail where you would be able to see or not see that bend.
Yeah, it's a really low focal length rectilinear lens, so you get a huge, really wide angle of view. Okay, and because it's done on a big, giant, wide open. Yeah, so if you get as you move further away, right? Obviously, the distance left to right across the frame increases. So once you move far enough away, yeah, you can get a huge distance in a lens, right? Especially if it's a wide angle lens. And yeah, look, it's not curving at all. Right?
Okay.
We took an extra precaution as well.
I've seen lasers bend over a short distance given a dense gas that it's going through. And I'm talking about not within miles. I'm talking about within like 15, 20 feet.
What I'm talking about is over a long distance laser test, right? Let's use preferably a level surface, right? Like a salt lake or a lake or a section of the ocean or something like that, right? A level surface, a long distance laser test, right? Where the laser bends down. Lasers can bend, and lasers can probably bend down in very rare conditions, right? If you have a thermal inversion and you have some cold air trapped down low, theoretically you should be able to get that bend, but it's very rare to happen, right? So the fact that we're getting direct hits on our targets in dozens and dozens of different laser tests goes against that. But we've never seen, right, in a perfectly analogous situation, which is over the distance of a long body of water, a laser bending down. They can bend up, right? We got plenty of footage of them bending up, right? Because the lapse rate, the normal lapse rate, it means that it gets colder as you go upward, right? And light will bend towards the cooler air, which is the more dense air. Okay, so we get straight lasers, or sometimes it can bend up. And we've actually got a guy called Dr. John D, who's done years worth of laser tests. He originally was trying to debunk flat Earth. He's a PhD in spectrophotometry, and he went out with a bunch of his lab equipment to try to debunk the flat earthers. And he ended up becoming a flat earther in the process. Now, he said that he's done years worth of laser tests, different weather conditions, different spectrum lasers, and he's never seen a laser beam bending down over any of his tests. Right, and he's got the footage to prove it on his channel on YouTube, Dr. John D. So, I mean, we've just got a huge accumulation of empirical evidence that anyone can go and check if they doubt it, and just check it, test it. That's all we urge people to do, and then weigh up the evidence, come to an honest conclusion.
Yeah, look, there were more people on here, but there's like 40 people on here. Anybody that is interested in this stuff, 247flatearth.org, right? That's your guys' site. And there's a Discord. These guys have like so much evidence. They're, as you can see, for the most part, really cool to talk to. Take a look, like chat with them. The thing that makes me question is that there is, and this just might be because it is a fringe perspective, that there's just not a lot of evidence compared to the amount of evidence on the globe side that supports a flat Earth. There's a doctor here and there. There are there's experiments here and there. There is calculations here and there that kind of seem like they should be pointing to flat Earth, but there is multiple times more people that are able to prove it the other way, which is why I'm usually like, look, when it comes to discussing the evidence, you can say your evidence and I can say my evidence, and we're not going to agree that the other person's evidence is right or wrong, right? So that's why I was kind of like,
would you
I like to talk
agree?
about perspectives. I'm not talking about psychoanalyzing, just perspectives.
Can I
So
ask
I
you a
guess
question?
it's interesting. You're saying that Dr. Sean or Dr. J, whatever, he's been doing these laser tests. He hasn't seen any bend. Interesting. Like, I have seen bend. I've seen tests done where the light is bending downwards over cold lakes, like Tahoe. Like it did it, right? So
Can you provide that though?
it seems really odd that experiment that he was doing didn't
I don't
work.
know how they prove it.
But the predictive thing that my experiment did work. So I guess that's where I can understand your guys is like, hey, I got to be skeptical about everything that follows this because the thing
Not skeptical. We can't be skeptical of something we haven't seen. Just give it, because no one else has ever given the a contradiction to what DJ has told you and what I'm sure people are presenting in our chat right now. Like,
but that's false. No, I'm sorry. You can't say no one else has ever done that because we wouldn't have this calculation and we wouldn't have this assumption if no one had ever done it before.
You're not listening. He's not listening. You're not listening. I said no one has given it to us. So since you're here saying you have that, you can give it, because that would be a sequitur response. And hey, look, you guys are saying laser this over this distance. Here's my object. Just share it.
Well, no.
We can't
Hold on a second.
We haven't seen it. Share it.
Something. How am I supposed to give you my experience?
I thought you
record everything in life.
Okay, more unverifiable slop. Just throw yourself onto the gear and say everything is unfalsifiable.
I'm sorry. He is talking through me quite a bit. I don't know if you like it. I don't know if my
to you one way or another.
Well, I can hear you perfectly well. The guy's just not relenting to anybody that speaks. He just keeps speaking.
It seems interesting that
he seems good again.
Yeah, Neil, do you think you could shut this guy down or at least help him understand that we're not going to talk through him, even though he's on TikTok?
You're saying we'll prove that you have that experience. I can't. It's impossible for me to prove that
Neil.
because
Hey,
was I 13? This was like.
Do you think you can shut this guy down because he will not stop talking and he's just being interrupting?
All right. Who wants to talk?
I was talking and he wasn't relenting.
Talk your shit.
Oh no! All I was saying was no. I can't be skeptical of something I don't have. I didn't say it didn't exist. He didn't hear me well. I said no one has given us that counter evidence sequiturly to what we're talking about. It sounds like he's saying he has that. All I said was give it. He said, I'm supposed to give you my experience. No, you said it as if you had the same thing we have, because what DJ's talking about is well documented. We have dozens of documented situations like this. You're saying there's much more to the counter. So I'm just saying, can you share one that's sequitur to what DJ was talking about? If it exists and is documented, if it's not, cool, I hear you.
I hear exactly what you're saying. I do not have personally right now the links and the research and videos, evidence of other people that have done this, because what I'm building off of my conversation with you right now is I went to a space camp. We were told this kind of stuff happens. We watched videos of people doing that kind of stuff, and this was on VHS because, again, this is 28 years ago. And then we did this experiment ourselves. I haven't looked into it since then, other than just Googling it and reading some white papers. But I didn't bookmark those white papers. I just I just kind of read up on it. If it was that easy for me to find this stuff, I'm sure you guys would also be able to do it, but you don't need to. Like, I'm not like, do your research. You don't want to, you don't need to. It doesn't make a difference to me. But I'm saying this research is out there. It's readily available. And at some point, you have to say, nope, that didn't work. And I was just curious why that is. And because you guys are saying you have research that says the contrary to it. So why do I have to believe this other stuff I found if I have this research that says it's not true? And if it's the same thing all the time based on scientific method, why is this one not true and this one is true? So therefore, I have to be skeptical about this thing because it seems like the experiment is inconsistent.
Case, I just want the same question. If this research is readily available, can you sign or to one of those? Because you're saying that it's readily available. We're saying I can't even begin to be skeptical until I have. There's a lot of stuff going on out here.
Yeah, he doesn't have that.
Doesn't stop, does he?
Yeah, sorry, Eli.
It's really frustrating trying to have a conversation when literally there's probably 5 of you on the other line that's going to ask me the same question time after time after time again when I'm giving you the same answer. There's 11 people in the queue that I've been ignoring because it's been nice having a conversation with you guys.
I appreciate
but
it,
it's getting a
brother.
little frustrating right now.
It is frustrating. I'll tell you why. Because you have only given us baseless assertion and anecdotal evidence. You haven't provided anything. You said there's stuff available and it's not available. So unless you can cite it, everything that you're doing is just a baseless assertion. And I don't like having conversations with people who make baseless assertions.
We'll talk later, and you have a good day. Cheers, bro.
That's the definition of a man with his fingers in his ear going la 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 la.
Well, he's likely on TikTok and he's monetized, and so he's catering to his audience. And they're probably giving him like super chats, super whatever. And so,
Well, no, he's
charging either way, and there's overwhelming evidence to go my way.
See, it always breaks down like this, no matter who this is the thing I want to expose to the rest of the world. Every time we get someone who's reasonable, who can speak clearly and coherently, when it comes to the information, the conversation always breaks down like this. He's like, you guys got this obscure, this very small, you guys got some laser test or whatever that seems to lean towards flat Earth, but there's so much more counter research that I've done in the evidence and stuff and blah, 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 blah. I said, okay, well, since we haven't seen it and we've been asking for it, can you provide it? And he's like, no. Why you keep asking? I already told you what I told you. Okay, beat it. Kick rocks.
Well, to be fair, he is on TikTok, and then also he just assumes that people out there have it, right? Because you heard him speak, right? He's making a lot of assumptions, and he admits it too. He even admits in his speech, like, I am making these assumptions that these people above me are smarter than me. I'm believing them, trusting them, and that these videos, and I'm just trusting them, right? So he's just giving his point of view as a glober, which like I can respect. But there is that cog dis, right, of the scientific method, right? And there's a misunderstanding of the scientific method clearly, because he's saying that both of them are doing the scientific method, and that's just simply not true, right? So, but he's purposely choosing to plug his ears, right, to the bias of NASA and appeal to authority, appeal to numbers, appeal to all these people. So it's okay. Like, I mean, obviously we'll get into it. We'll keep on knocking down his claims, and it'll just be a distraction over and over again. So.
Well, he's too chicken shit to go investigate his own claims, which is why he's not going to post any evidence for us to examine.
No, and we can just post ours and just keep wrecking him every time. So, I mean, he's just self-wrecking himself, essentially, you know what I'm saying? Because he's committing the fallacies every time. So it's fine, you know what I'm saying? Let him commit the fallacies, to his own audience, right? To our audience. So, I mean,
I have a respect for classification information. Sorry, Neil. I want to say I have a respect for classification information, but if he's going to continue to throw his cousin under the bus, like, he's doing doom to himself. I don't know what else to say. I have a right to continue to ask for the information if he's going to continue to throw his cousin under the bus. That's on him.
Well, even if it's true or not, it's just an appeal to people
above him, and he doesn't want to know. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe he does have it, and he's just on TikTok live, and because he is in his car, right? That's what he does. He drives around in his car and just does TikTok live. He's not one of those guys on the computer and like showing people videos and stuff. Like I'll find people like that eventually. Like I mean, I have before, and those guys are a bit better. But yeah, who knows? Maybe he does know it. Maybe he doesn't. But he's telling us that he just trusts his people. So yeah, again, into the mind of a Glober.
And he sounds like well educated, right? Like he sounds like somebody who went to school, got a degree, doing well for himself in life. He's clear minded for the most part, but when it has to present the evidence like Elijah did so well, okay, so you have information, show us. Oh, I can't. That's just the end of the conversation. I don't know what else to say. Kind of like if I'm saying, oh, I'm holding the four of a kind on aces, right? Okay. I fold, show me. I'm not going to show you.
It's weird to flip back and forth between there's all this evidence, and then when you're like, show it. Oh, you think I'm supposed to give you my experience? Like, it wasn't an experience then. You literally, your experience was watching a video when you were an adolescent. Are you serious?
Right. So when we make the determination that we're done here, he has absolutely no evidence. With other people who do this to us, it's very common for moderators to put them on mute until they can drop the links, the evidence, the claims, data, whatever they need into the chat to keep the conversation moving forward. People like that then get muted and go back to their home base and say, these flat earthers will just mute you and not carry the conversation forward. And from our perspective, we're just tired of wasting time. What would carry the conversation forward is not further explanations. The truth of a matter is not determined by the force of an explanation. If it was, well, our court system would be fucked. So, I mean, at this point, yeah, I mean, he's got absolutely nothing to offer. And I'm getting frustrated having him on and come up empty every time.
Yeah,
Word.
yeah. What's up?
Do you guys believe the Earth is flat?
We know it's not curving.
You know?
Yeah, we know.
How do you know that?
Because we measure it, the surface of the Earth, to be horizontal, in the same way that you know your height because you measured it. No longer a requirement for belief because you've got an empirical standard of measure. So we know the Earth is flat because it's measured to be flat.
No, it's not.
You know that water is horizontal upon the surface, right? When contained and at rest. Cup of coffee, the coffee's horizontal. Your bath or your swimming pool, apart from the waves, the water is horizontal. It's the same thing for the oceans, the Pacific and the Atlantic, right? Any body of water, when contained and at rest, is horizontal on the surface. Now, if the water is horizontal, that means the surface of the Earth isn't curved. And that means
Countless
that the Earth...
photos and videos from astronauts and satellites clearly show a spherical planet.
Okay, and that would mean I would measure the curvature upon the surface, which I don't. So I can deny those pictures because they show curvature, which I should measure. And because I measure the surface of the Earth to be horizontal, those stories and pictures are invalidated just through the experience and direct measure.
Yeah, most pictures from space are extremely misleading. They're using camera tricks. The black you see in those photos, that's not space. That's just more of the Earth that the light is not reflecting to the camera.
Wait, you actually have a point, though.
Yeah, we know. We know. One of the facts of life, kind of folklore, right? Water seeks its own level. If this fact of life is true, which it is, then we don't live on a planet. We live on a flat surface, like the floor, right? We live on the floor, and when we look up, there's the sky. So it's quite easily turned that the earth that we're standing on is the floor. It is unmovable, unshakable, apart from earthquakes, and the sun, moon, and stars, those are the things that are in motion. These are the reasons why we have things like day and night cycle, because the sun, the giver of light, is moving across the earth. So the world is as experienced. The floor underneath your feet, the sky above your head.
I think from now on, we're just, if we ever talk to that guy again, we just immediately have to tell him not to bring his cousin up. Right? Unless he can give us something that's not classified for us to look at. But I feel like him mentioning his cousin, anything that he provides might be detrimental towards his cousin. So I don't know. And he was talking through you, Elijah, intentionally. He did it to all of us.
Oh no, I wasn't that impressed with the man. I mean, he is he's a good speaker. It's why he's making money off TikTok, but he's not a sound mind or sound thinker. He's just tripping all over himself with fallacious rhetoric left and right, straw manning us, reversing the burden, throwing himself on the gears, making contradictory remarks like, oh, there's a preponderance of evidence, but I can't provide any. And And all evidence, if I were to provide any, doesn't prove anything either way. So it's like, well, why are you even arguing that there's evidence in the first place? The whole thing was just a freaking schizophrenic, messy attic of thoughts and emotions that didn't really take him anywhere.
I remember the first conversation we ever had with him, and for him, he thinks flat Earth is just a psychological issue. It's not even about evidence. So that's why he was acting the way he was.
Yeah, that makes sense then, because then he's doing what other people do and try and make the topic about us. And every time we try to bring up the evidence, he thinks it's a diversion.
Yeah, if you notice, it was always about a lack of trust. But I mean, the lack of trust, that's the whole point of science. Like, show me the evidence. I want to see it.
I mean, yeah, it's another point he conceded to and then didn't integrate it into his overall mental framework.
But thank you, Neil, for bringing in the extra content.
I think it'd be good to state for him up front if he comes back again, and if we do this again with others in the same format, to make it clear up front that if you're going to make a claim, you need to be ready to back it up. Otherwise, don't make the freaking claim. I mean, we've all been there ourselves where we shot ourselves in the foot by making a claim, but then we're unable to retrieve said evidence due to not being fully prepared. You know, we have to be very careful that we set a good example in this regard so that when we do make claims, we do back ourselves up. That way we can ask that of our guests to do the same and not be hypocrites.
Yeah, they tell you in the military as a private, you can tell, an officer that they're fucking up, but your shit better be fucking straight. You might disagree with that a little bit, Yoder.
You know what? I'll read this because it's been a long time since I read it, and nobody never knows like how I go in because it's like all most people hear is, "Damn, this dude's mic is terrible," and then they hear me screaming. But I did some work here. Let's see. Let's see. Where is it? Astronomer. Why would they lie? Right? Because this is before I got my new conversation. I wish a heliocentrist would ask me why they would lie, because then I go to who's they. Okay, the people that say that we're moving around the sun, that would have began about 500 years ago with Copernicus, and Copernicus is a priest. You want to debate that? We can do that. But anyway, I don't know anybody who would be, family to a certain unit of people. Like every family has their profession thing, right? So, he grew up in the church, he worked for the church. And in order to be a bishop, or in order to be a priest, you got to be a bishop first. So if his name is on text to be a priest, so I can't say he was, but in order to be a priest, you got to first be a bishop. So all of these things, I'm like, yeah, the people that were in the church for some reason told these people who couldn't read the Latin text at the time that the earth was moving. Obviously, that's why everybody fucking left. And that's why they changed their tune. Oh, the church is not saying this. Well, we're not saying that. We're actually existing. You're lying. But anyway, so it's just like, who's lying? Well, the people that have said that we've moved around the earth. Now, how do I know that they're lying? Why? Fast forward 400 years later, Edwin Hubble says, and this is where Winston picks up. He always runs my favorite quote from Edwin Hubble. And Edwin Hubble basically said, yeah, we don't have any evidence of it, like any actual evidence, but this is what we're going with. That's basically what he said. So I'm like, okay, so he's the protege for all of his descendants, which means, well, for all of his, you know what I'm saying. So that would mean you should definitely fucking know why it was proposed that the Earth goes around the sun. So you telling me that there's no evidence, Einstein telling me that there is no evidence, everyone else telling me that there's no evidence, but that's what they're going to go with anyway, just tells me what I need to know. All I need to know is you guys didn't actually have any evidence. That's it. So why are they lying? Well, if there are people who claim to be, the church body, and they're going against the cosmology in the very first book of their cosmology, they're probably doing that because they don't want to accept God. I can't see any other reason why anyone would lie about the religion that they're inside of. You see you see what I'm saying? So it's like, well, why don't you think about that instead of asking why they would lie? So like, it's so flippantly, like it's like you really don't want to know the answer because it's really deep. But anyway, before that, I wrote this down, and this was a comment from someone else, and I'll end it like this. I'll give me 60 seconds to go through, and then I'll be done. So I took some astronomy classes, in college, and I took psychology. I'm 100% flat earther. Oh, look, flat earthers go to school. Wow, I didn't know that. Education is not truth. Being taught something for 10 years and making 90,000, so it's 90,000, to teach it doesn't make it true. Keeping the lies going will keep the funds coming. And unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. And by the way, we have quotes upon quotes upon quotes of other physicists, scientists, astrophysicists in this field, either in modern times or before, that have literally said, I dare not go against the paradigm. I dare not go against academia. So when people are asking, well, where are the people that are questioning shit? Well, why are there so many people saying I'd rather not go against it? I mean, it's open your eyes. Anyway, unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. You can ignore you can ignore the spiritual side if you desire, but academia would be destroyed in many aspects, and we would have chaos. Anyone who teaches astronomy out on the streets, an astrophysicist at a university on the streets, I guess they're the same thing. Homeless and no more, $90,000 check. University libraries gutted, and the books for the college classes tossed. Libraries would be imperiled. The entire educational system, Rockefeller system, uh, it goes twofold. One is for your education, and two is
Rockefeller, y'all.
make money. But I'll breeze past that. Um, Libraries will be imperiled. The entire educational system for teaching of the globe, space, astronomy, and so forth is basically destroyed by the truth. So, shape doesn't matter. Need more of a motive? Isn't that enough? Want more? How about NASA is finally shut down and the biggest court case ever would ensue? No more 58 million a day for green screen, harness videos, and stories of water on other planets. No more fake tragedies. Every tragedy that happened would have to be accepted as a fraud. Imagine the chaos of reaction from the American people. It would be genocide for the government. Every government on the face of the earth would be questioned, and the people with torches and pitchforks would be on the street. So when someone says, "Why keep the lie going?" think about this. It doesn't take much effort on your part to just open your eyes.
So anyway, I'd like to welcome everybody that's in the room. Appreciate y'all here.
Seems like DJ started an event. What's it called? Earth is not a globe. Join to ask questions. Excuse me. So yeah, when it comes to asking questions, right? If you ask a silly question, we're gonna ask you with another question to make you think about why your question is silly, right? So we have to be able to agree on terms in order to move forward in that conversation. If we can't agree on terms, right, then it's hard to move that conversation forward. So when asking a question, just know that in order, if we're at an impasse, in order to figure out if we're on the same path, we may ask a clarifying question that you're required to answer so that way we can all move forward in the conversation. And shout out to Savage for having the best PFP. I still remember the story you told me about how that PFP came about, man. That's such a dope story. And yeah, man, you know, some people say, well, does the sun look spherical or flat? I mean, it looks spherical. The moon looks spherical or flat. It looks spherical, right? I'm not going to say it is. I'm just saying it looks like it, right? I'll just say it looks like it just for the sake of advancing the conversation. Do the planets in the sky look spherical? Sure, they could look spherical. Then why not the Earth? Because nothing in the sky resembles the Earth, right? When I look up in the sky, I don't see other life, right? I don't see anything resembling life, right? I only see life here on Earth. So that makes Earth very special. And they even tell you when you're in school, the Earth is in the Goldilocks zone, right? So it's just right for life to exist. But life doesn't exist anywhere else except Earth, and we're very special. Well, I mean, take that a step further. Why should we make the Earth be like anything in the sky when nothing in the sky resembles anything on Earth, right? So just something to think about. Like, there's no reason for me to believe the Earth is spherical just by looking at things in the sky. I mean, they tell you that Jupiter is a giant gas planet, right? Nothing terra firma on that, but yet somehow we're supposed to be like Jupiter.
Yeah, but sheepdog, guess which shapes are not very good at reflecting light.
Opaque spherical objects.
Yes. Spherical objects are one of the worst objects on reflecting light back to the observer. Because the center of the sphere reflects light well. The rest of the sphere reflects it in all manner of directions away from the observer.
It's not only that; it's when you're watching the astronauts fly to the moon. Why isn't the moon getting brighter and brighter?
Yeah, my question is, when the astronauts are flying to the moon, why were most of the missions during the annual meteor showers? Most of them were very close or very near to all the regularly scheduled meteor showers. So they picked times when the aircraft would be pelted with potential objects.
Well, then you have a leak.
And why does it take 3 days to get to the moon? Because if they were to take off while the moon was trailing the Earth in its orbit, it would only be a matter of hours before the moon caught up to the location of where the Earth was at the launch time.
Hello.
Hello?
Is
What's
Earth
up?
flat?
Is the Earth flat?
Yes.
Are you
What do you
dumb?
think?
Are you dumb or dumb?
Did you say?
dumb or dumb? Of course it's not flat.
What's your argument?
It is an argument.
What do you mean?
So what about the others? What do you guys think?
I think it's an AK-47.
You think it's what?
AK-47.
AK-47.
Yes.
Okay.
The troll group has
Okay. Why no one's talking?
So
I'm not trolling, man.
why do you choose to go against the evidence of the Earth being flat? You know it's flat because it's too big to see the curve, right? So it looks flat from your perspective. So why do you choose to ignore that evidence and think that your own eyes are deceiving you and choose to pick something that's imaginary?
I don't know. I don't know what you're saying. Can you please well, like, كلام.
Right. So the Earth is observably flat, right?
Yes.
It's measured flat. Engineers measure it flat every day.
No, that's
all
what
the
you see. You see it flat, but it's not flat.
Right. So if it's measured flat and it's observed flat, and every day, for all practical purpose, it's flat, why would you think that it's a sphere?
Are you depressed?
No.
Okay.
سؤال غبي.
So why do different countries see different stars if it's flat?
It's because the stars are over that sky at that particular time.
Okay, then why ships disappear bottom first over the horizon?
They don't. You've never seen a ship disappear bottom up over the horizon.
Yeah, that's why, because it's not flat. The Earth is not flat.
No, they don't disappear. If you zoom in, you're gonna see them.
You've never seen a boat. If you have, let me know, because when I was in California, where I was living for the majority of my childhood, I used to watch boats dock to an island 20 miles away all the time.
That does not mean that the Earth is not flat. That means that the Earth is flat. That means that your side is good.
So my side was flat, but your side's not.
Well,
Let me ask you this. Is water flat on the surface?
No, it's not.
It's not flat on the surface when it's at rest.
No.
No. Can you give me a demonstration of water curving on a surface at rest?
ما تدري ايش قاعد يقول صح. What about NASA? Do you see that videos?
the ocean follows the curved shape of Earth.
It's not about a shape, right? In order for the Earth to be a sphere, it has to curve. But if the
So
surface
you're
of
saying
water,
that the
hold
Earth is
on,
flat because
hold
you
on,
see it flat.
hold on. Okay, hold your horses. So they say the Earth is a sphere, right? And in order for the Earth to be a sphere, water has to be curving over the surface, right?
Yes.
Right. But when we go out and we measure the surface of the Earth on the water, when it's at rest, is always flat. It's not curving.
Yeah, that's because there's something called gravity, I guess.
Right. So if water is flat everywhere and 70% of the earth is made up of water, how can the earth be a ball? 70% of the earth is flat.
70% of the earth is flat. What does that mean?
Okay, guys.
Well, 70% of the earth is water, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And all water is flat on the surface at rest, right?
Is Earth rested all the time?
How can be water flat, bro? How can be water flat? I don't understand. I don't get you.
Excuse me. If you say that the water is bending because of the gravity, can you demonstrate that gravity is bending the water, please?
You're talking to me.
If you go on a
They
plane
don't
and look
believe
outside,
in.
if you go on a plane and look outside, you will see the horizon. Okay? Then you'll know the earth is round. Okay? Just buy a ticket and go on a plane. Okay?
I've been on a plane
End
over
of
30
argument.
times. It's not
Okay,
curving, man.
then look outside the window, man.
I
I
did,
also been on a
man.
plane.
I've been on a plane over
Okay.
30 times. I actually went
If
from
you look
America.
carefully, then you'll see the horizon.
I actually went from America to Iraq to go to combat. And so I've seen the earth traveling around it. It's flat.
Flat. Okay, so I have another proof. Like,
It's
Oh
okay.
my God, you are just you are kidding, man.
you don't see the whole ship.
No.
It gets tiny equally. The bottom disappears first, then the top. So if the sea
You
was
people
flat,
just come here to enjoy.
would always
You
see the
don't
entire
actually
ship,
believe that
just
Earth is
smaller.
flat.
Bro, let me talk.
لا هرتزولك Indian. لا هرتزولك.
You're going to have to hold composure of your emotions to have a conversation. If you notice, we're not laughing.
I want to laugh.
I know, because you think it's silly, right? I used to think it was silly too, until I actually went out and tested it.
Until you went on the plane.
I've been on planes. I've been out on large bodies of water, and I could see over large distances, things that you shouldn't be able to see if the Earth is a ball.
So why when the ship sails away, you don't see the whole ship?
It comes down to something called angular resolution.
What's that?
Well, the angle, so the angular limit of your eyes is 0.02 degrees. So anything that approaches that will begin to look like it's all smushed together. And then once it reaches that limit,
like when it goes so far away, why does it disappear?
I'm explaining it to you. If you can't understand that, then I'm sorry. There's nothing I can.
No, you're not understanding my question.
Right.
I'm asking,
The angle from your eyes.
I'm not saying that I cannot see.
The angle from your eye to the bottom of the boat, the angle from your eye to the ship, and then from that angle from your eye to the bottom of the boat gets so small that you can no longer resolve it. It's called angular resolution. Yeah, as something moves further and further away, you no longer have the ability to resolve it. Just like if I am standing in front of you and I hold a penny, right? And I walk away from you, eventually you're no longer going to be able to see the penny, correct?
So why do we have lunar eclipse? I just want to know.
Because it's a phase of the moon. The moon.
Like if Earth was not round, then how can it be possible?
Yeah, you have a point.
Look, the moon seems to have a monthly cycle, right?
Yes.
Right. So that's what the moon's job is, to give us our months, right? That's one of the cycles that it goes through in the lunar cycle, is a lunar eclipse.
Like you are saying that sun is a sphere, moon is a sphere, every other planet is a sphere, but Earth is flat.
Who says the Earth is a planet?
What
Why
is
are
it?
you saying? Why are you saying every other planet? You're assuming the Earth is a planet.
Earth is not a planet.
So, Earth, what is
What
Earth?
is it
then?
then?
What is it then?
Earth is Earth. It's the thing underneath your feet. The definition of a planet is a wandering star in the sky, right?
Mhm.
They have a fixed path and they follow that path in the sky.
So yeah, the Earth does that.
The Earth doesn't.
It revolves.
When you look in the sky, you see the Earth.
No, because we.
Why would you assume that the Earth is like anything in the sky? There isn't even any water on those planets. Why would you think that the Earth is anything like those planets?
No, there are planets that have water.
No, there isn't. Show me a lake on a planet.
अरे भाई पहली बात मून पे पानी है उसके बाद वो स्पेस इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन से फोटो से क्लिक करके आ रही थी है ना एक आर्गुमेंट क्यों हो रहा है
You gotta speak English, please.
What about sunrise and sunset?
She's saying that International Space Station clicks pictures and sends. Like we have water on moon. Like
You
we
haven't
are
addressed
living in.
anything that I've said. Tell me I'm right on all the other things before we move on.
No, you're not.
Okay,
You
then
are
let's talk about
completely
those
wrong,
things.
bro.
Stop jumping to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing.
Okay, Yalla, let's go back.
Yeah, let's go
Okay.
back.
Different sunrise and sunset at the same time. If you go
Like
to different
why do we have time zones? Like there are a lot of things proving that
ambient,
Earth is
I'm talking.
What's a time zone?
like what is time? What is time right now? In your area.
No, what's a time zone? How do they define time zones? Why are there 19 time zones in the north and 33 time zones in the south? There's more land in the north. Why would they have less time zones in the north?
Okay, so time zones prove that Earth isn't flat.
No, they don't. It's just a geopolitical statement.
No.
Did you know China only has one time zone?
No.
No, and it covers 4 time zones, according to other countries and other locations.
China has more than one time zone. Because it's
No,
so
it
big.
doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Let's say it's morning in the United States, and it's afternoon in India. What does that prove?
That proves that the sun moves across the sky, and when the sun is over your sky, then it's above you, and when it's over me, it's
So it's
not
a
above
linear
you.
movement. So it's linear movement.
I don't know. I just know that it moves across the sky.
But you literally said it's flat, so it has to be linear movement.
No, what it's doing in the sky is different, can be completely different than what it's doing on Earth.
How is that different?
Well, you can't go to the sun and verify the sun. You're making a lot of assumptions,
But you can't assume.
and you can't go there and verify. What you can do is you can go verify the surface of the Earth, especially over water, because do you know how big the Earth is supposed to be?
No.
No, I think that's an important question that you should find an answer to, because if the Earth is a certain size, that means that the horizon should be a certain distance from your eyes when you're standing at water.
Okay, why time zone exists?
Because the sun moves.
How does it moves? How? How?
The sun. I don't know how the sun moves. The sun
How
moves
do you know
across
the
the
Earth is
sky,
flat?
and the time zones are defined by politics. The country,
how do
each
you
country
know?
defines its own time zones.
No, that's bro.
How do you know the Earth is flat?
Literally, each country defines its own time zone.
No.
Why?
Everything should be scientific.
Because that's what the leader of the country wants to do.
Yeah.
That's your
Bro.
leader. That's your leader.
During Ramadan, if I go under the Burj Khalifa, okay, and see the sunset, and then go directly up on the top floor of Burj Khalifa, I can see the sunset again.
Because it moves
That
further away.
actually proves that the Earth is round.
No.
Yeah, no, because it's linear movement. That's what he's saying.
Yes, I totally agree.
So here, I'll show you a video. Look in this side chat. You'll see a video that Yaga Bruno posted, where this lady is painting while the sun is setting at the Burj Khalifa, you'll watch the sun move further and further away, and it'll get smaller and disappear. It doesn't even set behind the horizon.
Why
This
does it get
video,
smaller? Why does? Oh my god.
this video is a proof that the Earth is
Yeah.
rounded. It's rotating. It's not linear movement.
It's not going like in a straight line. It's going down.
Rotational.
Because the Earth is rotating.
So the sun goes around a circular, like a central point. Can you draw a circle? Can you draw a circle above the floor in your living room?
Can you draw what?
Yeah, can you draw a circle? Can you make a circular pattern above the floor in your living room?
Why?
If you prove to me that the
Is
sun
the
moves
floor
in
in your living room flat?
linear movements, I will believe you that the Earth is flat.
Is the floor flat in your living room?
No, it's rounded.
If you can draw a circle above your floor in your living room, and the floor is flat, congratulations.
What does that mean?
What are you
In
saying?
200
It
in
means the thing in the
200,000 years
sky.
of human history, not a single human reached the end point of Earth. If Earth would be flat, then we would reach the end point. Somebody would have just clicked the picture and show us the end point of the Earth.
Yeah,
Really?
well, they would have froze to death. That's why they never did it.
Why would we froze to
No,
death?
actually, there's a guy.
Because the temperatures in Antarctica reach minus 100 degrees Celsius.
Or more.
Like,
Okay,
I don't-
I'll just listen out a moment.
I
So
don't
we can
have
go
to
to
go.
space.
I don't have to
We
go
can go to
to
the space, but we can
anywhere
go to the cold
other
place.
than water to go prove that the Earth is flat. All I have to do is go to water.
Is it because the water is flat? Like that's
Like I said earlier, when you made fun of me for saying 70% of the Earth is flat because 70% of the Earth is water,
because that's
right?
not accurate.
Is how much of the Earth is water? How much of the surface of the
70%,
Earth is water?
Not exactly.
Okay, not exactly. It's between 68 and 72, right?
72%.
Right. So at 72% is water, and the surface of water at rest is always flat because whenever you fill up a sink or a bathtub or a swimming pool or a lake or an ocean, it's always flat, right?
Yeah.
Right. And so if 72% of the Earth surface of the Earth is flat, how can the Earth be a ball?
So the bottom of the sea is not flat. So if you take a bowl and cut it in half and fill it with water, the surface of this bowl is going to be flat because there's something called gravity.
Right. So I'm not like you can put a rock in the bottom of your bathtub, and the top of the water in your bathtub is still gonna be flat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why isn't
because
it
there
curved?
is atmospheric pressure.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Yeah. All right. Here, hold on. I'm finding a picture real quick. Give me a second, or an image, I should say. Bear with me. Here we go. So in this image right here, right, is the surface of that water, is that on the top of the water, or is that on the bottom of the water? The bottom of the ocean or the top of the ocean? Right. So why the fuck are we talking about the bottom of the ocean?
Because it's literally the bottom of the ocean is Earth.
Right. So if the top of the water, right, not the bottom of the water, the top of the water is curving, right, then we should be able to measure that curvature everywhere all the time. Right?
So why is the top of the water flat? Why is the top of the water not moving or not, pooling?
That's a good question. Probably because the Earth is flat.
Probably because
if the Earth is flat,
it's freaking gravity.
Okay, well, if it's gravity and gravity makes the Earth a ball, right, then we should measure the fucking curvature. But if we're not measuring curvature, then whatever gravity is,
What is
it's making the
curvature?
Earth flat.
First of all, what
That
is
doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that does not make sense.
Why?
Because if you take a ball, as I said, as my previous example, and cut it in half and fill it with water, the top of the ball is going to be flat. The surface of the water is going to be flat.
Okay, that's fine. You can still have a flat surface on top and a fucking round surface on the bottom, and we don't ever
And
get to see the round surface.
The bottom is
We don't
what is the
know.
bottom?
Did you know the furthest hole ever dug is 7.8 miles? Nobody's ever gotten below that.
Yes.
Okay. Wait, I have something to say. If
12
the Earth is
kilometers is the
flat-
farthest we've ever
okay,
gone.
You said the Earth is flat, okay? Why no one has like gave us like flat map with correct distance, like zone, time, season, and the same
Because
time
they
zone?
map everything to the stars. It's all based off of how perspective works. You're the way you see the sky, right? Because the sky is mostly transparent. Can't see through the Earth, right?
Okay.
And so when you map the sky, what you're doing is you're mapping something called a celestial sphere. It's an individual based observation. Your perspective is slightly off center to my perspective, but your perspective is your center and my perspective is my center. And what we're doing is we're mapping the celestial sphere to our central location, right? And then we build a coordinate system based off of that. And then what we do is we do land surveying, and then we try to match that land surveying to the celestial sphere. In order to do that, you're going to have to cut some corners because you got to press that fucking land, excuse my language, up inside to the inner portion of that celestial sphere. Doesn't mean the Earth is a ball.
What about satellite pictures?
Satellites are just things in the sky. Most satellites, people don't even we normal people don't even have access to. I'd challenge you to find one satellite you actually do have access. All satellites are for the government use. The way that we're talking right now on the internet, we're using undersea cables. 99% of communication is done through undersea cables. You can Google that. All I did, right? Somebody told me, and it was silly. Somebody told me that the Earth was flat. Someone I thought was an intelligent person, and I said, I'm not going to argue with this person. This is my friend, right? He tells me again like 6 months later. I'm like, all right, why do you think the Earth is flat? He said, well, the surface of water. And I'm, okay, explain it to me, right? Because it's not making sense. He goes, well, they say the Earth is a certain size, 24,900 miles in circumference, which is about 40,000 kilometers in circumference, right? And I'm like, okay, yeah, it's a big Earth. And he's like, okay, if you go to the ocean and you look out to the horizon's only 3 miles away. And I'm like, that's not correct. I've seen things 20 and 30 miles away. There's no way that the Earth is that small. No, it is. That's the way the geometry works. I said, okay. So I went and did my own research. Come to find out, he's correct. So now maybe my eyes are deceiving me. Maybe I need to go out and check things again to make sure I'm actually seeing what I thought I was seeing. So I had to go out.
Can you give me the sources you looked at?
The sources for what?
You said you searched and found out that he was right.
Oh yeah, Google. What is the circumference of the Earth?
And
okay, like just Google regular things, right? What is the circumference of the Earth? How tall are you? Let me ask you that. How tall are you?
Why do you
How is that related?
Well, because based off of your height will determine how far the horizon is from your eyes.
The circumference of the Earth is 24,901 miles. 24,901 miles. The equator and 40,000 kilometers.
Like me, I'm 5'10", So at 5'10", the horizon is 3 miles from my eyes.
I don't understand.
Well, it's based off of geometry, right? So if you look in the side chat, some people are posting some images, but I'm going to show you a mathematical or a geometrical demonstration of like how the horizon is derived. Give me just a second. This one, common. I'm going to show you a couple of other ones. Let's see. I got a couple more here with. Here we go. So this is just basic geometry. The height of the observer tangent to the 90-degree radius. And so from that, you can determine the horizon based off of your observation height. The higher you go, the further the horizon is from your eyes, right? You can see the sunset at the vertical. Now, what you need to do is you just need to go and find yourself a large body of water, preferably 10 miles or more is a safe number. Just to, so you can verify for yourself. And so at 10 miles, like let's say you have a lake or a bay, at 10 miles, she's still here? I guess that was too much for him.
I understand
Right.
what you are saying, but I don't get it personally.
Right. So at like, let's say you're standing at an ocean, right? And then, but you're in a bay. And so there's a cove and there's like, from your location, the land curves all the way around and then you can see the beach on the other side. And let's say that other side is 10 miles away, right? And then let's say you get some binoculars and you can literally see the sand on the other side 10 miles away. You have literally just falsified the globe because the horizon should begin at 3 miles and then anything after 3 miles should then fall behind the curve of the earth to where you can't see it anymore because, like you said, boats disappear behind the curve. The sun sets behind the curve. So why doesn't the land disappear behind the curve when you go out and look for the curve?
So where does the sun go? I am asking you that.
It just moves away, man. It moves to a far,
So
far distance away.
where do the sun moves? Like
It moves around. When it's over your head, it's not over my head. And when it's over my head, it's not over your head.
I get it. You are correct. Like if then it gradually goes down. Like
I'll make a smaller version of it. Let's say you and I we live in the same neighborhood, right? And then
Okay.
your house is at the other end of the neighborhood, and let's just say that it's 2 miles to go all the way around our neighborhood, right? Like let's just use some numbers to help you understand. We have one street light, and that street light hovers, right? It's not attached to the earth. It hovers over all the houses, but it's only like, 1,000 feet high, right? So that street light literally moves from one house to the next house, lighting up each house over throughout the night, and it goes over each of our houses. Now, when the light is over my house, you can't see the light, and when it's over your house, I can't see the light. Right? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, sheepdog, how come I can't see the street light outside your house?
Yes, that's the point.
Because it gets too small. Just like if I hold a penny, right? And I walk far away from you, and I'm still holding the penny, right? You can see the penny, but as it gets further and further away, it gets harder to see until eventually you can't see it anymore. You can still see me, but you can't see the penny.
Bro, you know the diameter of the sun?
No.
Sun is like around very big. Like it's not your
How do
typical
you
bulb.
how do you know that?
Like we have pictures, we know that because the distance the light can travel, we can calculate how far is it from Earth. Like it does not do like just closes down. Okay.
How do we calculate the speed of light? Do we calculate the two-way speed of light or the one-way speed of light?
No, we calculate the speed of light on the basis that how much time it takes to travel from one place to another.
Right. So how do you
Okay.
know it started traveling from there if you weren't there to start the clock?
Because our eyes can observe it. Our
No.
eyes can observe
No.
the sun.
Light
So
is not instantaneous according to your model. So in order for
no,
you
light is not instant.
in order for you to measure the speed of light, you have to do the two-way speed of light and then divide it by 2. Because you have to know exactly when it starts and you have to know exactly when it ends, and you can't move faster than that light to get all the way to the end to measure the one way.
Yes, a light calculation of light is basically the same you are saying, distance upon time. Speed is equal to distance upon time, same.
Right, but you have to do it 2 ways because you yourself cannot run faster than the speed of light to get to the end to find out when it reaches the end. You have to
Bro,
shoot
but
the light. You have to shoot the laser from your spot, bounce it off a mirror, and then calculate the return speed from that from when it started, hit the mirror, and came back. And then from there, that time you divide that by 2, and that's your one-way speed of light.
yeah, or I can just basically open the laser and see how much time it takes to go from point A to point B. I don't
You have
need
to
to
have a point
calculate
C.
I don't need to calculate the speed of light from the sun. I don't need that long laser. I can do experiment in just at my home, so I can calculate the
Okay.
speed of light.
Show me how you do that.
There is something called maths. Okay,
Yeah,
I
I'm all
think
about
you
it.
have
Let's go.
heard it. Okay, the
Go
simple
ahead and
basic formula:
put it in the side
speed
chat.
is equal speed is equal to distance upon time.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
if
So how do we
it's
know the distance to the sun?
because the speed of light is around 300,000 kilometer per second. Okay,
Okay. So how do we measure the distance to the sun with that?
how can we measure the same way I told you?
Yeah. So walk me through the math.
Maths is something that I can. Okay, I will try to elaborate.
Yeah, you can show me math equations if you feel like your English is good. Just so you know, like I appreciate you learning my language, and you've come a long way. So don't feel like you're you're confusing yourself or anything like that. If it's confusing, it's because, like, honestly, people who speak English fluently can't even explain this. So don't feel bad. So, like, here, I
Okay,
want you to understand something too while you're getting this written up. So, in order, like, when we see the sun in the sky, we see something called an angular size. It's 0.52 degrees, or I'm not sure. Maybe Rayleigh can correct me on that. Um, so if it's that size, right? Um, in order to calculate the distance, you'd actually have to know the physical size of the sun. And in order to calculate the actual size of the sun, you'd have to know the distance. So you're going to have to know one or the other in order to get the other. Just because you have an angular size, they tell you the sun and the moon are the same size, and the sun is 400 times larger than the moon and 400 times farther away than the moon. So, you if it was 200 times larger and 200 times closer, you wouldn't know the difference. If it was 10 times larger and 10 times farther, you still wouldn't know the difference. That's how angular size works. You'd have to know the
Okay.
size in order to know the distance.
Trying to calculate the size of light sources is near impossible.
Yeah, we like to say that, oh, we know the lumens. You don't know the lumens. You'd have to know the distance to know the lumens. Anyway, I just wanted to clarify that for you while you were preparing to show the math. What's up, Skylies?
What's up, bro?
Oh, just chilling.
Yeah, I'm at work right now, so I probably won't be talking.
You're good, man. Rock it out, dude.
Alrighty.
Is that Radwin or Radwan? There's no way Radwin. Oh, it's Muhammad Radwan. See, there's no way Radwin lost his account. Started over. Have you seen any of our laser tests? Is it Ryzen?
I did not.
Here, I got a playlist of laser tests. You're welcome to observe. If you want to talk about them, we can.
Okay.
Here you go. This is my playlist that I've compiled. I'm looking for more laser tests. So if anybody has them, post them because I'm adding them, and anybody who wants to look at lasers all day can. Some of these videos are very long, but that's because they document everything and they discuss them in the video for you to understand better. And an old dude, he has politely given you a couple videos about light attenuation and how, like, as the sun moves further away from your vision, as it gets to a certain point to where you can no longer see it, eventually the light will attenuate also and dissipate, just the same as if you were diving underwater and you go down 200 meters and then there's no more light. Light attenuates through the medium of the water. Light also attenuates and dissipates through the medium of the air, and it eventually disperses and scatters to the point of extinction. Yaga Bruno gave you a bunch of laser tests.
Hello, nice to meet you. Could someone tell me what's this channel about?
Could have sworn one of the dude that was saying that you don't know if you have hands or not.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. I could have swore that was you. Maybe not. Might have you mixed up for somebody else.
No, that was Descartes.
Hmm. Fair enough. So you have anything new to the table you want to talk about, or?
Lately, I've just been thinking about idealism in general. But people always get mad when I bring up idealism in here. I think, like, the idea is, like, you have to be, like, a materialist, and, like, because other kinds of beliefs don't make sense. So, naive materialism is the only metaphysics that's acceptable.
Oh, I don't know nothing about that. So
Well, I think the idea is, like, what you see is what you get, you know? You know, and if you believe that, then, I suppose the world is flat, like,
can you give me an example of something where that's not the case?
where what you see isn't what you get.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. I mean, like, there's plenty of examples, What do you see right now?
Just sitting in front of my TV.
Well, right. I suppose it depends. Like, what do you think? Do you accept, like,
What's on it?
do you accept atomic theory? Like, do you believe that what is your TV made of?
Oh, no idea. I can give you like the elemental breakdown of my TV.
Oh, that's a
What's on?
perfect example, right?
It is not. What's on your TV?
I'm just playing a game right now.
What's on there?
I'm playing Diablo 4 right now.
So you got a character?
Yeah.
Can you?
Kind of
Okay, pick your
derailing the
character up.
conversation.
Pick your character up.
So
Can I
an
click on the
example.
Yeah, right. You can't. What are you seeing then?
Right, so you see your character on the screen. Obviously, you know that's not real.
Okay. Yeah.
It's just one example. Right in front of you, where it's clearly your brain or your mind creating this world that you're playing in right now.
Well, it's not just my mind, because if I had a secondary person come in, they can also verify what's on my TV as well.
Right, but dude, your character,
They're
you
sharing
realize, like,
hallucination with you.
you realize, like, the demon that you're seeing on your TV isn't like a real demon.
Okay. Yeah.
It just appears like one.
It's an arrangement of light.
So, like, just right in front of you, there's this abstraction going on.
You said there's lots of things.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you accept, what do you think is real?
That which is experienced by the senses, like physically real. I'm talking about physical reality.
Yeah, I mean, like there actually are pixels on my TV projected to me right now. Obviously, the things on the TV are not real. Like if I was watching the news, you could have real people speaking to you on the news through a live stream or something, but they're not going to be actually in my TV, obviously.
Right. So what do you mean by physical? I mean, that's kind of the crux of the question. What do you mean? What do you mean physical? Like, okay, it's physical.
Energy and matter. Energy and matter, that which can be experienced through the senses.
What do you mean by matter? Like, okay, I'm sitting on a chair.
Substance, particles.
Okay, I don't see any particles.
I mean, even if your eyes were closed, I guess you would be seeing the back of your eyelids.
Do you eat anything? Do you eat substance?
Well, what do you mean by substance?
Food.
Well, of course I eat food. That's
what happens. Yeah, what happens if you don't eat it?
It's kind of a trivial question. Of course, if you don't eat,
well, it's
you
not
get
imaginary
hungry.
then, right? I mean,
no, of course it's imaginary.
Oh, so what happens if you don't eat imaginary food? Do you imaginarily die? Like, what happens if you don't take a shit? What happens if you don't piss? Are you capable of being surprised by anything? Have you ever been surprised before? Did you imagine that? Can you imagine something that surprises you and then get surprised by it? I mean, can you imagine like getting so surprised you get slammed by a bus and you die? Like, come on, solipsism is retarded.
I'm not expressing solipsism, but I was expressing idealism. No, but I just even within like materialism, I would still think that quotidian reality is pretty much just imaginary. Like I don't think most of what we take to be real is real. Especially not if we're going with like everything is just matter and energy and particles, man. Like then most of our base assumptions are probably going to be wrong.
That's the external.
Also mind.
I think that the Lacanian framework probably is parsimonious here. I don't know. If you think science and, observation and experiment, if you think that's touching the real, then it's, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, maybe. Like,
yeah, that's just that's just the experience, exploring the rules, testing the boundaries.
Well, right. I mean, if you believe that, that's fine. Like, I don't know. I guess I'm just more inclined to believe that it's probably like not even true.
To Earth? Because you don't think it's a globe then? You don't think the globe's real?
I don't know. I'd be more liable to say I don't know. I'd be inclined to think that it is, but
so
like
physical
I don't
reality
even...
is not real, but the globe is?
No, I just said like most of what we take to be quote reality is probably imaginary. Like that seems like a more parsimonious way to describe it than describing your ordinary existence as real. Like that doesn't make any sense to me. Like I don't know what
I
you're.
mean, it can be imagined because like we have memory, right? But you need something to have the memory of. So you're having a memory of a memory. You're having an imagination of an imagination. That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know what you mean by a memory of a memory or an imagination of an imagination.
Well, you're remembering an imagination. It's imaginary, right? So the thing that created the memory, right? The stored information, which isn't physical, is just a memory of something that didn't exist.
No. What I'm trying to describe for you is that most of the things we take to be ordinarily true are probably just imaginary. Like, this is a table, this is a chair, this is a piece of wax. These things are probably not true. And even if we use your materialist empiricism, even if you just said that what's real is matter and energy. Okay, so these identifications are not going to be this on the same ontological level as particles.
Yeah, that's the internal making sense of the external.
Right.
You got to have something to make sense of,
sense-making
though.
process.
Right?
Yeah, it's a sense-making process. It's not real or anything. Like, there's no actual tables. There's no actual chairs.
Well, there isn't in your head when you close your eyes and you remember the table. I mean,
no, in my
that's
head
not...
there are tables and chairs. I can imagine a table or a chair, but they're not actual tables and chairs. There's just matter and energy. Remember?
The actual table that you're remembering is the external, right? The memory is the internal.
I mean, I think you got to be consistent. Either there are tables, there are chairs, or there's just matter and energy and particles, and physical reality or whatever. Okay, there can't be both.
Yeah, there's matter and energy that's arranged in the form of what we call a chair. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You're just calling it a chair.
Call it a smuggle off or something if you want. I don't care.
Well, that's just linguistic, but I mean, the name doesn't matter. Like, what I'm trying to tell you is that all of this stuff is just like your way of sense making. You said it yourself. It's a sense making process. So when you try to make sense of the Earth as a flat disk or whatever you want to describe it as,
no, we're not, though. We're not doing that. We're not giving it a whole. We're just experiencing it. We're just describing our experience of the surface. So there's matter and energy arranged in a manner which we experience, right?
Like,
When
okay,
then we describe that experience, and it has contrast, right? So we can say this surface is curving, this surface is flat.
Yeah, there's differentiations that we make between things. But like, okay, what I'm trying to express to you is that outside of your mind, okay, there is no table or chair. Okay? It doesn't really exist.
I don't know what I'm sitting on then. Damn it.
You're not sitting on anything. You're just a collection of particles and matter
Come
and
on,
energy.
man.
That's just a way of making sense of your reality. You're not doing anything. You're not sitting on anything.
You're so crazy.
And using your logic, we can even tell if the Earth is a globe or not. Then
No, there's no question if the Earth is a globe or not. Don't even worry about it.
well, that is the question. That's the question that we've had in here for forever.
There's no globe. There's no chair. There's no spoon.
No, none of those things. It's all matter. How does it become conscious? Well, no one knows. Don't ask, because it doesn't. It's not going to make any sense.
I'm gonna guess that you're undefeated at musical chairs.
I'm undefeated at literally everything. Because I can never. There's no way to lose if you don't play the game.
Okay, we got there. There is no losing.
No.
It's just an illusion.
So, anyways, T-Dub. Okay, I'm curious. You're like doing the materialist empiricism thing. Okay. Then how do you explain your thoughts? Okay, you have these particles that you think exist. How do they start to think? How does a fucking particle, or a collection, an assemblage of particles, how does that form fucking ideas? Like a table or a chair or whatever, or a flat Earth.
It's a light matrix.
Mm-hmm. Like in your worldview, they're thinking particles, like, or they're thinking what? I mean,
No, I don't think that that's the case.
okay, so particles
I think
don't think.
thought is independent of matter.
Okay, how? How do they interact then?
I don't know.
If they're independent of each other, then how does one? Then how do I control my arm or my leg? Because they're not at all related. They're independent of each other. How do I interact with my body?
You better ask the creator.
Yeah, exactly. It's like we don't know. We just don't know. It's my entire fucking point. None of that makes any sense.
It's through frequency. I believe. Right?
Frequency.
Yeah, light.
You're gonna pull out the healing crystals. You're gonna like what? Frequency.
It's all frequency, man. It's all frequency, all vibrating at specific rates.
That doesn't make any sense either.
Why not?
It sounds like something like a Hot Topic girl would say or something. I don't know. I mean, that just doesn't sound like it makes any fucking sense.
There's a light matrix within which consciousness sits and arranges it, and is influenced. Both can influence and be influenced by it, and so there's the light that generates the frequency which resonates through matter, and matter then stores that energy and can reverberate it back, and then there's a dance between the two.
A dance?
Matter.
A dance?
Yeah.
Now, what kind of fucking dance are they doing? Light and energy. What kind of dance is light and energy doing to produce the thought
energy
of a
and
pink
matter
elephant?
is dancing.
What that doesn't even make any sense.
Some don't dance well together. Some do dance well together.
You're talking about them doing
Haven't you ever heard the Haven't you ever heard the song "Dancing on Sunshine"?
They're doing they're doing the two-step. Like what do you mean they're doing a dance?
They resonate. Either they resonate well with one another, or they don't. They'll attract.
What does that mean? I think we got bigger problems than the flat Earth. I mean, we have like what pedophiles running the
There are no
government.
problems.
We got
There's
pedophiles
no
running the
chairs. There's no
government.
problems.
We got Israel doing the Holocaust. You know, it just keeps getting fucking hotter and hotter outside. We got aliens coming into our atmosphere using UFOs. You know, obviously
Oh,
doing some
dude.
kind of interdimensional travel. But the real problem is that NASA is lying to you about the shape of the Earth. Give me a break.
It's colder where I am usually compared to other years.
I'm kind of roboting.
Right now. Okay. I'm just saying it's colder. The climate's colder where I am now compared to last year's.
Okay, well, right, my house got destroyed by a hurricane, so you know I'm glad that it's colder. But for us in the near the Gulf, they're just hurricanes every year. Every year there's a fucking hurricane that destroys and kills like 3,000 people
Well, I
and
don't think there's
destroys.
any stopping the hurricanes from forming.
Oh, we gotta nuke them. We're gonna nuke the hurricane.
Okay.
What? Dude. That's what Trump said. We're gonna nuke the hurricane. It's gonna
No,
destroy the hurricane.
you name the hurricane. Just Eddie.
Yeah, Eddie the fucking hurricane. We're gonna send a nuke on it. We're gonna drop a nuke on the hurricanes and wipe them out. Every day I feel like Skylar White. You know, I come into this chat, I feel like Skylar White talking to Hank and screaming at him because Marie is such a bitch. My bitch sister won't shut up. Look, dude, this is what I'm gonna tell y'all.
Go.
They don't want you to do meth, okay? You just smoke meth.
Meth. What?
Yeah.
No. We're live on YouTube. You can't be going giving people advice to do. Performing illegal, illicit activity. No.
It's not illegal. It's not illegal. It's a medicine.
No. There's no health advice. Sorry.
I'm not giving health advice.
I mean, if you'd said go for a jog around the block, eat an apple, I'd be like, yeah, that's cool. But no. You're going too far, man.
Hey guys. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yo. What's up, dude? Welcome back.
You guys should try to get me unbanned from the English hub.
Could ask DJ, I think.
Yeah, that guy DJ, man, he's a real stickler. He doesn't like me.
What'd you do to him?
He just doesn't like a person that has coherent arguments and has good, he sees through the bullshit and believes in science and all the good stuff.
Do you know someone like that?
Yeah, talking about myself.
No.
Wait, Over Fences is a woman? I never knew that. Oh my god.
Yeah, dude.
It all makes sense now, dude. Oh my god.
What's wrong with her being a woman?
No,
it
all makes sense why she never talked in the chat and all the messages in the side chat. It all makes
Why are
sense
you
if she's a
assuming?
woman. It all makes
Why
sense.
are you assuming?
Because like the voice is female, dude. That's why.
Are you assuming my gender, Twonger?
Yes, I absolutely am, ma'am. Did I get it wrong?
Well, that's very offensive, Twonger. You should know better.
Are you a female?
We don't
If you're
assume your
not, I
gender.
apologize. I'm
We
a
don't
guy.
assume your gender. Nah. Well, the jury's out.
I do get called a twink often, but I am a guy. Is the universe flat?
Actually, it is, yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah, I know. Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, that is kind of crazy.
Yeah, Tonga, you've been here long enough, so how come you haven't gone outside and tested the surface of the Earth for curvature? How come?
It's not high on my priority list.
But don't you want to know exactly where you live?
It's the same reason I don't go out with
So I guess you don't want to know.
Well, it's the same like with
So,
aliens.
so
like,
I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I
No,
believe
we're
in
not talking about
aliens, right?
aliens.
But I don't like go out there with sophisticated equipment and try to test for them.
Tonka, you don't need any sophisticated equipment to test the curvature of the Earth.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't. Tonga, if I can do it, many people can do it. You can do it.
To measure it directly.
He might
It's
not
not
have
difficult,
access to a
Tonka.
mirror.
To measure it directly, it is difficult. I would have to buy equipment.
He might not have a
Tonga,
car
it's
to
not
get to a
difficult.
lake.
It is, bro. I'm telling
You can ask anybody in here.
Can I do it
They'll
with
tell you
household?
what.
Can I do it right now with the shit I have in my house? I don't think so.
You don't have a mirror?
How am I gonna do it with a mirror, bro?
Yeah, mirror flash. No one ever explained a mirror flash test to you before?
Go on.
Yeah, you shine it across a body of water. If you could see it across a body of water that's miles long without a big hump of water in the middle.
I don't know, bro. Then that's not simple, and that you're putting theory into that.
That's not theory. It's going with the basic geometry of the Earth that they give you.
I don't know about that. Sounds sketchy, dude.
Okay. Yeah, if you don't want to know, then yeah, you don't have to. It's okay.
It's just like reflected sunlight across water. So you decide whether you should or shouldn't be able to see your friend flashing a mirror at you from 10 miles away. And then
Oh, okay.
see if,
I see what
see
you're
if you
saying.
do.
If you can see the light from like the long distance away.
Exactly.
All right. I didn't
You can also hold
realize
up.
that's what you were saying. Thanks, T-Dub.
Yeah, I might have set it off messed up.
You'll have to try that out. I don't know. Still have to go up to like the biggest lake. There's a lot of lakes here around, so I could find a big one. Actually, there's a couple big reservoirs. Those might work really well because they're long and straight.
Yeah, so you can see if you can find anything long and straight, bro, you're good.
Speaking of going outside, I'm gonna do that. I was gonna call you Malamute. Yeah, Malamute. Take care, guys.
All right, bro. Peace, man.
Hey, lads, how have you been? Haven't seen you in a while.
I'm okay. Just
Yeah.
hanging out, doing various Mother Day stuff and doing stuff for my mom's birthday, all that good stuff.
Oh, you have them both around the same time?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it makes it
Yes,
easy to
yes.
remember.
What about you? What you been up to?
Oh, not too much. I mean, I'm running into some bigger projects right now, so I have to space out my time, but it's all
Oh,
good.
big projects.
Yeah,
Do
it's all
tell.
good. Um, yeah, so has it been
Love to
quiet
hear
in
the
here
story.
today?
We're getting a few, nothing too crazy. I'm
Yeah.
surprised I wasn't even the one that started politics up this time. I think it was Yoder.
Yeah, I saw him in here earlier when there was no one else here. But yeah, we've been trying to when it's really quiet here, sometimes we'll move over to the home server, too. Then we can kind of talk about a few more things than just this. And we find a lot of people follow us over there too. So trying to get something going over there. Try to revive it a bit. So are you gonna be really
Yeah.
busy coming up or are you gonna be hanging out?
Uh, Today I will. I can probably stay on until what time is it right now? Maybe like another 4 hours.
Well, there you go. I'm surprised your fan club
Yeah.
hasn't arrived in here.
Ew, bros, fan club.
Yeah, you get all those DMs.
Oh yeah, I mean not the kind of people I'm trying to attract, all the dudes like Twanger.
Like longer. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good luck.
Oh, thank you. You're so sweet.
Hello.
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Are you? Oh yes, you are. Never mind.
I am what?
You are one of them.
One of them. What's that
Yeah.
supposed to mean?
You're from the cult. The cult.
Pulse? No, I'm not a Glober. No, sorry.
No, the other one. The other cult.
The other one. The other cult. What cult are
Yes.
you talking? The only cult I know of is the Globe Earth cult.
No, that's the normal people.
Normal people, what?
But question for you: when you were little, like a children,
Yeah.
you believed in Globe Earth, right? Or no?
Yeah, that's correct. I used to be in a cult, yeah.
Of course.
Okay. And everybody that or nowadays believe in flat Earth, they were once a global believer.
Yeah.
And
Well, I wouldn't say all of them, but I'll probably say like 99% of them, yeah.
but who was the designer of the global Earth?
The designer?
Society?
Good question.
Government? Who?
Good question.
Because
couldn't
because
tell
when
you.
you because now everyone in the Earth, I mean, a lot of them says, "Oh, Earth is a globe." So who made this thing, right? No one, I think. I don't.
Who made the globe?
No, who made
He thinks it was discovered.
who made
Oh, you're talking about dudes like
the thing? For example, who made the propaganda about flat Earth?
about flat Earth?
Yes, someone one day had an idea about, oh, Earth is flat.
Well, not
Or no?
heard it's flat. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's just people that made an observation and was like, hey, you know what? I shouldn't be able to see that. It's way too far away if the Earth was curving. So then they're like, hey, you should probably check this out, dude. Then they go
So
out and make the same observation. They're just like, yo, you know what? That's crazy. I shouldn't be able to see that if there's a hill or a hump of water in front of my face. That's kind of weird.
But before that, people just looked at the world and went, well, it looks flat.
So if
Yeah.
the Earth is flat and you are in Florida and you watch the ocean to Africa with a telescope, can you see Africa or no? Because the Earth is flat.
From Florida?
Yeah, I mean East
shouldn't be able
America.
to. You wouldn't be able to. Why would you be
Yeah,
able to?
but why? If the Earth is
Why
flat?
would you? Why would you? It's a long way, so things
No,
appear
that's why I say
small in the
telescope.
distance, right?
That's
And
why
there's
I
a
say telescope.
lot of environmental
Well, even-
conditions in the way, air, atmospheric conditions that allow you to see that far either.
Yeah, you can barely see a human hair at arm's length. What makes you think you'll be able to see Africa from that far away?
Because if you think the Earth is flat, if you had supervision, could you see the other side of the ocean?
Okay, so you're telling me with the telescope, when you're on the other side of the mall, you could tell if I'm holding up a hair between my fingers or not?
Can I? I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I say telescope because you can see from far away, and if
Well,
the
yeah, that's
Earth,
why I'm asking you the question.
no,
Would you be able to see a
no,
human
the
hair if
air,
I'm holding
no,
it between my
no,
fingers?
no, I don't think so.
Yeah, it
I
gets
wouldn't be
smaller with
able.
distance, right?
Yes.
You don't think Africa would also get small with distance? Buildings, land, trees, all that good stuff. They also shrink with distance too, yeah?
Okay.
Maybe if you had a telescope the size of a Olympic swimming pool and you had an eyeball to match, I don't know.
Then it will be possible.
Considering other factors, environmental conditions, etc.
Okay.
Oh, gas be pretty thick too, man.
Is there
Why do you think they use different wavelengths of light and radio? Why do you think they use different electromagnetic waves to detect things in the
I don't
environment?
know. Good
Because
question.
certain light isn't reaching the receiver, or certain light is reaching the receiver, but the receiver doesn't recognize it. So, because some of that light is being absorbed, scattered, and reflected, right, in the environment.
Is Google Earth real or fake?
I think Google Earth is real. But is it a real depiction of what the Earth is? No.
When I go on Google Earth, you can see a globe, yeah, right?
So you're
And
telling me if I start waving my hand outside my house, you can tell me if I'm outside or not?
with Google Earth?
Yeah.
No, I cannot.
Okay.
But it is a satellite, right?
Is Google Earth a satellite? No, it's a program on your computer.
No, I mean Google Earth uses a satellite, no?
I'm actually
They
not
make
sure what they
claim to.
use.
For imagery, you mean? Certain imagery?
Wait, let me.
Yeah, for what purpose do you think they're using? For what purpose do they say they're using?
Oh yes, they use. They use. I think they're using satellites, so they can make the
For what?
3D, the 3D. So then you see the Earth. I don't know, zooming. You can see whatever you want, any countries. I don't know, like Google Maps.
So to produce imagery, you think that they're seeing, the satellites can see the Earth, right? They have a
No, you
sensor on them.
can see the planet, yeah. But
Yeah, it's not a planet, but anyway. Right, so
but
they're using satellites to look down and see the surface beneath it, and collecting the information, relaying that information back to the Earth.
yes.
Right. Okay. Does Google claim that?
What do you mean? Does Google claim that they're using satellites? What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, I'm
Do
pretty
they?
sure.
Can you? Oh, you're pretty sure. You should, before you go saying that's the case, maybe you should check to see if it's actually true.
Okay, let me search. Let me search for you because I need to get something for you. Ah, okay, Mr. Reddit. Okay, I will. Reddit here says Google use the NASA Landsat
I'm not
7.
interested in Reddit. I don't
Okay.
care what Reddit says. I want to know what Google says.
Yeah, they don't have any Google page, Bombo. I don't know. Let me see. How many satellites does Google Earth use? I'm watching. Okay. Okay. Ah, okay. Google Earth does not own satellites. Okay.
Oh. Whoa. That's interesting.
But Bombo. Primary satellite source. Landsat 7 and 8 are frequently used. What?
Oh, to learn about your learned world.
Yes. Anyways, bro. They have satellite, right? And they put the Earth on you, and you
You just
search
read
Google
that they
Earth.
don't have satellites. Wait, what?
No,
Google
no,
doesn't have
no,
any.
no, 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 no. They don't have satellites, but
Who has
they.
satellites? Who's they?
Oh, Google don't have satellites.
Okay,
They Google don't have
who,
satellites.
who's okay? All right, okay, cool. So who are you talking about? Then when you say they have satellites?
NASA.
Oh, NASA's they. Okay, I didn't
Which
realize that
is
was their pronoun.
Oh yeah, they're using pronouns. It's because they're from LGBT. Anyways, they are using the Landsat 7 and 8. So maybe you can if you search Google Earth, it shows you a globe, but you cannot say it's true or fake. But bro, I see here the stars. Yeah, I see the Earth is very blue. I don't know, bro. Why would they put a flat Earth? It doesn't make sense, right?
You know how we determine the
know what you're
pictures
talking
and videos from satellites or from moon missions or whatever, how they're fake?
So moon missions are fake.
Yes.
So did the man went to moon? Yes or no?
No.
What about the recent live stream from YouTube from the guys? I don't know who the fuck they are. It's NASA, of course. It's them again. Oh hell no.
Mhm.
I see a live stream for like 10 minutes. It was hours of shit.
Yeah.
They went to the moon. I couldn't understand anything. They went to the moon and then boom. I don't fucking
Wait, boom
understand.
what? What happened,
Yeah,
boom?
I don't know. I don't remember. They were saying some shit in the radio. I couldn't understand.
Oh, that
But
something happened. Okay. Oh yeah, that's all fake, dude. Yeah.
but why? What about when they got the first dog to went to the moon? Was it also fake? What?
First dog to the moon. What?
Yes, they sent a dog to the moon. No.
Not that I know of.
Wait,
What the hell
I'm
are you
pretty sure.
talking about?
Yes.
No,
Ah,
no,
no, it's
nobody
not.
sent a dog to the moon.
It was a cat. Then it was a cat. Dog or cat, one of them.
No.
What?
I'm gonna say no on that one.
Then was it a cow? Was it a cow?
Cow?
Bro, it's one of them.
Bro, what?
No,
Diddle diddle.
there is an
Yo,
animal
Peter, am I
that went to the
tripping? Was there
moon.
an animal that they supposedly sent to the moon?
Yes, there was an animal that went to the moon. I saw it on a very long time ago, YouTube Shorts. Bro, I just watch YouTube Shorts. It says first animal. I don't remember. Maybe it's a monkey. I don't know. I don't
The
know.
moon.
Didn't go to the moon. Kind of, they put it into orbit.
That's what it was.
The first animal. Okay, it's Mr. Zond. What the fuck is Zond?
In space.
It's a monkey. Wait, was it a
It's not
monkey?
even.
No.
It's not even in space.
Wait, so who is Laika, the dog? You know or don't know?
I don't know, Laika. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm sending it. Laika. Was the Soviet dog who was the first animal in space and the first to orbit to the Earth. Ah, okay. Okay.
Yeah, like we just said.
Okay. I was
How is
close.
it we know? How is it we know this shit, Final Boss? How come every time, everything you're saying, like we're telling you, and then you look it up, and it's what we said.
Okay. Well, okay. Now this one. I'm going to say the best one now. They sent some small robots to the moon, and they got They got rocks to the moon, and they come back to Earth, and they had rock moon, and they were analyzing it. True or fake?
Well, that's fake too, yeah.
Yeah, but where does
Cool
the
story.
rock come from?
Cool story.
No, it's
It doesn't
true.
matter. I could also say it too. If I told you I went to the moon, is that true?
I'm gonna show you a Martian rock.
Is it
You
AI?
want a
What the
Martian
fuck
rock?
you mean? What about the fucking
I can give you
Mars?
a Martian rock. I went to Mars and got a rock. Do you believe
Yeah,
me?
what about Mars? Is it also
Do
fake?
you believe me? If I give
Yes,
you a rock and say I got it from Mars, do you believe me?
Do I believe you? No, because you.
Oh, you don't believe me, but you believe them.
Because you don't have any certificate. You are random people. They have study
Did you
like
check their certificate? Did you check? Did you ask them for their fucking ID, bro?
there. If you work at fucking NASA, you are not a random bum. I'm not saying you are one, of course, but
How do you know who fucking works for NASA and who doesn't?
I
I
mean,
bet you couldn't name a single fucking employee.
John. Here you go.
That's
No,
good.
I can name you one employee, fucking government, right?
Yeah, what's his name?
Dwingden and he's dead. Never mind.
Wing.
Fuck. Dwing
Wang?
D and
Dwayne.
David. Ah, it's
Dwayne the
Dwing
Rock.
David. Eisenhower. Crazy name.
Eisenhower?
Yes,
They-
he's
Oh,
he
dude.
founded NASA, right? He
You
was
know,
a
I like it. At least,
president.
yeah, at least you're funny, dude.
What the fuck? But what about in the first years when Soviet against USA, the first guys to go to the moon, like
Oh, dude, that's
Apollo?
fake, bro.
But why will they fake in 1967 when they went to the moon with Mr. Apollo?
No, you
Like,
gotta think about it, dude. Because we could determine outer
Mr.
space
Apollo.
is fake with two things, right? We look at the
Photoshop.
contents. We look at the contents of the pictures. Okay, if they depict the Earth to be curving, that's obviously fake because there's no curvature capable of being measured on the surface. And you can't even get to the location where the picture's taken from, too. You can't leave the Earth to take a picture, like turn around and then take a picture of it. You can't do that either. That's how we know it's fake. So we're not just saying it's fake because we, lack trust in government or whatever. We have reasons, geometrical reasons and scientific reasons why we say it's fake. We're not just saying it for the hell of it.
but you guys that are saying that they are fake,
Yes.
are you like a corporation or are you just a random guy from the street saying it's fake?
They're just random guys from the street. You
You don't have any corporation. You don't have any.
What do we need
Do you
to have
think?
a corporation
know who
for?
they
Can I ask?
are?
Yeah, I want to ask him a question.
Oh, go ahead, please.
Do you do you put your faith in corporations? Like, do you think that corporations are people we should really be, are entities we should really be putting our faith in?
No.
Okay. So, do you trust your own ability to measure?
My own ability? No, I don't believe myself on measuring.
Oh,
No.
so when someone asks you how tall you are, you say, "I have no idea. I can't possibly measure myself."
No, because I'm using the metric thing. It says 1 feet, 2 feet. So I trust this guy, the little object that I buy.
Okay,
Right?
that's correct. So you're capable of taking a measurement then.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So you've never seen or experienced the Earth is curving, have you?
When I put the glass upside down, it's curving. No. I
I'm
don't
talking
know.
about the surface of the Earth, right?
Well, yes. If you go to plane, if you go to a plane and you're going to another country, it's curving, right? If you see the window, it's not flat.
No, that's not true. Have you ever been on a plane?
Yes.
Okay, well then it's not possible to see. Well, for one, I've been on many planes of many different sizes, from 2-seaters, and way on up, and I have never seen curvature out of a plane. And I've looked through the front window of the plane and the side windows of the plane, and it's also just a case of your altitude is not high enough for you to see Earth curvature. That would have to be higher than the ISS, which is 250 miles up. So you can't be seeing curvature from the window of a plane. Now, the windows can be curved at the edges because they need to be specially designed due to the pressure changes, but it's impossible to see Earth curvature from a plane.
What?
Uh-oh.
No way. Bro, I don't know.
Okay,
How?
so we know that you haven't seen curvature, that nobody's seen curvature. We have some people that claim to have seen curvature, like the Apollo astronauts and the Artemis astronauts. But when we measure the surface of the Earth, it's flat, which is what Latz was getting at with you. right? Like those images can't be correct if the Earth isn't curving. And you can measure that, and you don't need a corporation to tell you how to do it or what to do. You can actually, like, you have within your capability, you have the free will to go out and do it yourself. It's like, it's an amazing thing. They can't hide it from you if you want to find it.
But who measure it? Who went to
Well,
every continent and went with a little ruler? No one.
a ruler on a what? Okay, you think we can't? I don't know. Okay, you realize that if the Earth is a globe of the size that we're told, right? That demands a certain dimensions to it, right? A certain drop over distance, right? Do you know how big the Earth is? Claimed to
20,000.
be, I should say. Do you know how big the Earth is claimed to be?
50,000 kilometers, right?
Well, do you know what the radius is claimed to be? Because that's what we'll use to determine the drop over distance.
The pi thing,
Yes, the
314.
pi thing. Yeah.
Okay, how much?
Here, I'll put someone put the math in the text chat. And Lats, if you want to pop in, I don't mean to derail
But
you.
isn't it something with 8 inches something
Yes, that's
mile?
correct.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct. 8 inches. So it works out to about 8 inches per mile squared. Okay. So it is exponential, right? Because, we have increasing drop over distance. Okay. So from any point on a sphere, you're always at the highest point. So it's always going to slope away from you. It's going to curve away from you, not slope. But so how much drop over distance would you expect in like 10 miles? How much Earth curve do you think exists in like 10 miles?
10 miles? Oh, it's nothing. It's 0.
Okay, why do you think that?
Because it's not very much.
Why?
I mean, I think there is a curvature, but it's like 0.01 because 10 miles compares to all of the Earth must be, I don't know, fucking.
Okay, so 8 inches per mile
so
squared at 10 miles puts us at over 66 feet of drop over distance. That's over a 6-story building.
Ooh, okay.
Okay, so you can go to a 10-mile lake, stand on one end, and have your friend stand on the other end with a big mirror and flash the sunlight at you from that mirror. And if you can see it, you know the Earth isn't curving at the rate we're told. And anybody can do that, right? We have lots of laser tests that are further and a lot more professional than that, but that's a simple way to start for anyone. So yeah, you can measure it, and you can see it's not curving at the rate that you were told. And see, and I'm not trying to embarrass you, but most people have no idea how much curvature should be expected of a globe of the size we're told. That's really common. I mean, I had no idea really until I got into this space. So it's a common misconception that it would be so minute, right? But it's not, and that's how we know it's not there. And I'll let you. I'll go on mute.
Okay.
Oh, you keep talking if you want to. It's okay. You're doing good.
Okay. So let me see something for you.
Did anyone post in the side chat that? Oh, okay, awesome. Yeah, can you see in the text chat at 56 minutes past the hour?
Yes.
There's a chart there, right? And that one's in that's all in imperial, but we have one in metric too that I can put later. But that shows you how much drop we should expect. Now, it would vary, of course, with your observer height. Obviously, if you go up higher, you can see farther. But this just gives you a basic chart, and you can go online and Google an Earth curvature calculator, and you can input your eye height, and you can input all the rest of that, and you can see how much drop should be expected over whatever distance you're looking at.
Very good.
Yeah, so we don't expect you to believe us. We expect you to have the wherewithal to go out and find out the truth for yourself, right? Because the truth stands up to scrutiny, right? Like, it won't fall apart on investigation. We ask you to ask more questions and look into it deeply yourself. Don't believe us. Don't believe the corporations.
Very good. Wait, I will send you. I have other question. Let me just do this. So here, let me try to. Okay, got it. So here I send a picture. If I go to the Pacific Ocean on the right side near Russia, and I go right, will I go to Alaska or will I fall down?
Well, what is this? What is this supposed to depict? Because this
It's
isn't
a
anything
map.
this isn't anything I claimed, right? You understand we have magnetic north, right? And then the known land is oriented around that, right?
Yeah, but
So the
there is no
oceans are
curvature, right?
the ocean, right? But I mean, think of a table. You can draw a circle on a flat table, right?
Yeah, but that's like
So
a
you
table
laid it
is
out in
1
a
meter.
you laid it out in a rectangle, and what I'm saying is that doesn't reflect how we navigate the Earth. Like, let me show you I have a flight map here from World War II. Hold on. Now understand, the map is not the territory. We're not claiming that this is a perfect representation by any means, but it'll give you a sense of what we're talking about. And Lats, feel free to fill in while I look this up.
Oh, you're doing great. I don't even think I could add anything, honestly, at this point.
But if there is no curvature, then if I go very much right to Russia, to the ocean, I will. If there is no curvature, then I'm not going to go to Alaska. I need to do all of. I mean, I don't know.
Wait, where did you say you're trying to go?
I will try to draw again.
Okay.
Okay, I sent you. Right to the left. If I go here, Russia to the right, will I go to the left again to go? Right, yes or no?
Well, yeah, they're on the same latitude lines. Those would just be circles around the center point.
Yeah, I can't find my map. I don't know what happened to it, but I did post something else that kind of gives you a sense of, you can have a different projection map, right? So you're trying to say that like the flat Earth is oriented as in your first pictures, but we don't claim that. When you go east to west, you're navigating, or west east. Anytime you're navigating, you're going in relation to magnetic north. So if you picture magnetic north as being in the center, then you're really tracing a circular route. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
So your two circles there with the oceans, that would actually be connected, right? It would be oriented more into a circle. Now, we're not claiming to know exactly what the Earth looks like. We don't think that we have an accurate map. But this is generally how we, right, in relation to magnetic north.
Hmm.
Does that make sense to you? I know that when you're first looking into this, a lot of it, you've got to think about everything completely differently. So it can be a lot at once.
Yep.
But do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm, yes.
Okay, great.
Okay, let me send a special video now. Look at this one. The sun. Look how it moves, right? Isn't it strange if it's if it's the Earth flat?
Oh, why would it be strange if the Earth is flat?
Because the sun dips below the horizon.
Well, the sun moves away from it exceeds your vision, right? You can't see things forever when they move away, right? But I mean, I think that's pretty interesting actually that you can see it moving in a roughly circular pattern above the earth right there, and it's not the surface of the earth is not contingent upon the things in the sky, right? So if we see the sun do something weird somewhere or something unexpected, all that means is that the sun is doing that above a flat earth, right? We don't define the surface of the earth by what happens above it. Now, the heliocentric model would tell you that the sun is this enormous gas ball in a vacuum 93 million miles away. But we have no evidence of that. What we do see, what's axiomatic, is that the sun appears smaller than the earth. And the sun appears to move towards us and move away from us, and that's how we have night and day. And the seasons happen when the sun is closer to us, it's warmer, and when the sun is farther from us, it's winter. It's still rising and setting the same way, but it's relatively closer or further away, and that's easily explained that way. Yeah, exactly. Like someone in the text chat said, it looks like it's making a circuit overhead. Right. And have you seen like a picture of an analemma? How the
No.
sun moves throughout the year? Okay. I have a picture and it shows the sun taken at the same time from the same location throughout a year, and you can see the pattern it makes in the sky. Does anyone have that analemma picture? I'll go find it. Awesome.
In the
Thanks,
slideshow.
DJ. Yeah,
No problem.
thanks. Appreciate that. Hey, Final Boss, do you see what DJ
Yes.
posted in the text chat? So that's what the sun looks like throughout the year as it appears in our sky.
Okay.
Here's another one too. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Oh, but it's different days. Okay.
Yes.
But it will be like, I'm pretty sure that there will be a date where the sun is going to be as the same as the earth, that is going to be the same as the moon. So then it's like eclipse.
That's what they say.
So eclipse is fake also.
Fake?
No.
We can
No.
see an eclipse. It's not fake.
So if the sun the sun and the earth and the moon are all aligned to themselves. So if the earth is flat, then
That's
it
assuming
wouldn't.
that's assuming what would happen, right? We're not saying that we understand the cause of an eclipse.
Yes.
We're just talking about the surface geometry, how it appears, how it measures. As far as things that are happening in the sky, we're not understanding or claiming that there is a relationship between the Earth and heavenly events like an eclipse. from the fact that it's our base, it's our observation point. We're on a surface when we on the surface of Earth when we observe those things take place, right?
Mm-hmm.
We observe it happening above us, right? Above the plane. You're assuming that what you see is the result of XYZ, right? We're not saying XYZ. We're just saying, look at that thing in the sky. Isn't that interesting? Oh. Yeah, and I don't know if you've been through the Solennelian eclipse.
Alien eclipse? No.
A Solennelian, it's a type of lunar eclipse. It's also known as the impossible eclipse. So it occurs. It occurs when the observer can see both the moon and the sun in the sky at the same time.
Yeah, it's above a little bit. Okay.
Yeah.
It's happening. Okay, it already happened. No way.
Yeah, a daytime lunar eclipse. Yes.
Okay. Very good.
I almost got to see one a few months ago. So I could see the moon setting, and it was still being eclipsed, and the sun. There was light. It was dawn, but I couldn't see this actual sun. But I do have a lot of hills in the way. It was only a few minutes away from me being able to see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time. But just missed out, but almost, like during a lunar eclipse. So, and often people point out that the shadow is not aligned properly. It's the so-called shadow on the moon is coming from the wrong direction or going in the wrong direction. Where the side of the moon should be shadowed, it's not. It's illuminated. The other side is in the so-called shadow, which doesn't make any sense geometrically. If you had to try and draw it out on paper, it doesn't jive. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't math.
What about this one?
The Felix
Red Bull.
Baumgartner jump? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you.
What about it, Final Boss?
You can see a little curvature, no? In the
Yeah,
two
you can.
seconds. I see.
Yeah. Yeah. But the problem is that that was sponsored by GoPro, and GoPro cameras are fisheye lenses. And even we have images from the ground before he even went up, and the Earth looks curved in those as well. And we also have pictures from that where the horizon looks straight. He wasn't high enough to see the Earth in its entirety anyway. If the Earth was curved from that height, the Earth would have to be significantly smaller than it really is claimed to be. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I can hear you thinking, Final Boss. What are you looking for?
Something to. I don't know. I'm getting it.
Okay. What are you looking for?
Mm, it's so hard because maybe this one. Okay, I will send this one. This one, it cannot be GoPro. This one cannot be GoPro. Wait. Okay. Let's see this one. And even the gravity is. You can see they're like flying or something.
They're not in space. It's 63 miles high. It's not outer space, man. They're not in space. And yes, that is wide angle lens or fisheye or something. We've seen this before, like with Dude Perfect. When Dude Perfect went up in Bezos' rocket, there was the same amount of curvature through the camera's lens while the craft was on the ground as there was when it had reached its maximum altitude. How does that work? I thought you couldn't see that curvature when you're on the ground. It's not until you get high that you can see it. So we know that it's not that. It's not high enough. Still not high enough to see curve.
Final Boss, what you really should be trying to find, although you're not going to find it, is a laser test done over a body of water to show that the Earth is curving at the rate we're told. Because that would prove curvature, right? If the Earth was curving, as we're told, there would be thousands of these. It would be the easiest thing in the world to do. But no one seems to have it. The only people who are measuring the Earth with lasers are flat earthers, and they're showing that there is no curvature. I find that rather interesting, don't you? I mean, if it's curving, it should be obvious to everyone and easily proven, but it isn't.
Hmm. Is this the map from the flat Earth or no? The one, the link about a flat Earth conceptual model.
What are you talking about? Is this something you're posting? Is it something you looked up? Where'd you find it?
Yeah, it's the flat Earth conceptual model. Found
Okay.
it on GitHub and also Reddit because
Well, you know, a lot of Reddit is a lot of the flat Earth. Well, I would say the vast majority of flat Earth stuff on Reddit is actually anti-flat Earth stuff. It's people who hate us posting straw men and to argue against it and pretending to be flat earthers. I find there's almost no real flat Earth content on Reddit. But go ahead and post it so we can take a look.
yeah, I said it.
Yeah, he did. That is a model, a cosmological model.
That's no.
That's what you believe, no? Like he tried to represent the map.
Okay. Well, we don't have a model, right? Because we can't see the Earth in its entirety. We can only measure the surface as flat and know that that's true, but we can't. Otherwise, we'd be lying if we said we knew what the entire Earth looked like, right? We only know what we see and experience from where we are. That's our our only reference point.
Wasn't there like a flat Earth believer that went to the space and disproved?
I told you the only people who've been far enough from the
No.
Earth to see it in its entirety are the Apollo astronauts and the Artemis astronauts. And they didn't go to space. So go ahead, TW.
Yeah, I'd just say no, that's not true. I don't know what he's talking about.
What about the Artemis 2?
What about it?
They successfully went, right? They were, and they returned.
That's the story.
Oh, everything was live. No, you didn't see.
Yeah, did you see any of it? It was ridiculous.
It was
So many glitches and mistakes.
yeah.
They're even like playing.
Okay.
They're even playing with the toy, right? They're floating around in space inside their cabin, and they're playing with this little plush toy, right? A fluffy doll thing, right? And they're holding it, right? And you can see the shadow of their hand on their leg. And then they let go and they let the toy float in the air, and there's no shadow of it on his leg. Why?
Bugs, glitch. I don't know.
Yeah, it's fake. That's why. Fake. None of that is real.
But why
You know,
would
it doesn't have to be live for it to appear live. They just put the little tag, the live tag in the corner.
True. They could interact with you, right? But they won't, of course.
Well, yeah, not with you, right? With somebody on their team, right?
With the chats saying hello,
Well,
ask questions.
Right, but how do you know that that's live? I mean, you may be seeing things live. They could just populate that with specific questions that they respond to. There's no way to know. That doesn't mean they could be sitting in an office building somewhere and responding to the chat. You realize?
But
they could be in front of a green screen somewhere and responding to the chat. It doesn't mean that they're in space.
For 10 days.
Sure, it doesn't mean they're in space because something appears to be streamed live. I mean, they can't be in space, right? It's not possible. Because the surface of the Earth isn't curved, so you don't have orbital mechanics, right? We have no proof that you can escape this atmosphere because the atmosphere has to be contained in order for us to have pressure.
So you cannot leave Earth. What?
No, you can't leave Earth, at least not as far as we know, because gas pressure requires containment. The globe claim is that there's a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr adjacent to our pressurized atmosphere without any kind of barrier. That's just not possible. If those things were adjacent, we would have no air pressure, we would have no water, we would all be dead instantly.
What about the big satellites that were sent outside of our solar system? I don't know if you saw. They left.
How do you know that? How do you know that that's what happened?
No, I saw articles saying a very long time ago. There was a satellite that they sent like 19 something, and it was
Okay.
nowadays it's outside of the solar thing, and they recovered the code of it, and now they can see outside of the something like that.
Okay, how would you know that that's true? How would you prove that that was true?
Because in 19 something they sent satellite in front of
Okay, no,
people.
that's what they
right?
said. How do you know it's true?
How
How do you
do I
know that it
know?
went outside of the solar? How do you? Okay, so they put something in the sky at one time, and then they told you it had traveled outside of the Earth's atmosphere and, out into the solar system, et cetera, et cetera. How do you know any of that's true?
Because the people are specialized, they have very good grades, they are professional,
Okay.
millionaires, I don't know, money,
Okay,
time.
well, let's just be frank. You don't know.
How do you
You
know
just trust. You trust and
Aztecs
believe.
were true? Ah,
How do I know?
okay.
I'm just saying you trust and believe. You don't know, right? I mean, let's be honest here. There's no way for you to know.
Okay, but you cannot know if Aztecs were real or not, right?
Well, that's not quite the same thing. I can travel to where they're claimed to live. I can see ruins. I can read writings. There's historical records. It's hardly the same as a place that no one can go to.
Okay. Voyager number 1. What the fuck? Of course it's NASA again. Why it's always them? 1977. Why? I'm pretty sure they did something about it. You can literally see they're fucking live on their site.
But
Why
we
would
already
they
discussed
faking?
live. Didn't we already discuss that live isn't necessarily live?
Okay, but you can see every.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. Magic tricks. They happen, right? You have a man on stage, let's say he's got a funny beard and a top hat, and he pulls a rabbit out of a hat. And that didn't actually happen, did it? The rabbit didn't spring into existence inside his hat when he showed you it was empty earlier. There was a trick involved, right? Now, when you keep saying, Artemis, it was live, people watched it, do you want me to explain the trick to you? It's really simple. You have a bunch of people standing on the floor looking at a rocket, and the rocket takes off and goes away. They claim to see the rocket take off, and of course they see the rocket take off, and it goes away. But then everybody has to turn on the TV screen, which is live, for everybody to understand what happens because they can't actually see it. The magic trick happens as soon as you turn the TV on and it says that it's live. You've got no way of verifying this. It's a confidence trick because you've got thousands of people watching a rocket go by and lots of propaganda and paraphernalia. But ultimately, as soon as you turn on the TV screen, you've got no verification of what's actually going on. That could be pre-recorded. It could be happening in a freaking studio. You don't know. But you understand how magic tricks are done, right? Sleight of hand. I've just showed you the hand moving.
But doesn't you cannot you see it by your own eyes? Like you see the guys, I'm not saying TV, in person. You see them going in the fucking rocket thing. The rocket goes up.
Okay, so back
They
in the
disappear?
1960s, I'll explain to you. Back in the 1960s and the 1970s, we have to understand that having a rocket with shit ton of fuel and sticking small little people on the top of it is hella dangerous. You understand that right at the top of the rocket, there's a door right next to the door before they go into the rocket. In this emergency exit, there's a slide that takes you all the way down to a safe bunker underneath the rocket. Now, how the fuck do you know that somebody hasn't gone down a secret door and gone down a slide? If you want the evidence of this, it's quite well documented. The bunker underneath the Challenger.
Yes.
Yeah,
Show me.
just in case it fucking blows up. Like an emergency
it
exit.
happened.
Like a bat pole. Right? Now, just because you see people walk through a fucking door and wave at the bloody cameras and close the door again, what is to make you 100% sure that they stay within that place behind that closed door when you can't see them? What, because you can see them waving it on you on a TV camera?
I'm
That's the
saying in
hand,
person.
dude.
You can see
That's
it in
the
person.
hand. In person.
Yes.
Are you in there with them?
Not in there. I'm pretty.
No, of course not.
No, you
They're
can be
behind the
outside.
closed door, aren't they?
But why would they make
Sorry,
fucking
why are you getting
playground
so upset? Dude,
below
are
the
they
fucking
behind?
rocket?
Dude, are they behind the closed door?
Yes, they're behind the closed door.
Can you see behind the closed door?
No, you cannot see the behind the closed door.
Okay, so shh.
What
You
is
must
the slide? Show me
understand,
the
dude,
slide.
as soon as you press a button, the channel changes, or a door is closed and you can't see what's beyond the door, you have to understand that everything from this point onwards is unverifiable, especially when you go from one cutscene to another, or you close a fucking door.
Where is the slide?
What?
Where is the special slide that
Well,
you go under in a bunker?
Final
Just turn the
boss?
TV off.
I'll go find it for you. Give me a minute.
Yeah, there was a documentary back from like the Apollo era about that showed how there was an escape chute for the astronauts in case of something going wrong. And it's underneath the launch pad. Now I don't know what they do nowadays. It's a lot easier to fake that stuff now. But it was, it's definitely something that exists. It doesn't matter, right? You could be looking at something CGI and you don't know that there's actually people getting in there. They could be there's any number of things, and it'd be intellectually dishonest for you to say that you can't imagine any other alternatives, but for the fact that they must have been shot into space, right? I mean, like Jedi mentioned, like, haven't you ever seen a magician like put someone in a box and then they open the box and the person's gone, right? That's just on a stage. You think we can't do this on a larger scale?
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, they're not putting anybody in those rockets. There's no humans in those rockets when they shoot them off.
Sorry, was it David Copperfield who made the Statue of Liberty disappear?
Oh, that was that one guy. What was his name? I forgot what his name is. Is that what his name was? I don't know. That's like old stuff.
Yeah, very old, like back in the 80s.
Yeah.
Showing the bloody age. Do apologise.
Dude, I remember watching that live. That was so
wow.
easy to refute. Like, come on.
What? He didn't make it disappear? But we all saw it. No, when was that? I didn't actually see it.
I want to
but-
say it was like 2002 time frame, somewhere in there.
Oh, okay.
Bollocks. I used to watch this crap back in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Remember when he flew around like Peter Pan?
See, the thing is, in today's technology as well, and we are living in the future, use little bunny fingers, I've seen Michael Jackson and people on stage that are dead because of holograms and stuff, right? Now, I'm not saying that this is a hologram, but we must understand that there are other techniques to make things appear to you that aren't actually there. Some things are like augmented reality as well. We're quite advanced now with this type of technology, but just the idea of a hologram, you can do that from a distance. It's going to look real, no problem at all. They have exhibitions of this stuff and have done for the last, 10, 20, 30, 40, no, within the last 25 years anyway, since the turn of the century, because the future, right? All of these holograms do exist. It's just, I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but you can't say either way with 100% certainty that all of these things are live and real as shown. No way.
Why don't you become the first flat Earth astronaut then?
Why? Why?
To show the lies that you know that we don't.
I've measured the surface of the Earth. That's conclusory as it is. Everything requires the surface of the Earth to be curved because we live on a fucking ball. As soon as it's not a ball, all of the rest of the cards come tumbling down. Everything requires the Earth to be a ball. Everything is backwards engineered to be a ball. There are pictures of balls and stories of balls. Then the Earth should measure to have curvature. It doesn't, so it's not what they say. I don't care about any magician tricks or me going to the place that doesn't fucking exist to prove something to you for some reason. Your standards of evidence is wonky. To
Don't
prove the
exist
surface
because you
of the
never went there.
Earth, what?
It doesn't exist because you never went there.
Oh,
right?
space doesn't exist because it's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. If you want to be very specific about it, these people aren't going there because the there isn't a real place to go to. It's like me saying I can go to Narnia through a bloody wardrobe. You know Narnia doesn't exist. Just as I know that space, as a medium, as they tell us, cannot exist in that way.
So what about the Mars colonize?
So what about Alien and Aliens and Alien 3 and Star Wars and all of these other stories? They're stories, dude. Why do you keep telling me stories?
No, it's yeah, but it's a movie. It's a movie. Fucking
It's
Star Wars.
just story. It's lore at this point, right? As time has gone on, there's been more lore added to the story. Right? I guess you would expect colonies on Mars and stories about these things. So this is what you get. Stories about the thing you would expect now.
Okay. How long have you been flat Earth for?
11 years.
Final boss, have any other questions come to mind? Like, I know this is a ton of information. You know, usually it's best to have it in like smaller bites and think about it and process it and then move on to the next rather than like get it all together. So, what are your thoughts right now? What are you thinking?
I'm thinking that this is too much information,
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
and I still don't believe anything.
Yeah, that's
Not
fine. We
that.
wouldn't want you to believe anything, right? But we're here. Not here. We're usually at the home server. Which have you been to our home server?
They asked me to. Some guy
Okay.
asked me to go in there, and I
Okay.
can't because I have already 100 servers, and I need to leave one to join your flat thing.
Okay. Oh, that's a lot. Well, if you do, just ping me and I'll voice verify you in there, okay?
Let me see if I have space for it. I might not have it. It's all the dudes that invited me. Yeah, it's full. 100%. 100 servers I got. Yeah, maybe one day.
Okay. Maybe you can find one that deals with something slightly less important than the very nature of the earth you live on. And we can trade it out.
Leave the furry channel.
I see. Okay. I
Yo,
found
Jedi,
one.
I was just about to say that. It's so funny, dude. Yo, it is so hot. I just got in my car now. Holy, it's 104 degrees.
Oh my gosh. Yep, that's the desert for you.
I'm gonna start crying right now. It sucks for dog.
Yeah, you live somewhere hot where like the best parking spot is the one that has like a tiny bit of a tree above it. Doesn't matter how far away it is. Yeah.
And there's that one car parked under it that's covered in bird shit, and you can tell that it's been there for the last 3 months.
Yeah.
We get these swarms of grackles here. Do you have grackles in Vegas, Lats? Those birds. And they love parking lots. And they'll come in and
Wait, what
there's
did
like
you say?
I said, do you have grackles in Vegas? Those birds?
I don't know
They're-
what that. I thought
Oh,
it was a
okay.
bug.
Oh no. If you don't know what they are, then you don't have them. It's like a swarm of locusts, but they're birds. And they love
I don't
parking
mind them.
lots. It can be unfortunate sometimes if they find your particular parking lot.
Oh, birds are cute, right? That's all right. I'm cool with
They're
birds.
really cool birds, and they make a really weird sound. I'll DM you because they almost don't sound like organic at all.
Hey, can you
But
imitate one real quick?
yeah, next time when there's no bot in the room.
Crackle.
There you go. Perfect.
Bro, it's 78 degrees and I'm cooking right now. I'm a bitch.
Oh my goodness, dude! I would love that. I'm crying. I'm literally cooking.
So, Lats, you get very similar temperatures to what I get here in summertime.
Oh yeah, dude, it sucks.
Deal with
It
it, bro.
sucks
It's hard
big
enough.
honest. Oh, I know, dude. I know. That's why we wearing tank tops everywhere.
It is nice though. All the fine ladies were out today, so sunshine brings out everything fine.
That's
Yeah,
why I
as
keep
he's
getting
driving
funny
down the
looks from
strip.
other girls.
I can
Yeah.
just see you sitting in your car, cruise along. Oh, I like shorts.
I've almost crashed a couple times in certain neighborhoods.
What the heck? You guys better be careful.
So what's your average high in like July and August?
Let's see. I will look that up for you right now. I think it's somewhere like 114-ish.
Yeah,
Let me get
it's
that.
gotten that high here. Sometime we've had like one time we had like 45 days in a row, well over 100. But it's
Gross.
brutal. It's brutal.
Wait, it's 104 right now?
For
Oh, not
me,
where. Yeah, for him
oh
right
no, it's
now.
What?
100. It's 105 now.
What? Dude, that's the
Yeah.
hottest I've ever experienced in my life. Damn,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
Yeah, it's disgusting. If anybody wants to look at the temperature in Las Vegas right now, it's pretty gross.
The hottest I ever experienced though was in Phoenix in July. And like all my clothes in my suitcase, a lot of them shrank. And, you know, it was bad. It was like 106 at 8 in the morning.
It's not that bad for grade 6 pot early, so it's okay. I don't know why it's just this hot today. I got my car washed this morning. I was able to dry it off and everything all nice, and it was only like 70 something. Now it's 100 something. The hottest I ever experienced here in Las Vegas was like 122, I think it was. That was pretty gross. Yeah, the heat I have over here is it's pretty dry. It's not like the humid places. I think humid and hot sucks because it feels like we're swimming, dude. I've done that before. It sucks. It's like the very breath you take is like trying to breathe in maple syrup. It's so thick and gross. Hey, what happened to Final Boss? Hey, you there, bro? You good?
I think his mind is a little blown right now.
Oh, never mind. He's gone. Oh, shit, sorry.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what happened to
It's
Final
just,
Boss. He looked up the ladder and realised there was others.
shit, Toby, that's a pretty good video, too. The hell is this poll this random guy put in the side chat? What size women do you prefer? 4 foot, 5 foot, 6 foot, 50 foot.
4 foot tall,
What's
flat head, and no teeth.
He said flat head, no teeth.
You'll work it out.
Hold on.
50 foot. How do they even work?
50 foot, you don't know. Like,
Is it one? Is it like one, like woman that's 50 feet, or like a bunch of
I think it's
women
just
that like equals 50 feet? So if I laid out like women until they stretched out 50 feet across the floor, is that equivalent?
I think it means like one woman that's 50 foot tall.
Oh.
One
Or is
woman
it
with
one?
50 feet.
Yeah, I was gonna say, or one with 50 feet.
Just read that from Contest. Normally, when they say size, I thought they're talking about like the width, like how big do you want them? Oh, it's not really. I thought they would mean like height.
I mean, maybe if they're like really tiny feet, like micro feet, 50 of them. That'd be like an octopus.
Oh, yikes. Yeah, she's still cool. I'd probably still date her, even if she had 50 feet.
I'm gonna select do it.
Let's see. Damn, everybody voted. I'm just looking at the votes. 41% said 6 foot, 28% said 50 foot, 21% said 5 foot, 8% said 4 foot.
We got some freaks here.
That's pretty funny. Anybody like short girls?
I feel like if a chick is like 6 feet, I instantly like challenge them to some sort of like athletic like battle immediately. I'm just like, prove you're worthy of being 6 feet. And if they are, it's a turn on. But if they aren't, it's like, oh, you're just useless.
Here's all for show. Dude,
My
think
luck if
about
I
it.
tried that. There should be some Amazon and she'd bitch slap me to the floor.
You know, she could pick you up though, dude. She could like help you reach stuff on the top shelf at the grocery store.
Well, did I tell you my liability scale when I date chicks?
No, what is that?
Yeah, I asked them questions, and like if they answer them like wrong, like that they're like a liability and like dangerous situations to where like they could end up like killing me or like bringing them with me. So like for instance, if we're in like a car accident, right? And
Okay.
like I can't pull them out because they weigh too much, right? Then like it's just like I pre-disclose that like before like, you know, like you advance, right? Like I just want to warn you that like if we're in an accident, right? It's I don't, you know. But like so if they're like a tall person, right? What if they're too tall and unathletic? So like if they're like 6'6" and they're just completely useless unathletically, then yeah, that wouldn't work.
She can also make the argument that you're supposed to be strong enough to be able to pick them up no matter what size she is.
Yeah, but that's why I warn them like beforehand. I give them a limit. It's for safety. It's like a safety course, bro. It's like, you know.
Oh, this shit is so funny, dude.
These are my weight limits. You know, in the elevator when you get on, like I warn them before. I don't want a lawsuit. Anyway.
It's like, listen, babe, I'm sorry. I might not be able to pick you up if you ever get into a car accident. I'm sorry. That's some
Well, I make
crazy
them
disclosure, bro.
prove it. I when I take like girls on dates, I always take them like make them do something athletic, right? I'm like, all right, let's go like ride bikes or like all of a sudden like we'll go for a walk and then like I'll make them run for no reason and see how like their run is. They're like, you know, 50-meter is.
Dude, that's so funny.
They never know. They never know I'm testing them, but like you know, low key I'm always like testing them.
You know what's so funny, dude? I've actually had girls in the past, right? Like I've taken them on dates and stuff to Red Rock. Because they're always like, yeah, I love hiking. I love doing physical activity. That's my favorite thing ever. Because I guess they see me and they just, you know, assume that they should like that stuff automatically. I'm like, no, I don't give a shit if you like it or not. But they're like, yeah, I love that stuff. I'm like, okay, let's go hiking then. So I'll go take them hiking. Dude, they get up there, they're like not even halfway up the mountain, like already dying. I'm like, yeah, you've never done this before, have you? No.
I know,
Like, poor
dude.
thing.
That must
Poor
suck
thing.
for them. Like I couldn't imagine like never doing hiking and like just going all out up a mountain. Like start small. Like maybe like go to like a park or something. I don't know. Like
I mean,
like a,
you know, granted, I just go like based off of like what they tell me, right? Like if they say, yeah, I do this shit all the time, yeah, I'm like a fucking gym rat. I can climb up like Stairmaster for like 7 hours straight. I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, okay, let's go climb up a mountain. Let's go check it out. At the top, we can have like a little cute picnic, you know,
I'd
eat
never
whatever.
do it. I'd never do any of that in the first date ever, dude. Because I've had bad, like I said, I've had experiences like you before, right? Where like we go bike riding. I'm like, hey, you want to go for like a bike ride around like, you know, downtown? We'll go.
Hey,
run.
what's going on, guys?
Oh, what's up, dude?
What's up, bro?
What's up,
We're discussing
overcontent?
first date ideas. Yeah, you don't want to be trapped with her on top of a mountain. What if she sucks and you don't find out till halfway up?
Yeah, I mean that's all the better if she sucks. Am I right?
Ha 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 ha.
It's alright. Even if she never did it, I can always carry her back down, so it's fine.
Yes, you
Anyway,
can. Yeah.
what's up,
I mean,
bro?
you can. I can't. I mean, that's why I give the warning.
Hey,
So
what's
how
up,
your guys'
Cud? You
days
weren't here
been?
before, weren't you? Weren't you here yesterday or the day before?
Yeah, I like this room. You guys are cool, you know.
Okay. Did you bring anything new for us?
Not really. I mean, no point in debating
Okay.
me. 'Cause it's just going to be the same we had yesterday, you know. So I'll just chat away then. Now, if anybody comes in, I'll shut up.
Okay. Fair enough.
I spent too long destroying fences yesterday that I just had to, you know, today I just need to take a break. I just need to take a break, honestly.
Bro, there's no way you destroyed fences.
We didn't even
Ain't
talk
right.
yesterday.
I'm only having a giggle. I'm only having a giggle. Come here, sir.
I know you're having a giggle.
Where's my boy? Where's old dude? Is he here
Oh,
today?
I don't know where he is. We have a
Oh,
few
I'm
people
right
who are
here.
who are
Are you here?
Scottish here.
Yeah,
Is
that's
old dude
me. I'm
here?
the old guy. That's me.
We-
That's me, old.
No, I mean like
No, no.
old dude. He's a
Yeah,
cool
no.
guy, you know. I like
Yeah,
him.
he's
Yeah,
cool.
that's me. That's me.
No, okay. I don't know where he is. We can summon him. I'll ping him and see if he wants to say hi.
Here I am.
I'll see if I can find some other Scots for you.
Yeah.
Oh,
As I
Saint
love, as much as I
Genghis
love my
Khan.
American cousins, you guys you don't share the sense of humor, you know. You don't share it.
Well, that's
If I go,
debatable, brethren.
if I go too hard, you know, if I go too hard with all the Scott stuff, I just end up getting muted. So I gotta like rein it in a little bit, you know, just rein it in.
What'd you say, bro? I couldn't hear you. You're muted.
Ha 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 ha.
Alright, gang. Guess what
I think I
good
just
proof
pissed
you got
myself.
for
I
us?
laughed that much, to be honest.
Oh, damn, you left. Shit.
Guys, I've got body aches today. Oh, like so bad. And I took my temperature at work. It was 38.7. That's so high.
That's disgusting. What are you doing?
Like I'm touching my like face, and I feel like really warm, but like I feel really cold. You know?
I'm just glad you didn't say south. Okay, that's fine. Why don't you go lay down, dude? Go drink some water.
No, I've just ordered a pizza. I feel like the sodium is going to help me, and I've got 80 milligrams of hydromorphone, hydrocodone there, and
Bro,
I've
fucking
got
greasy ass pizza is not gonna help you. You should have just taken the salt by
yeah, bro.
itself.
No,
Go get some Celtic salt.
you
Just
gotta take
put
the
some under your
perks.
tongue and drink
You
some
gotta take
water,
the
dude.
perks. Help the body aches.
Oh,
You know, I'm
goodness
at a point in
gracious.
my opioid drug addiction now where it's kind of like I am just taking perks because my body is so used to taking perks that if I don't take perks, I get sore. You know, the doctor keeps giving me them, man. He doesn't seem worried. I told him this.
I can't believe you was gonna swallow a pizza.
It's all right. I think he just wants rid of me. I think he just wants me to like become a junkie and just like never go back to him ever again. Just gonna get locked up, which ain't
Why
gonna
don't you go
happen.
eat go eat some watermelon. That'll hydrate you. You feel good after.
Sometimes if I'm feeling really dehydrated, you know what I do? And I don't know if this is crazy or not, okay? But I get a bottle of water and then I put like a little bit of like salt in it, you know, just enough to put some electrolytes in it, you know, and sometimes if I drink that I feel better. Or even
Oh,
sometimes
that's good.
you get these little fizzy tablets, you know, have you seen them? The electrolyte fizzy things that you put in water. I put like maybe 2 or 3 of them
I've
in and
never
just have a
used
drink.
those.
And it's tasty as well, you know? It tastes good. It's like a refreshing sodium-filled drink. Tasty, nice. Yummy, yummy in my tummy. So, guys, the world is round, but like ball round and not coin round.
You mean spherical
It
then?
is not.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Prove me wrong, bruh.
Earth measured flat, bro.
Yeah, what with lasers that are distorted by refraction?
Show us this
Stand-
distortion, please.
Oh,
Out in the
Standard
open air where a
refraction.
obviously
laser where a laser test has been done. Show us where it's distorted.
No, you
I
guys
want to see
didn't
a
test
flaccid
for it
laser.
because you
No,
were
no, no.
testing. You know,
No,
the
no, you've made the
confirmation bias
claim.
is
We were using the laser as a straight line. You're
Yeah.
telling us it's not straight. So what we want from you
You
is
conducted-
clarification. Hold on, I haven't finished. What we want from you is clarification that this laser is bending downward, conforming to an 8-inch per mile squared average curvature rate. That's what you've got to show to us. A laser bending downwards.
I don't need to prove.
Well,
All
you
I
do.
need to-
You're
all I
claiming
need
the
to
laser
prove-
is bending.
All I need to prove is that you didn't
No,
account
no.
for refraction.
We did account for refraction.
That was confirmation bias at its finest.
We have accounted for refraction. Refraction will give you at best 15%. So if we go out to do a 20-mile test and we're expecting 266 foot
true.
drop,
That's not true.
what's not true? That we account for it.
Your percentage is untrue.
Well, what's the percentage then?
It can be anything, really.
It can be anything. So basically, you've made your claim unfalsifiable. It can be anything.
Yeah.
So it could be a packet of chips.
That's what physics says.
That's what physics says. Interestingly enough, there's video footage of a physicist saying at best about 10%. I give you 15 because I'm super generous this morning.
There's videos and audio recordings of doctors telling you that you should smoke cigarettes 20 years ago, 30 years ago.
And how is this analogous?
Because you're telling me that
how is smoking cigarettes analogous to you claiming a laser is bending downwards?
Are you going to let me talk?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Because you're talking shit.
You asked me a
Hold
question.
on a second, bro. You just said that physics said something, and now you're saying, oh, well, if an expert says something, you shouldn't trust it. You just threw yourself and physics under the bus.
No. If you had let me finish, I would have clarified what I meant. Is just because the opinion of one physicist is what you claim it is, doesn't mean that the science of physics changes overnight. Just
Can
like
you
the
get us
opinion
a
of one
citation
doctor isn't.
from what you just claimed? Give us a citation from any physicist backing up what you said, and then give us the demonstration after that.
I'm not going to go out and do this experiment.
Well, don't stutter.
No, you don't have to do it.
I'm not going to go out and demonstrate this.
You don't have to do it. You just have to supply a citation. Maybe a YouTube video of your claimed account.
ChatGPT is more intelligent than you are. It'll tell you.
Actually, ChatGPT gets its ass handed to it on a regular basis.
No, it doesn't, bro.
Yes, it does, bro.
It's just, do you have anything backing up any of your claims at this point, or is it just going to be constant baseless assertion? What are you going to do?
Science.
So you just say the word now? That's how bricked you are? You're just going to say science?
Yeah.
Wow.
Science.
Pretty bad, bro.
And Satan.
I'll
there you go.
For it. So, science.
The grand geometrician of the universe has told us that we have to, conform to a round Earth. It just fits with the sacred geometry of the world, right?
Wow. Weird.
Right. When you say sacred, am I going to waste my time and engage with you?
Sorry, I just.
I know. You said science. So could you give us something?
I said geometry.
Geometry. You said science a minute ago as well. That's why I said so. You said
science and geometry.
Okay, science and geometry. Which one do you want to pick?
Well, I submit to the grand geometrician of the universe, so for me, it's going to be geometry.
Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm out.
Sorry, I didn't mean
so
to
if
upset
it's geometry, you'd be able to supply us with measured drop over distance then. That's solved. Please do so.
Say that again, but just a little bit slower. I'm a bit simple,
No comment. If it is geometry you are appealing to, you can supply us with measured drop over distance. Please.
Yeah, they done shadow tests and stuff to determine how the.
They done what?
They done tests with shadows and shit,
So let me get this straight. We measure a shadow. How does that prove the shape of the ground has curvature?
Because they took into account how much the shadows moved, right?
So shadows moving. So if I go outside, run around like a fucking idiot, and my shadow's moving, and I get someone else to measure it, therefore my backyard is
because
curved.
you are moving, so you are changing the result of the measurement, right?
What if you change the position of you in relation to the light source?
I don't think it would have. I don't think it would have a difference.
Really? So if you stand underneath a light and then walk away and watch your shadow increase in size in front of you. You don't think that's got anything?
Yeah, but he didn't move the
whatsoever?
instruments. He didn't move the instruments that he was
No.
measuring.
He was already at 2 places along that fucking line. So when he was underneath the light, there was no shadow. And then at the other end of the line, there was a stick in the floor with a shadow. That's
Yeah.
why I said, let's imagine ourselves walking, the amazement in length increasing
And
as we
answer
move
the
away
question.
from underneath
Answer
the
this
light
question.
source. Why are you talking through me? Do you drive, sir?
I do drive, yeah.
You understand what a street light is, don't you?
I think I may have seen one.
Good. So you stand under one, just one, and you'll
No, I'm a
notice
bit
that there's
cold.
no
I don't
shadow
want
cast. It's underneath your feet when you lift it up, and then you walk away from underneath the street light, and
Yeah,
you
no.
marvel,
No.
I tell you,
Nobody's
absolute wonder that
nobody's
your
moving.
shadow is increasing in front of you. Now, what does that tell you about the? Why are you muttering through me?
Because I'm trying to tell
What
you
does
that
that tell you about
the
the
street light.
surface that you're on?
It just tells me that your logic is flawed because the street light doesn't move.
Hey,
whereas the sun
Fudge,
does.
shut up. He knows the street light
My
didn't move.
fucking no, I don't
I
need
just think the
this.
logic is flawed.
No,
I mean, the
we're
sun
talking
doesn't move,
about the
the earth moves, right?
relationship between light sources and fucking shadows placement in relation to the light source. Are you dumb?
You don't need to mute me. I won't talk over
I
you.
know.
You
Are
can
you
just
dumb?
Well, I mean, that's subject to your opinion, right?
Okay, so you
Okay,
shouldn't be following
Fudge, you're
along.
not even
We're
listening.
talking
You're
about
having
the
another
relationship.
conversation.
Oh, fuck's sake. We're talking about the relationship between light and shadows, right? It's very simple to understand. It's probably nighttime where you are, and you probably turn your fucking lights on. Why you're finding this so hard to understand, I do not know. You got a light on your ceiling. Go stand under it. Walk
Okay, I'm
away
standing
from
under
under
it
it.
right now.
Just that one light being on, dumbass. Then watch your shadow increase in front of you. Like with every other demonstration I've been pointing out to you, and you've been feigning ignorance. The only thing that you're demonstrating is you're a fucking prick.
Hey. Calm down. There's no need for that. That's ad hom. That means you're losing.
No, that's
No,
not
ad
an ad
hominem
hom. That is a
is
direct
in lieu
insult.
of argument. I've literally just ripped you a fucking part, and just for
Nah,
fucking dressing at the side.
I pulled out
If
science, bro.
I'd
You can't
said
beat science.
absolutely nothing, that would have been an ad hominem. In lieu of argument, attack against a man. Please know your fucking fallacies, dumb fuck.
Hey, I posted an image in the side chat on my kitchen counter where there's 3 soda cans with different length shadows. So
Your light doesn't
therefore,
move.
my counter should be the sun moves across the sky. So what? Doesn't mean the Earth is round.
Your light doesn't move is false because
So how
the
come?
test was
So how
done at
come?
what? Why does he all of a sudden think he can fucking talk through people? Stop doing that, bro. Your light doesn't move means absolutely nothing. The reason for this is the test was done in one moment in time, a singularity. So your Earth was assumed to be not moving at that particular point in time in your stupid ball-tard model. So let's have a look at the image provided in side chat. The gentleman has placed up a table with 3 different shadow lengths. Oh my god, according to your stupid mathematics, his table must be curved.
No, that's not what I was saying.
Well, please explain to us how measuring shadows is going to get you out of this.
So, you said about the you made a false statement. You said because the sun is moving around the Earth, that doesn't mean that the Earth is flat when it does, right?
No, you're talking about something non-related now. You're measuring shadows, telling us how the Earth's curved. So measure the shadows and tell us how that
Knows at
table's
bottom here,
curved.
boys. I'll just go on mute. Have a good day.
You can't, so he's running away.
So you're all that in a bag of chips and you just ate your own chips. That's silly.
I'm actually just ordered pizza.
Stop talking. The last word isn't really going to mean anything. Thank you. No, don't do it. The last word means fuck all. I'll have it. There we go.
I was going to do a nice one, bruv.
Nice one, brother.
Oh, a bit early for that. Oh man.
You missed out
Actually,
yesterday, man. Somebody was looking for an angry Australian flat earther.
Where's AJ when I want him?
Toothless has a question for Says Who in the side chat.
Oh.
Yeah, Toothless has a crush on me, I think.
It's because you explain things so well. You're so calm and polite.
You, oh man, you're a liar.
No, that's what he said.
Oh, okay. I thought that was coming from you.
No, I have other words I can use for you, sir.
Ah, okay. Toothless, no need what, bro? Is he even in here?
Yeah.
Toothless, come off of mute. Talk to me, man.
Tell you what, I'll draw the curtains. I'll put some low lights on, some music. I'll mute myself. You and Toothless can have the room to yourself.
Ooh. Come on, Toothless. It's not that serious. You've spoken in the VC before. I don't understand why you're playing this game. It's actually becoming quite annoying. Just ask the question. Yeah, I realize. Why is there no need to ask it in the VC? We have dead air right now. We're trying to get people to engage. You're a people. Engage.
Engagement means commitment. I don't know if he's ready for that.
At this point, Toothless, I'm thinking about banning you just because you're playing these dumb games. You don't come into the VC, you ask the same question multiple times to multiple people, hoping for different responses. Like you're either going to be here, under true, honest pretenses and engage like normal people would and stop using this dumb excuse where people make fun of you because ultimately, dude, you're a grown ass man. You really shouldn't care that much. You're learning English and you're actually not even that bad at it. So come on.
I mean, when you said grown ass man, I mean all the hairs on all my balls like stood out straight out, and I'm ready to talk, bro. Let's go. What language do you speak, Toothless? I'll speak it. I'll speak your language. I don't give a shit. I'll fuck it up every chance I can, because I'm a grown ass man and I ain't afraid.
Trying to teach my younger son this at the moment. Got to be able to laugh at yourself. Don't take yourself so seriously. And then when others come at you with shit, it doesn't mean as much. So don't worry about how you sound or whatever, dude. Just say it with chest. Say it with confidence. You'll be fine.
When I was a paramedic, I used to have patients come into the emergency room, and I didn't know Spanish, but I understood it, right? Like I could tell by the way conversation would flow and things like that. I knew what they would talk about for the most part. Like there were things I didn't understand, but we'd figure it out and get through it. And so I'd get a lot of patients who didn't speak English very well, but they understood it. So, sorry, I'm on the phone. But they, so they would speak Spanish and I would speak English, and we'd have a full blown conversation in opposite languages. You can't be afraid to be a part of the conversation.
All right, Toothless. Well, I guess you're going to win this round. Ask your question in the side chat, and I will answer it in the VC if I can.
And why are you posting this dribble in the side chat?
Because it's funny.
How about
it's
you
back.
don't?
I was going to read that. That looked cool, right up my alley. I was going to see if there was anything on there that was actually true.
And does it hurt your feelings that the Earth is indeed measurably flat? Does that bother you?
No.
Okay.
You can't talk now, Toothless. No, not allowed to talk. Nah, okay, I'll do that. Take your. There you go. Free to talk now, Toothless.
And obviously you are butthurt about the Earth being measured as flat. Tell us about your cope.
I'm not coping, man.
Oh, yes, you are. We can sense it.
Yeah, I want to know why flat Earth is the cornerstone for absolute truth.
Why?
Yeah.
What?
Because it's hidden in plain sight.
Who said it
No,
was
it
the
isn't.
cornerstone for absolute truth? Does that statement even mean?
It means that of all the wacky things you could believe in, this is like the lowest hanging fruit.
This, out of all the wacky things that you can
Lowest
believe in,
hanging
like
fruit.
moon hoaxes and JFK and that other list, the only thing that's
Yeah, that's
different
the
with
joke.
regards to the Earth is that you can measure the Earth. It's not like the other ones.
I can't measure the Earth. I don't have a tape measure that long.
You wouldn't need to take measure. Surveying exists, right? We survey upon the Earth before we build. We measure on the Earth every single freaking day. And when we do, it's horizontal, right?
When we build on the ocean.
Oh, dude, we build dams. We take land back from the friggin' ocean.
Yeah, I don't
Are
see how
you
it makes it
hoping?
flat
Are you
nor round.
hoping that there's going to be some kind of tack that you're going to throw in the road that's going to hurt my feet and I'm not going to carry on anymore? It's not going to happen
No,
like
it's
that,
just
mate.
like it's like just revolting against the cathedral, and it's just like the lowest hanging fruit.
What are you on about? I'm telling you that this is measurable.
Yeah, you
Is
have the
your
absolute truth.
I have to point this out, and it pains me to do so, but is your height a conspiracy? Would you lie about your height? And if you did so, would I be able to confirm whether you're lying or not by measuring you?
Yeah, I'm 5'2".
Okay, cool. So I would confirm that by measuring you. And then after that measure, we could use that as a form of identification, an identifying attribute to some kind of birth certificate, or sorry, not birth certificate, that's ridiculous, driving license or medical form or something like that, right? To identify you. That's standard of measure. This is how we know the Earth's flat, by measuring it.
Well, the DMV puts my height at whatever I tell them to.
Now, do you understand I moved on from DMV because that was hopefully letting we measure the surface of the Earth and how that is a standard of knowing something. Identification.
Do you know the coastline distance problem?
What, the coastline paradox? Yeah.
Yeah.
The more
So
minute or
I don't
smaller
get
you
what
use to
the
measure, the larger the coastline becomes. Yes. But
yeah.
we're
So I don't
talking about the
understand why
difference
like
between a straight line and a curved one.
I mean that's just distance. It's just it doesn't matter.
I just
You're just arguing which
if
one's
I'd
longer.
like N, like you are not the guy, and I'm not wasting any more time with you.
So for someone that's not butthurt about the Earth being measured flat, that was a lot of cope in there, Anne. I told you we could sense it.
That's crazy, man.
Not my fault. We just point out the obvious. If you get upset, that's a you problem.
Yeah, you have the absolute truth, man.
So now you're going to just cycle back to your absolute truth.
Yeah, I mean that's the point.
What? It's measured flat, so you can just cope about it? Please, cope away.
I mean, I live in the mountains. It's not really flat here.
See, this is where we point out how retarded you are because we aren't talking about smooth, we're talking about flat. Flat has a definition. I don't think you know what it is. Good job, though, N.
This crazy person, dude.
Is there any such thing? Do you think there's any such thing in as absolute truth?
Of course.
What distinguishes that which is an absolute truth from that which is not?
If it's not true.
Let's circular.
Yeah, axioms typically are.
Is it an axiom that a sphere must have curvature?
Oh, it seems like it.
Right. So on the Earth, how come there's no measurable curve if it is a sphere?
I don't know, man.
I don't think it's an axiom that a sphere must have curvature. If the sphere was infinitely large, it wouldn't have curvature.
Infinitely
Okay, draw me a
large?
curve. Draw me
Infinitely
a
large.
sphere with
Another
infinity.
spastic.
Draw me an
Holy
infinite
cow, dude.
sphere.
An axiom has to be true, like regardless of anything
No,
else.
So draw us
axioms are
an
just
infinite sphere,
propositions.
please. So Naya, your job is to go and draw an infinite sphere, and we're still coping.
I'm not coping. I didn't say infinite sphere.
No, Naya, not N. Anne is coping. Naya is going to draw us an infinite sphere.
I'm not coping, dude.
You are coping, bro. We can hear it in your voice.
You just don't support Black Lives Matter.
And what's that got to do with you coping about the ground being measured as flat?
It has to do with you're deleting my memes in side chat.
Well, your memes are shit and they're non-related to this room.
It's got the word flat Earth and it is related.
Oh, so just because it's got flat Earth, so you can post all this other propaganda and bullshit, and just because you printed flat Earth in another font down the bottom means you can post it in here? Good luck.
Well, it has to do with the topic, right? It's like you have all these other things
No,
to
no,
believe in.
you were selling all
that
the other
are
bullshit, and you
anti-cathedral.
thought you would slight that in.
And then
that didn't work.
at the bottom of the iceberg is flat Earth because it's the epitome of absolute truth. Like nothing else matters but flat Earth.
Well, it must be the truth because you're in here. You've sorted out, you've found it. So what are you going to do now?
Same thing I always do.
Cope. And we're back around again. Enjoy your day.
I don't know if we could be back around if I was flat.
So you can't draw a circle on a flat piece of paper?
Circles are round. No edges.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's an edge. The circumference, right?
No, it's two-dimensional. There's no edge.
Okay.
It's just another debate clown. Shut him down.
He strawmans himself into his own
I know.
argument. That's hilarious.
Yeah, just another debate clown, and his script got broken from the get-go, so he's got to cope. Oh, Toothless, you don't understand. Okay, this channel is about soy boys and debate tryhards. They think they're all that with politics, so they come in here and use their politics debating skills and try to debate something that's a measurement. So go figure. But yeah, we're in here for the soy boys. Like Anne, who just want to come in here and cope. Yeah, I think he is. Anne, are you looking for a vacation?
I don't care, man. Up to you.
Well, if he don't care and all is the same, then yeah, man. See you later, man.
See ya.
Is this a server that we're supposed to do our commands in that one special room or whatnot, or can we do them in here?
Well, I do think they want it in the mod chat.
I don't mind doing that in there. Just sometimes it doesn't work in there, and so I have to do it in here.
Dude, it never works for me in there. Ever. Anyway, welcome to the new folk. Taylor's new. Veritas is going to show us an infinitely large sphere, whatever the hell that is.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, you were talking about mathematics, right? There's infinity in
You,
mathematics.
you were talking about making us a sphere of infinite size, and you were asked to produce one.
Is infinity a real number?
It's not really like a number.
Right. It's not a real number, right? It
Yeah,
can't be used in practical sense.
well, it can be used to answer mathematical questions, and his question was a mathematical one. His was that is it an axiom, like so basically, is it absolute that a sphere must have curvature, so like curvature on the surface? So that's
Excellent.
not an
And you
absolute.
said, what about an
Because-
infinite sphere? And we asked
Right.
you to produce one so we can test for its curvature. So please produce an infinite sphere so we can test it.
Well, I mean, it's like just like logic and mathematics, right? It's a mathematical question.
No, not really.
Well, no, it's not a mathematical question. It's a
Yeah.
it's a you being a fucking idiot trying to dodge the obvious. Spheres require curvature. No curvature, no sphere. You, my friend,
Not if
are
it-
an idiot. So
not
you
if
can
it's an
either
really
produce
large sphere.
your sphere of infinite radius or fuck up.
This is mathematical and conceptual. We should just stop.
Toothless, your microphone sounds like you just kicked it down the beach.
I can't wait to see this infinite circumference or infinite radius circle. I know he's like working really hard to draw it.
It's fucking muted. Do you really want a picture of it? Ridiculous, no?
Well, I want it hand drawn.
Drawing a sphere hand drawn actually takes quite a lot of skill. I'm not that skilled of an artist.
Yeah, I'm
Or
pretty
better
good
yet,
looking
go
at it.
into AutoCAD and then do a circle with an infinite radius.
What's the point of saying infinite?
Well, because when he said, is it an axiom that a sphere has to have curvature? He's essentially saying, is it absolute that a sphere has to have curvature? It's not absolute because there is a case where it isn't.
I don't think that's what
So
he's saying.
draw this case of the sphere that doesn't have curvature. Put pen to paper. Draw it. Present it in the side chat. Stop being a
It's
fucking tard.
contradiction. Obviously, spheres have curve. Obviously.
Oh, we got a problem now, Tonga, because the idiot that's below you, Naya, says otherwise.
Well, yeah, they're an idiot then.
He said if we had a circle with an infinite radius, it would be flat.
Makes no sense. It's the wrong jar.
Not the one that you put your brain in?
Alright, here. Let's say calculate curvature. Here is a circle. R equals infinity. And there's no curvature.
So there's no curvature, but yet all you've shown us is circles with curvature. Are you stoned or stupid?
Hey, I showed you how.
The first one, there's an arc
I showed you
showing
how
curve. Second
curvature is
one, a great big
calculated.
sphere. Third one, multiple circles within each other.
You're just being silly.
Next picture along, parabolic arc around a fucking circle. It's just circles, circles, circles. Every single one of those things has a curve to it. You're supposed to be showing us a sphere with no curve.
Yeah, I showed you right there.
Every single item you've produced has curve.
Yeah.
So it's also on a flat plane as well. It's not even a sphere, right? It's an image.
Yeah, so you can't even do it with the 2D. So you have curve everywhere, even in 2D.
It's a 2D sphere. You can't have a 2D sphere.
I know, it's called the circle.
How am I going to show you a 3D sphere?
You went from a sphere to a circle, and you still got curve problems. What?
No, this explains it, bro. Just you can just read it, or
Dude, you're being gaslit by ChatGPT, and you're coming in here telling us, "No, I swear,
Yeah,
it's
be
not curving," even
careful,
though
there's,
everything you've showed us is
No, I
circles
mean,
and
before I
spheres
looked
here.
it up, it was quite obvious that a sphere with an infinite radius would have zero curvature.
Those chatbots tell
There's-
you exactly what you want to hear.
No, like I said, before I looked it up, this was very, very obvious. And then, because they were desperate to see an image of it.
Yeah, he showed us a sphere.
Yeah. Yeah, sphere
with curvature.
Radius, the infinity.
No, we didn't ask for radius to infinity. We asked you if one of the
Infinitely large.
axioms of a sphere is that it must be curving everywhere, not for infinite radius, which, by the way, also does not exist except in concept. So, what are you doing, man?
Well, I mean, if that was the axiom that it is a sphere must have curvature as long as it is not infinitely large, then I would agree. That wasn't what you said, or whatever the other
Is
guy
there
said.
a sphere that's infinitely large?
No, we're not talking about the Earth right now. We're talking about geometry.
Is there a sphere in reality that is infinitely
Like,
large?
No.
Apology.
Thank you.
Maybe the universe, actually.
Oh.
Right? I was asking earlier, is the universe flat? How would that work?
Well, that's how NASA describes it.
Yeah, the universe isn't a sphere; it's flat.
How would that work?
They're talking about something
You'll have to
else.
ask them.
Yeah. It's it's talking about like space-time curvature. There's no space-time curvature, so like time is flat. What do you mean by it?
Hey, hey Naya, how do you know it's a globe?
No, I don't think it's a globe.
Oh, oh, okay.
I do think it's a ball, though.
Yeah, same shit, right?
No. It's a ball with many flat sides, with the flat Earth being on one side.
Alright, you sound like a retard. Have a good day, guys.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Hello there.
Hi. You had a question?
No, I have asked already.
Oh, okay.
Where the Glober's at?
I am Glober. Right here.
Glober? We got a Glober?
That's me. I'm Glober.
Oh, dude. Why, man? Why would you believe in such a thing? Just because somebody told you? You never want to check it out yourself?
How did you know?
I mean, it's the same old story with every Glober. They just, it's just a religious belief. So, I mean, it's just, that's how it goes for the Glovers.
Yeah, mine's cooler than yours.
Your what? Your story? Your Globe story? Your Globe stories? That's not cool.
Yeah, we got Star Wars. Yeah.
Yeah, you're basically living in Star Wars, man. You just, I mean, I guess that is kind of cool. You're just living in a little fantasy world, you know? You can just live in whatever kind of world you want to, you know, just dream it up.
Well, it could be like, all the movies are coming true, right? So we're gonna get close to Star Wars is coming soon.
The movies are coming true? What movie? What movie has been coming true lately?
All of them, Terminator.
What? Terminator's coming true? Aliens coming true?
Well, most of them.
Idiocracy.
Yeah, Idiocracy. That one, yeah. See? Star Wars next.
Yeah, maybe obviously that's kind of old though. So who's Skynet? You know, if Terminator's coming true, who's Skynet?
Palantir.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll buy that. Yeah, I could go with that.
Yeah,
And
next
what
Star
are
Wars. Elon next
Okay.
Star Wars.
What are the data centers gonna? Because the data centers are gonna play a big part in this movie. It's probably gonna be part of the finale. So what are they doing with those? What's Palantir doing with the data centers?
They're feeding robots water. Yeah.
I didn't know robots needed water. I thought they were just cooling the robots off. They're feeding it to them.
Yeah, space is real.
Space is real. All right, man. Well, if you want to live in your fantasy globe space world, I mean,
Yeah, I do. It's cool. It's cooler than your world.
I mean, I live in the world that I see. You know, I just take the world for what it is. You know, I don't need to add on stories to it.
Well, maybe you should. It'd be a lot cooler.
I don't know, man. It kind of sounds like a drug addict. You know, like the world's not cool enough, so you need drugs to spice it up. Except, you know, it's not drugs in your case. It's just like fantasy. It's like role playing.
Well, it's drugs too, but yeah.
Oh.
No, wait. What? No. Space is cool.
Yeah, I get it, man. You just load up the bong, turn on the Discovery Channel, watch about the universe, and just like get hyped. Just nerd it, just zone out. We all did it at one time.
You ever watch Blue Planet?
No, is that the ocean one on Netflix?
Yeah.
Oh no, I keep seeing it, and I'm like, and I go to something else. But it's definitely been tempting me. Is it good?
Yeah, it'll suck you in, man.
You have to have a really HD TV though, or else it's not the same.
I mean, yeah, but I mean the ocean. That is, I mean, we know less about the ocean than we know about, you know, quote unquote space. Like we don't know shit about the ocean. There could be all kinds of stuff in that big old thing we don't know about.
That's right, man. And It's not like Big Bang freaking, fantasy shit.
Yeah, why no ocean fantasy movies?
They're trying to throw us off. They don't want us looking at what's right there. It's like, just look up. It's like the classic distraction. Just look up. Don't look what's right there in front of you. It's giant body of water. Like, what's in there? And then they try to scare everybody. They're like, oh yeah, we're gonna go down in this submarine controlled by an Xbox controller and it's gonna blow up. Don't do it.
Well, what gets me is anytime they do try like an ocean, movie like that, they mix it with outer space, right? Got like The Abyss. You got Pacific Rim.
Oh, those Godzilla. Yeah, that one.
Godzilla.
The Abyss, is that like a 70s or 80s movie, or is that a newer one?
Yeah, I think it was 80s, maybe late 80s.
Okay, I need to watch that. The only ocean movie I can think of that I've watched is that movie with Samuel L. Jackson and sharks. The sharks keep killing everybody. Deep
I
Blue
like that.
Sea.
Sharknado? I like that movie.
No, not Sharknado. It's like a 90s or early 2000s movie about like crazy sharks. I think it was right before Snakes on a Plane, when Samuel L. Jackson was in that mode where he was just taking any movie he could. I'm pretty sure a shark ate Samuel L. Jackson's arm in that movie.
Look at me. I am the movie.
What's so quiet today?
You want to make one?
Like what?
Make a plan.
Plan. What?
Shit, am I hearing stuff? Did you just say, what's the plan today?
Why is it so quiet today? Like it's no one's talking. Everyone's just on mute. And there's a lot of people. Everyone's just on mute.
I don't know. Waiting for Glober?
Waiting for a Glover.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I talked about nothing for a little bit, and then no Glober has really come in, and now we're just chilling.
Hello?
What was that?
Hello?
Hi.
Hey.
What's up, Brandon?
What up? Googly? Is it? I'm sorry, I don't pay attention to people's names.
You're talking to Neil.
Oh, Neil. Okay.
What's new with you, bro?
Not much. Just the same stuff. Just doing the same shit.
Yo, Brandon, were you the one that said hello earlier, all creepy like? Was that you?
Hello. Yeah, that was me.
I don't think that was you. I don't know. It sounded different. Maybe I'm tripping.
Maybe I don't know. I did do that though.
Hmm. I don't know. I might be tripping.
Okay.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Damn, not a single glober in here, huh? Wants to defend the globe? Anybody brave enough?
I don't understand. The Earth is a globe because of a horizon. That's...
Sure.
A flat surface cannot have a horizon. Look it up, dude.
Why not?
It just can't.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay. Flat surfaces cannot have a horizon. Hmm.
Yes, exactly.
What do you think about that video I just posted up in the side chat there?
Hold on, I open
Okay.
the one that was just posted. Let's see. The top of the building.
Yeah. Is that not flat? Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe it is flat. What do you think? Or not flat? Is it a curved building? I don't know. You tell me.
Not the same analogy.
What?
Wait. A horizon. What is the top of the building blocking? If it had a horizon, it would be able to block something. What is it blocking?
What is the horizon blocking?
The horizon blocks? Something goes over the horizon. Yes. Like ships, the bottom part isn't visible because something blocks it from vision. Yes. When it
I
goes
don't think
under
the
the
horizon's
horizon,
blocking
yes.
anything.
not how I mean it. It's being blocked because what's being blocked because of that horizon? That's a bit of a question.
You think you can have bottom-up obstruction only on a flat surface and not a flat one? Or did I say that right? Only on a
No, I
curved
don't.
surface. Sorry if I said that wrong.
And there is bottom-up obstruction.
Yeah, I got you,
Ships
dude.
going over the horizon. That's bottom-up
What do you?
obstruction.
Yeah. Do you think that could only happen on a curving surface?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless you can show me otherwise.
Yeah, I just sent another video in the side chat right now for you.
Hi there.
What was that?
We're
Oh, the
back
voice
with
sounds so fake. Oh,
Just
never
missed
mind.
AI.
I was like,
That's the video.
what?
That's the video. Oh
Oh, I
God,
know. I
that was
realize that
funny.
now.
That was
That's crazy,
funny.
bro. I thought somebody came in the room. I was like, who the hell is that?
That
Freaked me
sounds
out, dude.
fake. That was funny. I'm trying to need to turn it down again. Hold on. Hold on. I might need to.
Temperature sensors were again placed at 12 inches, 2 inches, quarter inch, as well as flat surface surface. And the center of the camera lens was again around a quarter of an inch above the surface. The objects we'll be viewing are about half an inch tall. This time we placed 8 of the objects along the route, each spread at 10, with the first starting at 100 inches and the last ending at 70 inches.
Were those objects getting smaller as they were going further away?
No, she's not demonstrating that. Just that
What
refractive.
were they though? In your vision,
Refractive
did it look
effect.
like they were getting smaller? That's all I'm asking.
Wait, what are you asking?
They weren't actually getting smaller, but what did it look like? It angular size? That's what
Well,
I'm trying to.
I was just talking solely about objects disappearing bottom up on a flat
Okay, I'll
surface, so that can
continue.
also happen.
But where exactly in the video does it do it?
Yeah, it's more towards the end. If you want to just get to the actual observation itself, you just go to the end. If you want to see the methodology on how she does everything,
It
see
looks
if
like
you
it
want to
starts to
recreate that in your own
oscillate.
house.
It looks like it starts to oscillate. Let's see if I can. I can't.
View than they actually are.
Okay. Let's see when the light gets blocked. What happens? What? That wasn't a continuous shot. The light is on and then it's off. It's a skip too, so
Well,
it's like
this is
the
the thing,
recording
right?
was paused, the light was turned off, and then it was unpaused.
If you can also
It's not
recreate
a
this yourself
continuous
in your own
shot.
house if you'd like. If you think there was a cut in there, you can recreate it yourself.
Doesn't show that it's a clear cut.
Well, yeah, if you think there was some fishy stuff going on with the video, you're more than welcome to try and recreate that in your own home. She gives you her methodology, how she did it.
Just look
I
at
don't
it
want you to
torn
just believe
off.
us.
Just look at when the light turns off. It looks like it was a clear cut. It doesn't. Yeah. Mm. Well, for action was happening the whole time, no. So, but even when the light was on, right?
I'm so sorry, I missed. Can you say that one more time?
This is talking about a Buddha's reflection. But reflection was happening the whole time. Reflection just didn't start to happen. I don't know. Whatever. It's okay. We just disagree. It's not a big deal. You know.
Well, it's gonna watch things disappear due to angular size. The first one that I sent with the building, the top of it disappearing was the angular size getting smaller. Oh, did he leave? Oh, yeah, he sure did.
Hey, Lats, I have a question about the
What's up,
video,
dude?
like angular resolution and all. Wouldn't you expect
Yeah.
in like as things get smaller in angular resolution that the object itself, whatever you're viewing in the horizon, would also get smaller?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, with
I mean,
distance, things get small. Yeah.
right. Would you ever
Mhm.
expect like that you could like the bottom of something would disappear while remaining the same angular size at a certain distance?
Yeah. That other video that I sent also shows that as well.
Of the
The
skyscraper?
YouTube video. Well, the skyscraper was our angular size, causing things to disappear. And then we have bottom-up obstruction also occurring due to effects in the gas of the medium that you're looking through.
So why would things why would like an object like let's just go back to like a boat, you know, on the ocean and how
Sure.
they disappear bottom up. It's a common glober, you know, argument, right? And obviously the retort is due it's because of angular resolution. You know, as you things get further away, you know, they will start to disappear. But why is it that the boat stays the same size, but the bottom is it disappears from our view? Because you would imagine I would imagine that like if as things get further away, it would get smaller and smaller. Yes, I agree with that, but it would
Yeah,
never
it's supposed to.
bottom would never disappear though. Thing.
Why not?
Well, because if the surface was flat,
Yeah.
right, then then it would all the whole object would disappear together. Like it would all
Well, I mean, sure.
shrink to the same size.
If we're not looking through gas, then yeah, sure.
You said if we
Gas
weren't
causes
looking.
various things to occur on the surface. You also have various waves blocking your view to the bottom of the boat as well. That's not helping it.
Right, but still, even if waves were sort of blocking the view, the chop, you know, the chop in the ocean, it isn't consistent. So you can see the bottom, and then a wave comes through, can't see, you know, like
Well,
whatever.
they are consistent though, because they happen in a specific type of frequency.
What does the waves?
Waves, yeah.
They happen in a specific frequency.
Yeah, like how often they occur. It's like you get a wave like per second or something, or wave every 5 seconds or something. The periodicity of the wave.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, that might be. I mean, there might be. Yeah, I would agree that there's like maybe some sort of periodicity to the waves, but still at the same time, if something was small enough out on the horizon that we couldn't see it, the wave would it wouldn't matter if there was a wave coming up or not. between the viewer and the object at the distance. Yes, the wave would obstruct it for a period of time, but then you'd be able to see
Yeah,
the
then the other
quadrant.
one would be there next. And the next one would be there, and then the next, and then once that other wave moves in front of your face, and the next one in the back is already there to take its place. So it's
Right.
like imagine if I had like a finger moving towards your eyeball. Of course, my finger is going to be smaller than a mountain, but it's going to be capable of obscuring the mountain once it gets closer to you. And then once my finger goes away, there's already another finger already there, ready to block the bottom of the mountain, right? So it's like a constant. Sounds so freaking weird. You're getting fingered the whole time, dude.
Fingered the whole time. Shit.
I didn't mean for it to come out like that, but you know what? It's alright.
I see what you're saying, but I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think that's like objective. Just saying, once one wave goes down, another wave comes up to block its view. At some point, there's going to be a point when the surface is basically almost perfectly, flat.
What point is that?
Between when the last wave reduces and the next wave.
That means globe.
This guy. What's up, Indio? How's it going, brother?
He's not here.
I know that was a joke.
Oh,
They
shoot, I
sound
gotta go 1 sec.
Why is it so quiet? What's happening? Oh, everybody's muted. Oh, how interesting.
Yeah, any questions? That's just the third person in a row to say why it's so quiet here.
Well, because I thought people would be like talking about the flat Earth. When people say it's like flat, like
Yeah, it is. You want to talk about it?
yeah, right. I have to think of some questions about it. So why would people want people to believe it isn't flat?
It's just a story they've been given, right? That's a globe, and they're just going with it. And the system around them has allowed big monopolies to invest a lot of money into the globe belief. So yeah, no one's ever thought of flat Earth, right? And
Well, why would monopolies want to invest in the globe belief? Why would they benefit from it?
well, that's just what we see in reality, right? There's more money being invested into globe than into flat Earth. So that's why it's more wildly known. That was your main question, right?
No, it's why would people push that belief? Why would people push for belief of a globe?
Well, you believe it's a
If the
globe,
Earth
right?
is flat.
You believe it's a globe, right?
I don't believe anything. It makes no difference.
Okay, well, I don't know. Maybe ask one of the people why, they believe it's a globe. That
Well, if they believe it's a globe already, it's
yeah.
not going to be one of the people pushing it who know it isn't a globe.
Well, what am I supposed to say? Am I supposed to read people's minds and be like, "Oh, this is why they're trying to hide it"? Like, I don't know.
Okay, I just thought somebody might know.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
quiet in here.
Yo, what did I miss? Okay. Let's see. English update.
What about
Is this politics. What's up?
so, man? You want to keep talking about what we were talking about before?
Oh yeah, dude.
What?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, no, I was just asking about like why would as things get farther away, I agree with you that it would get smaller and smaller, but the
Yeah.
bottom would never disappear.
Make it wood. The medium of gas that can make things appear to sink below the apparent horizon. We have objects in the foreground capable of blocking things bottom up in the background.
You're talking about refraction. You're saying since there's air and
Well, that's not refraction, but it's refractive effects. Yeah.
refraction,
refract.
refractive events, I guess.
Yeah.
Anyways, doesn't matter. But okay, but fair enough. But at a certain point, you would do if the Earth was actually a globe, right? There would be a point which you wouldn't be able to see anything, right?
Well, if the Earth was a globe, we would be capable of measuring the curvature on the surface.
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
I said, if the Earth was a globe, we'd be able to measure the curvature on the surface
How would you do that?
with a laser.
With a laser?
Yeah. Just shoot it horizontally and just measure incrementally the deviation between the laser and the ground. The ground should be dropping away at an approximate 8 inch per mile squared.
Has somebody done this?
Yeah, we have not detected an increase of deviation.
You've done it yourself?
Well, not me, no. I'm not measuring out anything out there. I'm saying we as flat earthers have, yeah.
Which one?
Yep, FE4. I know a lot of people have done their own long distance observations as well.
The laser?
Yeah, some people have used lasers. Some, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the trick is it works over short distances as well.
So yeah, you can have your own long distance test as well if you want to use a mirror for a mirror flash test for a body of water.
You know, I've seen a form of this experiment before performed by a flat earther. You guys won't. I don't think you guys claim him as yours anymore. But he tried to do this experiment like over a river, and it
Yeah.
it did. The results were not that it was flat, I guess, or
With
the
with
way
a
you would
laser
expect to see. Yeah, so the
or
laser
mirror
was
flash.
unable to make it to the end of the end of the river. Be able
Well,
to see the laser, the person at the end had to like lift um their the laser up like above his head. To be able
you're
to
not
see.
talking about behind the curve, are you?
Yeah, Jeranism.
Oh, that wasn't even a measurement of drop over distance anyway.
Wasn't that so? That wasn't the experiment you're talking about with a
Well,
laser.
no. Well, like what we're talking about is if you were to shoot a laser horizontally across the surface of water, we're saying that the laser is going to run parallel with the surface of the water because the surface of the water is not curving.
Is that not what he did though?
No, he used a flashlight for one, and he didn't measure the deviation to confirm if the ground was curving or not. Because for a globe, if you're just shooting a laser and hitting a target, you can agree that that's not measuring deviation from the laser to the ground, right?
I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
So I'm just trying to hit a target with my laser. That's just going from point to point.
Right.
There's no measurement of deviation.
Well, that would be the experiment, right? You want if there was deviation, right? That would be, the thing you're trying to measure, right?
Yeah, the space between the laser and the ground. Yeah.
Right. I would, was was that not exactly the experiment he did? He might have. You said he was using a flashlight. It must have been a really fucking high powered flashlight. Uh,
Well, for a curve, you have
probably.
to
What was that
measure
meant?
incrementally. Because if you're not measuring incrementally, then it's just measuring from a point to a point. You have to see if the ground increases almost exponentially in accordance with the radius of the size of the Earth that they give us. Because if you even have your laser pointed upwards slightly, you're still going to be measuring a slope, or downwards slightly, you're still going to measure a slope if you're measuring incrementally.
But
But if
he
you measure
wasn't
incrementally, like per mile, you're going to be getting an increase of approximate 8 inch per mile squared drop if it's a ball with the size
That's
that
not
they
what
give
he was
it.
doing. He wasn't measuring incrementally. He was trying to see if his
Yeah, exactly. He just shot
flashlight
from
was
point to point. That wouldn't confirm a globe. That
You said
wouldn't confirm the what side?
you said he wasn't. So he. Can you repeat what you said at the beginning?
Yeah, I would just say that that would not confirm a globe because we can shoot from point to point on either surface, a flat or curved one, right? You would need to measure incrementally for the curved one to see if it's increasing almost exponentially.
I don't know if you would need to do that on a globe. All you would have to do is exactly what he did. See because if it's flat, you should be able to see the flashlight through the little circles of the things of the pieces of fucking wood that he put up in the river. Okay?
Here, check this out. Let me give you an example. So we can go to Earth curvature calculator, okay?
No. Forget about that. It's just if it were
No,
flat, wouldn't it be the case that you should be able to see the light? Yes or no?
almost. Well, no, there's a lot of things that can cause things to block light.
Sorry, your mic's real shit. What did you say?
I'm sorry. I was just saying that there's lots of things that can stop you from observing light,
Okay,
like
fair
the
enough. Yeah,
gas that
like
you're looking through, for example, because you know that a cloud can block the sun's light, which is the strongest light source out there. But if you were to, for example, have the density of a cloud expanded out to like 10 miles, and that would obviously block out light from the sun. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that in a sense, but still, I think the experiment is still valid. You know, like he was still able to see the light once the dude lifted it above his head. So that kind of, you know, rules out any sort of atmospheric or gases in between the viewer and the person, you know, shining the light.
The guy would have to be 23 feet tall in order for him to see over the curve, if that was the case. And he wasn't 23 feet tall, so
You know the exact measurement from that experiment?
All the distance from each person, yeah.
What
yeah,
was the
it's
distance?
a well-known mockumentary. We all know about it, and yeah,
I don't give a shit about the documentary.
the
I was just
distance
talking
that
about
they
the
were at, you would have to be 23 feet tall. Yeah, that distance, he'd have to be 23 feet tall.
Okay, but if it was flat, you would just have to be whatever height he was, right? To be able to see it. If if across
Yeah,
that
if he was
curve there were
23 feet tall.
no. I'm saying if the Earth was flat, he wouldn't have had to raise the shit above his head, right? So you're claiming it's flat, but if it were flat, he would have been able to see the light without having to raise, you know, the light source above his head.
Yeah, he did. He did see it. All he had to do is just lift it up like 3 feet, and he's seen it. And it was a flashlight, not a laser. So the light kind of, you know, it cones out, it goes out broader and broader as it gets further and further. But if they were on a globe, he would have to lift the light up 23 feet above his head. Do you get it? He only had to lift it up like 2 feet.
I get what you're saying, yeah. So you obviously have the exact measurements. Can you give them to me?
I don't right this second. My hands are kind of dirty. I'm washing dishes, but we
How did
can
you know
get
it
it
was
to you
23
here
feet
shortly.
above? He would have had to be 23 feet. Is that just something you've memorized?
Yes, from the data that was done in that observation, he would have to be 23 feet. I'm not 100% sure on the distance. I'd have to get it for you, and I'm not just going to throw out numbers and not be 100% on them. But that's the height that he would have been at the distance they were apart.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I'd like to see the numbers, to be honest, just for myself.
Wait, would you
Yeah,
be
I
able to
think
pull them up for us? Because I don't have them on me
someone
either.
will get it for you.
Honestly, Fish, you could probably get it yourself too if you want to go look up distance for the test.
True. I
The
definitely
documentary,
could.
and then you can go look up the on Earth's curvature, how much curvature there should be, which are the distances that they did that experiment.
Okay. We'll say granting I agree with the measurements and that the person would have had to been 23, you know, meters or feet, whatever tall to see it. I still don't understand how if it was perfectly flat, why wouldn't he have been able to see it either way? He should have been able to see the light without having to, you know, lift up any.
Well, I mean, you gotta factor in human error also. Right? He could have been pointing the light downwards.
Right. It was also it was a flashlight in his hand, so he could have had the flashlight tilted just a little teeny bit even at a mile. If you tilt the flashlight just a 0.005 of degree, it's going to turn. The light's going to be huge at the other end, right? I mean, a flashlight, like I said, the beam radiates outward. It's not, you know, super
Yeah.
tight when it gets to the other end. There's all kinds of factors. It's a flashlight, you know, it's not colonnaded.
Yeah, no. Even with a laser, you would get those sort of issues at a certain distance. You know, and that's why I thought he was using a laser. It might have been just a really fucking bright flashlight. I don't remember. I only ever watched it once.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a laser, but they were fucking around with the laser for a while. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't be swearing. But they left it on, and it was on for I don't know how long a period of time, but it melted the collimator, so they couldn't use it anymore. So that's why when it came to that test, they're like, "Oh shit, what should we use?" And he's like, "Well, here, I got this, flashlight." So
Do you agree with like sort of the test conditions? Like, do you believe it's a valid experiment to test
what he did, I mean, the basis of it, sure. They didn't really think it out very well where they were doing it at and circumstances and everything. It was kind of just thrown together, whipped up real quick, and not a lot of thought was put into it. If you were to do it with a lot of controlled pieces, yeah, sure. The basis of it is somewhat sound.
What was he missing?
Yeah. Oh, I'd have to look into it. I haven't seen it in a while. Just the fact that where they were doing it, each side there was no, exact height. It was kind of just thrown together. You'd need, let's say, if you were 6 inches on one side, 6 inches on the other side. Have something more than a board with 3 holes in it.
Yeah, I don't know how they set up like the multiple boards between like along the river, but I would assume if they're trying to do a level test, they would make sure that the boards are as horizontal as possible to themselves. That they're
Right.
as parallel. I mean, that would be the number one thing to do, and I'd be shocked if he didn't do that. So I don't.
Well, do you know Jaren?
No,
He's
I
not
don't.
the brightest. He's not the brightest. So just put it that way.
Do you know?
Personally, no, but I've known of him and have seen his videos throughout the last, 7, 8 years. Yeah, he's
Well, I've seen his videos too, so maybe we probably know him the same amount. So
probably, yeah.
I don't know. From what it looked like in the his video, it looked like the experiment was set up. I don't know. I couldn't. I mean, I'm sure I could find some flaws, but at the same point, or at the same time, I think it was probably a valid experiment, and they did not see what they expected to see. And if you want to disagree, if
Hello,
you want to tell me
everybody.
it's not valid experiment, then then we can talk about it. But I don't think, like you said, you haven't watched in a while. I don't think you know the exact, parameters of the experiment.
Hello, everybody.
Yo. Also, real quick, I didn't want to include for in the side chat. I did post up a little graphic that I had made up for someone that did use a laser to measure over the surface of water. They said that the bottom of the laser was obstructed by the water.
No one wants to say hello to me?
Yo, I said, yo, what's up already?
This is a fucking image of a circle and a semicircle. What's this
Oh
supposed to?
yeah, exactly. No, because I had somebody say that their laser was blocked by the curvature of the earth. So if you don't have like a sheet of cardboard, right, you can actually hold it up where the laser is going to be hitting and see if the bottom is supposedly obstructed or not. You can actually measure that divergence.
Right.
Beam
Nobody
itself
wants to
up
say
the
hello
bottom
to
for
me?
being shorter. Bro, I said what's up to you. This is my third time saying hi to you now.
Okay, but why doesn't everyone say hello to me?
Bro,
Do you hate
people
me?
don't.
Do you hate me? Do you hate me?
I could see why people would not want to say hi to you, dude. You're kind of
Why
irritating.
not?
Oh, bro, you're irritating. You're an attention-seeking, like very effeminate person.
I fucking hate you for sure.
I don't hate you, but you're just irritating.
I'm trying to help.
Help what?
I'm trying to help your cause. I'm a flat earther.
Why are you a flat earther?
Why am I a flat earther? Because the world is not a spinning globe. That's bullshit.
Why? How do you know that?
Because it's flat. You can see it.
Yeah, you just restated your claim
Oh,
twice now. I want to,
here we
get to
go.
the meat and potatoes. I'm trying to figure out why you're a flat earther. You said because the Earth is flat. I asked why. You said 'cause it's flat again
Because I
for the
don't
second time.
believe in Copernicus and these scientists who made us think we were on a spinning globe,
Okay,
going a
so you
million miles an hour.
so you have
Well,
a
that's a
belief
stupid
in flat
reason.
Earth.
That was planted in our brains to make us worry about speed and inertia and you know.
Bro, speed and inertia is real. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Oh, so you're a globe earther now?
No, I'm not a globe earther. I'm saying that doesn't apply to the dirt underneath our feet.
It's flat. It's flat.
Yeah, I know it's flat. I'm trying to see if you know it's flat.
I know it's
Hey,
flat.
hey, Lats, check it out. Check it out. Hey, Fish, are you still here? Or did he leave? Did Fish leave?
No, he's still here. Oh wait. No, yeah, he's gone.
No, he left. Oh, I was gonna sick Fish on him and have Fish question him.
Oh, I know. Oh, Archangel left too. Okay, thank goodness. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
oh man, that dude was, yeah.
Oh, gross.
That dude's 3 pints in.
I know that's the dude that always comes in and turns his camera on. He's a freaking weirdo. He's just very attention-seeking weirdo.
Lats says you're feminine.
Bro, 'cause it's like, hey guys, look at me. I'm here. Everybody say hello to me. Hi, hello. Like, bro, shut up. Most of the dudes I know just walk into a party and be like, hoping that nobody says hi to them. You know, like, you just walk in, say what's up to a few people, and then just go chill in a corner somewhere, drink a beer.
Yeah,
This
right.
guy's,
I know.
this guy's over here doing spirit fingers, like,
I hope. Yeah, I hope no one talks to me at work for like the first 3-4 hours.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I'm just gonna leave my head down. Just try to hide so nobody needs me for anything for long. Oh well. I'm gonna have to go again for like about a half hour, maybe more, but I'll be back on again. I'll see you boys in a little bit.
Radio silence, or am I lagging? I must be lagging. Oh, there's old Johnny Law coming knocking. Don't want that.
Who's talking?
What?
Who's talking?
Oh, that was me. That was me.
Work?
What's up?
Oh, never mind. Somebody's lagging.
I'm back, dude. I heard somebody was asking about me. Okay, I guess not.
Hello?
What's up?
What's your name?
Fish?
Hi, Fish. What's your question?
I heard somebody was asking about me, or they wanted.
Yeah, it was me, Fish. There was this guy that came in here. He was kind of lit up, and I was gonna have you talk to him, see how good you were with your flat Earth, Steel Man.
My Steel Man, my Flat Earth Steel Man. Which one is that?
Free Steel Man the argument.
Right.
Do you know what
what's
that
my
means?
Steel Man? Or,
What's that?
yeah, I was. What was my Steel Man argument? I didn't know it was Steel Man.
No, I was gonna have you Steel Man our argument to the guy that came in to the voice chat here, but you weren't here, so
Oh, my bad. I wouldn't Steel Man
that's why.
argument
Yeah,
anyway.
that's all it was. No big deal.
You still doing those dishes, brother?
No, I'm cooking steak now.
Damn, that sounds nice.
Yeah, my mouth is watering right now for these. Let me tell you.
How do you cook it? 2 minutes on each side. Salt and pepper.
Yeah, I just fried it today. It's rainy outside, so I didn't want to go on the grill, so I stayed in here and just fried it up. Slow cooked
Or
it.
do the oven method. Throw it in the oven
Yep.
for however long. Get it at the temp you want. And just get that
No,
crust.
today
Okay.
I fried the steak today, but I do broil it too. You know, you put it in the oven, but you don't put it on the shelf. Called the broiler. Do you know what the broiler is?
I do. I own an oven.
Yeah, I'm just asking. A lot of people don't even understand that, so
No, fair question. Fair question.
yeah. So usually that's what I do, but today no, I just fried them up real quick because I don't have much time and I'm kind of hungry. So
Yeah, no, throwing it in the oven is if I was a better cook, I could probably get it the right temperature just on like a grill or on the stovetop. But throwing it in the oven, dude, you can get it at that perfect temp to get your
I
fucking
know.
stove ripping hot and then get that crust that you.
Yeah, it takes a minute, but it turns out 100 times better than it does frying. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think so too.
Dude, I was a terrible cook. Like, I got married. Well, I had married, had kids. We went through a whole divorce, and I've been, single now for 10 years. I had to learn how to cook and do all this shit by myself. And tell you what, it ain't an easy job, that's for sure. But I'd much rather cook my own food than have somebody else cook it now. So
Yeah. Yeah, no, cooking. I don't hate cooking, but fuck, man, cooking's kind of a chore. I feel like you get home from work like 6 p.m. You're like, oh man, am I gonna cook this chicken breast that's been in the fridge for 2 weeks now, or am I just gonna fucking order out?
it's so
Sometimes you keep it.
satisfying though
Yeah.
when it's your own food and you slaved over it. And, oh, it's so much better.
Dude, I'd throw that chicken breast out. Like seriously, like poultry decomposes much faster than beef.
Yeah, 2 weeks. Yeah, that's kind of long, dude. I wouldn't leave no chicken in the oven or in the fridge for 2 weeks.
That's why I order out, boys. Come on, man. Like this shit's been in here for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'd kind of be leery after 2 days.
You know, usually I just freeze all the meat until I want to cook it. Take it out,
Yep,
throw it in the fridge next day.
that's the best way to go.
Yeah, but no. What I'm saying is that shit that I take out and put in the fridge that I tell myself I'm gonna cook the next day ends up standing there for fucking 2 weeks, and I throw it out. So